Hello everybody and welcome to another video. First of all, can people please let me know in the live chat if the volumes are okay? If they're not and my voice is being drowned out by the audio, let me know. But yeah, hello everybody, welcome. I'm here today in Guild Wars 2 on my very Norny. I never really noticed this, but this character looks very Norny. My Mesmer, this was my very first character in this game. I played a Mesmer in the original. I made that same character in this game. And later I gender swapped it. But basically Mesmer wasn't too fun while I was leveling, so I ended up making Liss. You guys all know me as playing Liss the Elementalist, blah, blah, blah. But really, this character is something like 4, 5 days, 3 days maybe older? I don't know. Back in those early hours of the game, even just 3 or 4 days felt like a long time to throw in the bin, making a new tune. But anyway, so I'm going to be shooting a new series here today. You've probably got the gist if you've wandered onto this, either through, live, in which case if you guys are watching this when it came out live, hello. Or if you managed to just find this as a playlist on my channel, also hello to you. Please feel free to leave comments as you go along. This is going to be a playthrough of, at the time of recording, the most recent expansion, Janthir Wilds. So, a bit of background. The game at the moment, they do these mini X-Packs. There's like half of the expansion comes out at release. And then you get the other elements of the expansion over the next 9 months. So Janthir Wilds came out back around September. Then around, 3 months later, we had Trial and Error. Early this year, we had Into the Valley of Shadow. And we've just had the final patch now. Absolution, I think it's called. Forced entry. So I haven't played the final patch. Basically, what I want to do here for the last release, this is something I didn't do last year with Secrets of the Obscure, is I'm going to replay through the whole expansion again. I didn't do it last year because, frankly, I was feeling very distant and burned out and uninterested in Guild Wars 2 last year because the Secrets of the Obscure patches, I mean, to be diplomatic about it, they weren't for me. That's being very diplomatic. I thought they were shit, alright? I didn't really enjoy them. There were elements, looking back in hindsight, there were decent things there. I think they did do okay with the world building. The epoch stuff at the end was pretty cool. I think the meta at the end of Secrets of the Obscure was genuinely really good. That final meta is like one of the best metas in the game. Genuinely, I think so. But, the storytelling and the speed at which we went to a whole other realm, and I didn't feel any connection to the characters, and the patches were too short, blah, 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 blah. So anyway, last year I didn't do that. However, this year, I think Janthir Wilds has been alright. I've really liked the subject material. We're back to Titans, we're back to Guild Wars Money stuff, we're back to White Mantle. This is actually a White Mantle, theme set up on this character, by the way. You see we've got the Zero back piece there, and in fact, if I hit the headpiece on here, this is the Zero mask too. Look at that. Look at the colours. This is like White Mantle. I love it. I used to also have lots of good White Mantle weapons, but now it's just like generic legendary shit. In fact, let's change that, shall we? So, is it just called White Mantle? No, that's White Tiger. What if I just type Mantle? No, is it Oppressors stuff? What's the White Mantle set called? I'll probably just see it from the icon scrolling down. Immortal Dagger, no. It's going to be somewhere around here. Or is it just specific raid pieces that they released? And there was like the Zero backpack. Maybe Bloodstone stuff will be good enough? I don't remember what's good. There is definitely a White Mantle, Black Lion. There's so many skins. I think we've scrolled too far if we're at the point of Volcanic. And Restored Burial. That's all Ice Root Saga. That's too far at that point. Somewhere higher up. Oh, I don't know. Let's just pick something before we spend far too long. Not Abaddon. Abaddon's a bit too on the nose, maybe. It's somewhere around here, I'm telling you guys. Bloodstone. Let's just do Bloodstone. Bloodstone's on theme. Very on theme. Considering there is a Bloodstone in this expansion. So, and I'll leave the Mystical Beast Spear here, which means whenever we unsheath, we get animals with us. Little rabbits in this case. So basically, the situation is, I think Janthir Wild's pretty good. We had the original batch, and I think mostly the story was okay. As always, it's too short for me. Heart of Thorns was too short, POF was too short, End of Dragons was too short, All the Living World seasons were too short, Secrets of the Obscura is too short, this is too short, more is what I want. However, they had some good moments. There's a very good Lion's Arch instance. Just like Secrets of the Obscura, they do a lot more world building. They platform a lot more ideas, places that the franchise, the setting can go in the future, which is very important now that the Dragon arc is over. They need to excite the audience about where the lore and the story can go. And I think Janthir Wilds has been doing that, genuinely. So I like that. The 2 patches that have come out since have also been okay, but, you know, you have these big 3-month breaks. And it's very easy to forget what was going on in those 3-month breaks, especially when you've got, like, the main story, and then you have all the MacGyvering, like, connecting all the dots, getting all the pieces of paper, blah, 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 blah. So I kind of just want to go back through it all to really appreciate Absolution here at the end. And hopefully that will, you know, put us into a good mindset and a good place. I think we can do it in about 4 parts, okay? So I already have a playlist on my channel, which is my blind run through this expansion. This is going to be my second run. And, you know, we're not going to be bagged down with countless hours of speculation as we were in the blind run, because we already know a lot of that stuff now. You know, and the original blind run, I did like 7 parts of very Q&A heavy stuff. It's not going to be that. We'll largely be playing through. So I think we'll probably take about 2 parts to get through the original release stuff. And then we'll do the first patch tomorrow, the day after that. And then we'll do the second patch the day after that. And that's it. We're at Absolution. So that's my plan. That's what I want to do. I think it'll be quite fun. I'm starting here at Queensdale just because, I don't know, I have a lot of nostalgia for Queensdale here. I've been playing a lot of other stuff lately. This is also, for people watching way out in the future, this is smack bang in the middle of my Oblivion Let's Play, which we haven't done an episode for that for about 3 days now. And now we're doing this. So it's funny going from Jeremy Soul in that game to Jeremy Soul in this game. I feel like, you know, the Elder Scrolls soundtrack and the Guild Wars soundtrack have always sounded quite familiar in a lot of ways. I guess because the settings are quite familiar in many ways as well. But yeah, I picked this graveyard just because I really like these early areas around Shaymar. There's so many details. When you're standing here and it turns to night, you see all this fog drifts into the graveyard, all the enemies in the area changes. As you guys probably know, there's some events that only spawn at night here. There's so much really fine, excellent detail right here in these early GW2 maps where they had a lot of time to make them and really think about them and put a lot of effort in. And anyway, yeah, so they're just kind of fun. So yeah, that's it. That's the context. We'll be going up to Absolution, and when we get to Absolution, it will be blind again. So it's going to be a bit awkward. I'm going to have a Let's Play of blind patch. I'm going to have a playlist of blind stuff that ends before Absolution, and then I'm going to have this one that goes up. I don't know what I'll do. I'll organise it in some fun way. We'll see. So yeah, as for weapons, the expansion weapon is the spear. I've not really used spear on Mesmer much. I've used it a little, and I'm under the impression it's really strong. This too has this really fancy animation where you get the outer ring, and I think what you want to do is clip people with the outer edge. Yeah, you do 20% more damage if you clip them with the outer edge. There's also a mechanic going on with this called clarity. And so if we clip this guy with the outer edge, we get clarity, and that says our spear skills are empowered. So I think every button does better if you have clarity. So this 3 is a cleanse and an evade and a heal. And if I had clarity, the heal was stronger. So this is like my big defensive resustain, the 3. So, you know, but to gain clarity, do I only ever get clarity from the 2? Interesting. I think that's the case. So I'm a noob with this. All right, don't expect any really, really good gameplay. The other, I've just got dagger sword. Easy, brain dead. Attack, attack, attack. On my other playlist, you saw me on a ranger with the spear, which actually was kind of weak. I mean, I had my fun with it, but was kind of weak and kind of not very potent. I think this stuff will all be a lot more potent, and we'll be okay with it. I'm actually going to turn the effects volume down a little bit more there. So I think that's it, really. The last thing I guess to mention is Absolution itself, which I hope is good. So I've seen the trailer for Absolution. So last week a trailer came out, and I started work on a trailer, like, video, and I felt really empty about it. Like, I don't like this thing where it's just, you know, you've watched the video, I've watched the video. Do I really need to sit down there and say what I'm seeing? I don't know. I probably will continue to do trailer responses and stuff, but last week I wasn't feeling it at all. And then yesterday, when the patch came out, I made a patch notes video, did all the commentary, and just thought, well, no, I didn't do all the commentary, but I basically realised I'm just kind of, I don't know, I'm just reading the notes, man, making really minor, really like, oh, this is cool, look, they're updating dungeons, you know, really surface level takes. And I thought this just feels like slop, so I didn't want to do that either. So we could do a section on the patch notes. It looks like an okay patch. One thing that I'm very happy about with as far as like QOL and stuff is concerned is if you check out the provisioner token vendors. Oh my god, oh yeah, so they have a like new mega gobbler now. So gobblers and exchanges. You can buy one gobbler that is all the gobblers. And with portal tomes as well, you can buy one portal tome that is all the tomes. Not just from Janthir Wilds, from everything. Which I think is really exciting. I haven't looked into any of this stuff. But I read on the patch notes that if we go to the... Oh my god. Look at that, we've made a lot of progress there, it seems, guys. If we go here, you can now buy 7 immediately. These were daily before. Every day you'd have to come back and spend your 7 Mystic Forge Stones. And spend your 7 Ecto or whatever. Every day, over and over and over. Now they let you do all 7 at once, and it resets weekly. So you don't get more over time, but it's much, much cleaner. So basically, when you log in on your on Monday to do your End of Dragons, not End of Dragons, sorry, to get your Antique Summoning Stones, and to get your Janthir Wilds, legendary crafting components, and when you just, you get your weekly jumping puzzle, you do whatever for your weekly, you can just put this in, and that's just the one thing now. So it is a huge bump in quality of life. Now the funny thing is, I used to buy the Ecto I used to spend the 1 Ecto every day, the 5 Ecto every day, and I always knew it wasn't good value for money, but I would do it anyway. Now that I'm being asked to spend, now that I can spend 7 at once, and realistically I'm going to, the reality that that's 35 Ecto a pop, I'll probably stop buying those. So I might actually slow down with my provisioners tokens in the end anyway. But yeah, so there's a patch. There's a few little QOL things. Some Homestead updates. I think they've started a new thing where you can actually change your sky in the Homestead. And this patch, of course, did include some new mastery stuff that lets you expand, your decoration cap and stuff like that. Which all looks okay. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't have any amazing observations when it came to reading through the patch notes. Mostly I just want to get in, play, experience the lore, experience the story. So on that note, with the lore and the story, I hate that I'm about to say this. I hate that... Oh, God. So it's not reviewing very well. Oh, can't we have this is the finale. Can't we have a finale where everyone's like shitting themselves excited, Oh, okay, so it seems to me with mini X-Packs... So here's what I said about mini X-Packs. I said, Seekers of the Obscure was a disappointment in many ways. Not necessarily because of the format, but because of the decisions the studio made. Because they went with Nyos, basically. For the last 3 patches, they were in Nyos. 3 small patches is not enough time to do a realm. Not only that, but they had some boring ideas for the story. Do another revolution arc against another oppressed people. When people were looking for some Doom the Dark Ages type shit, they wanted cool demon stuff. And we go, oh, if you do my little demon, I'm oppressed. And so, there were decisions they made with Secrets of the Obscure that weren't favourable to me, but it didn't mean the format was bad. And where the format might have been bad or limited, or, we wanted the scope to improve or whatever, we could say, well, look, maybe that's growing pains because that's the first year. So last year I said, okay, SOTO may not be the best thing in the world, but it's their first outing. I think we can really judge it after the second year. Once we've seen 2 years, we have a pretty good ballpark of what these things will be like. We're expecting the announcement of the 3rd one this summer. Releasing over next year, 2025, 2026 period. And, we'll have a good idea once we got these 3. I believe there were also some suggestions that they basically... I'm just wandering around randomly now while I talk. That they when Arenanet consented to this idea, they had 3 years worth. Right. Basically, I view the entire development of this game right now. They are buying time. They're stalling. They're monetizing as best they can until they get some kind of GW3 project out the door. That's how I view things, right? And mini X-Packs are a nice budgetary way for them to keep going. And I believe that the original plan... I don't really have a quote on this, so I feel bad on saying this. But it seems to be the belief that they kind of had this idea of 3. So the 3rd one might be the last one. There might be another format shift. Even talking about the idea of a format shift is really interesting because Guild Wars has such a history of changing things up. and it's such a criticized... And look at this. This character's my first character. Doesn't actually have Black Citadel completion. That's insane to me. I have world comp on so many characters, but not my original one. So I don't know whether I'm arguing for a format shift, but I think some people would already. We're too many X-Packs down the line, and I think people would argue for it. So yeah, to get to the point, the second year is now done. And I think we can fairly say whether this is working for us or not. I can't because I haven't played Absolution yet. But yeah, I must say, I was very disappointed. Not in my community. I really like that people are honest, and I think that was a good conversation. But I was really disappointed in the Spud Discords the other day. Again, not in the people, but the sentiment seemed to be, okay, this doesn't... I think one of the main criticisms that I read, because I didn't read the whole thing, I went to bed while people were still talking, but there's this idea that this isn't much of a climax, unfortunately. This patch doesn't have a great, epic moment. You know, when we think about fighting Balthazar at the end of POF, when we think about all the Kraukatoric stuff, all the Thunderhead stuff, and, you know, riding, you know, fighting him while we're flying in the sky with him buried in Dragonfall. Season 4 was incredible with quality, right? There have been a lot of climaxes as the story's gone along. They've done very well. Even Zaitan, as janky as the fight is a brilliant climax. And the one thing that I sort of seem to have noticed so far, too many X-Packs down the line, is it feels to me like the end of the expansions themselves, like when they release, right, and you get the big bulk when they come out, you might expect some climactic big story moment. That's what we're playing for, right? We're looking for some rising action, building to something brilliant, really blow our minds, have a lot of fun, and then there's a bit of a cooldown, right? People want that. They want big moments in the story. It seems to me that in these mini X-Packs, you kind of have the launch batch, and there's sort of a big finale at the end. So last year it was fighting Ceres, and then, you know, Pather comes in and saves the day in the middle. And this year it was... fighting Greer and Decima at the same time with the hint about Ura. But they're not really big moments, right? So the release comes out, you don't get the big moment. And it was very easy for me and you, dear viewer, in the community at that point. It's very easy for us to say, well, you know, they're only halfway through the story. You can't have a big climactic crazy moment if they're only halfway through the story. I mean, that's too much of an expectation, isn't it? And I think that's totally fair to say. And I think that pushing for giant climactic moments in the story halfway through is going to make these projects feel weird on replay. It's going to make it seem like you do a big finale and then you have credits and then you have some straggler patches that need to last a whole year and then what you try and squeeze another one in. Like, no, really, you got a year's worth of storytelling. You want a big conclusion at the end of the year, right? So it's okay if the original release doesn't have a big climactic ending. But then we talk about the final release... and it feels like those big moments aren't really hitting either. And at that point, it's very easy for me to say, and for you to say, dear viewer, us in the community, at that point, it's very easy to say, well, you're not going to get a big finale because it is only a small patch, right? It is only a little patch. And so, and maybe that's a reasonable argument. But then where does that leave us? That leaves us 2 years down the line, scratching our heads a little bit, saying, okay, where are the really big, exciting bits? Where are the bits that are blowing my mind? Because they haven't happened. They haven't been at any of the logical points that I thought you would have had the funding or the, you know, you would have earned, as far as the story is concerned, a big story beat. So I don't know. I mean, was the end of last year, Secrets of the Obscure, the whole Eparch stuff? I mean, I think the meta was excellent. I think the giant spider boss is excellent. Was that throne room scene with the Eye of Janthir hanging in the background, was that a big epic moment on the level of Aurene dying? Or us, you know... I hate that I'm even using this as an example because I thought it was a terrible moment. But, you know, us beating Morjamoth in the Mindscape. Are these really capturing us? So I don't know, you know. So, yeah, if I go to the live chat here, finally, sorry. The reason I'm talking about all of this is because right when I started here, I already had a comment from someone before we'd even gone live. From Fexar. Should I take a screenshot of it and put it on screen for you all? At the end of the day, we're not podcasting. I effectively, that is all I do. All I do is podcast. Oh, by the way, if you follow me on Blue Sky, you'll know about this. I finished Guild Wars 1 this week. And I mean, finished it. I put a tweet out showing all of my titles. And a guy said, hey, congrats on God walking amongst me immortals. And I quietly got really annoyed with that. I was like, that's not God walking amongst immortals. I had God walking amongst immortals 18 years ago.
I'm much more competent than that.
No. What I did last week, I didn't just get Guam. I got everything. I have Lucky, Unlucky, both Kurzik and Luxon. I have Treasure Hunter. I have Wisdom. I have everything. The only things I'm missing are these bottom 5. And again, I tweeted about this. Sentinelization, as far as I'm concerned, is an RMT title. If I had a community to do a speed clear, maybe I could get it. But the reality is, I'm never going to get that. And most people who have it got it cheap, while bots were running rampant in PvP, or they're real money traders. I would be getting in at an expensive period of time since the bots are banned now. And I would never real money trade. So, you know, it would be a lot of effort for, you know, not the most esteemed peers, let's put it that way. So, Zaishin I'm not doing. Battle Commander is discontinued. And then the bottom 3, Gladiator, the Skills Track, and Hero, they're all PvP formats. And all the PvP formats are dead. In theory, I could do Hero, the one at the very bottom. I could do it at least so that I can rep the title and put it in my Hall of Monuments. But in theory, I could do that because I could do it with Henchmen. The thing is, right, there's a cap of like 300 fame per day, which I'd have to like grind all day on, I'm sure. Like all day grinding. I don't even know if I'd get 300 fame grinding all day. But if I did somehow manage to get 300 fame, you know, even if you hit the daily cap every day, oh, sorry, the weekly cap, whatever the cap is, even if you hit it, it's 10 years of grind to max it out. 10 years! You know, maybe you get a double week every now and then, but it's just not viable, guys. I can't do those. Technically, there are 2 other titles not displayed there. There's Champion from GVG, and there's Codex, which replaced Battle Commander. But again, they're all epic, insane PvP grinds titles, so I'll never get them. Everything else you can get in GW1, though, I've got. Aside from maybe dedicating some spare armors and things. Anyway, sorry, that was a bit of a distraction. I'm very happy, and I've got to the point where I've logged out with that game. I've retired my character to Fisherman's Haven, and I don't know when I'll be back in it. Maybe if we do another series on it at some point, but it's kind of a big milestone for me. Anyway, Thexar. There's the comment right here on this video, in this live chat that I just took. Considering the recent story has been poorly received by the community. Ugh. You know that interview with Ben Affleck, where he's doing, you know, press circuit for Batman vs Superman, and some interviewer said, you know, it's not been received very well, and you can just see him just in the background, just get a bit crushed by it, or just, you know, like zone out a little bit, and someone put that horrible music on it. Hello, darkness, my old friend. That video. This is how I feel now that it's been received poorly by the community. Like it's a definitive thing, you know, like, and well, whatever. Okay, so, and by the way, I'm trying to keep spoiler free, so I haven't fully I don't want to go through this whole Let's Play, this whole series, this mini-series here. I don't want to go through this whole thing in such a way that where it's like, oh, we're going up to a terrible patch. I don't know, and I'm withholding judgment. Hopefully you guys should respect me enough to believe that when I say that, you know, I don't give a fuck what the hive mind thinks, really. I mean, sometimes I do. On this, though, I'll be deciding for myself. Usually with matters for Guild Wars, I decide for myself. So we'll see. Maybe it's good. So I'm not all doom and gloom about it. But anyway, considering the recent story has been poorly received by the community, do you think Arenanet should focus more on pre-established lore, like Janthir, or make new stories like Secrets of the Obscure for future expansions? Well, Secrets of the Obscure was also heavily on old lore. To answer your question specifically, I don't think it matters. It's, you know, the ideas are cheap. The kernels of what they do are kind of irrelevant, really. It's all about the execution. Are the characters written coherently? Are they entertaining? I'm not going to say likable. They don't have to be likable. Are they entertaining, right? Do I want things to happen to and, you know, around these characters? Do I like the locales? Do I feel amazed and filled with wonderment? Do I feel like I'm on a great adventure? Am I keen to know more? And that it doesn't matter what it comes from. It doesn't matter whether it's something totally new that they pull out of their ass in a writer's room, you know, this month. It doesn't matter. It's all about the execution. So, you know, I would never blame Secrets of the Obscure or Janthir Wilds for being good. pure or bad, purely on the grounds that this is about the Titans and I don't care about the Titans. You know what? If you're a Guild Wars 2 player and you don't care about the Titans, that's a failing, not because Guild Wars 2 focused on the Titans. It's not that Titans are unworkable. That's a failing of Guild Wars 2, not introducing the Titans to you, a new player, in this product in a good enough way. That's Guild Wars 2's failing, not characterizing Greer or Decima in intriguing or, you know, powerful, impactful enough ways that you give a damn about them. You know, it's a shoddy excuse to say, oh, you would care if you played Guild Wars 1. No, Guild Wars 2 failed in that way. If you don't like the Titans, it failed in that way. Same with the White Mantle. I mean, White Mantle is an interesting one because there's just as much White Mantle content in the sequel as there is in the original at this point, I'd say. And that's a huge claim to make, considering the Warring Criter and a huge chunk of prophecies is about the White Mantle. But, you know, pound for pound, this game has a lot more dialogue and a lot more going on, so... Yeah, I don't know. I think if this game's disappointed so far, it's got nothing to do with where the lore originates from. I think, as I say, I quite like both Secrets of the Obscure and Janthir Wilds for tabling a lot of options. And it just depends on how they do that. Those options. And what a lot of this, unfortunately, I kind of hate doing this, but unfortunately, what a lot of this comes down to, guys, is just money. What budget have they got? How many new assets can they make? How hard can they work on boss fights? And instance tuning and, you know... And I think, by the way, there was budget and there was money in Janthir Wilds. When you look at shit like the spears, I think all the spears, all the weapon stuff this year was way better than last year. It's just we don't think about that once we're at this point in the expansion, right? And all we care about is the quality of the story. So I don't know. I feel like I had a bigger point that I was going to make about that, but I forget now. Oh, it's just because in chat it spun people onto talking about Guild Wars 3. A guy called Dway says, might still be there in chat. He says, I think personally for me, I'd love for current Guild Wars 2 to go to the areas we haven't been yet in either game. And Arvin says, Guild Wars 3 could explore a whole new continent on Tyria to keep it fresh and over time bring in the rest of Tyria as we know it right now. Yeah, I believe that Absolution has some kind of, like, hint, right? It has some kind of suggestion or lead-in for next year's content, which we don't have a trailer or a teaser or anything for yet, as far as I understand. But there's a kernel of an idea there in the patch. I don't know what exactly. I have a guess, but I guess I won't make my guess yet. Anyway, you know, there's an idea. Oh, they shouldn't do that. They need to leave that on the Guild Wars 3 table. They need to leave. But I don't know if I really believe in that. Look, I'll just tell you guys, my pure fan fiction thing remains as it was a year ago, 2 years ago. As far as Guild Wars 3 is concerned... Oh, God, I mean, how much do we want to explain it? Look, if we are going to assume that Arenanet are making another big MMO, and we're going to assume that MMO is this intellectual property, it is this franchise, right? It is the Guild Wars brand, right? So it's this universe, basically. As far as the in-game stuff is concerned, it's there's laws of physics and magic and so on and so on and so on. If we assume that those have to be true, and maybe they do have to be true, maybe they're not convinced they'll be able to sell something brand new just on their company name. It's been a long time since they've had a new product, blah, 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 blah. If we assume those to be true, and let's assume them to be true, I don't believe in a game on Tyria. I believe on another world in the mists. This is the same thing I said about 2 years ago, and I'm sticking with it. I think Guild Wars 3 is not on Tyria. I think it's like, you know how in the lore the gods left to build another garden, to tend a new garden? You know, it could be the new garden, or an old garden, or whatever. I think doing it as the new garden adds like a nice meta layer to that little bit of lore, you know, it's kind of a knowing nod. You know, the gods, the devs, same thing, right? That's what I believe, and that doesn't mean that you can't... So what I'm talking about is a totally new set, and all the continents are new. There can be races crossing over. It can still be a game featuring Char and humans and Sylvari and Norn. Not that I think you'd have the same... what's the word? The same diaspora of playable races. I think you'd change it up, right? Maybe take the Norn away, maybe take the Sylvari away, add in something new, something different. But, you know, maybe a couple of crossovers. Maybe the Char and the humans make it, or whatever. So you can cross over things that are about the game's identity, right? And about this franchise. The laws of magic are the same. The gods are the same. But you can have totally new societies, totally new areas of the world, totally new islands, and the whole thing can be filled with intrigue and you know, just interest again, right? So and they have a free clean slate. I view a lot of Guild Wars 2's struggles actually as new writers have come in and they want to tell their own stories. They want to do new stuff. They don't want to be caught in the past. And this is an opportunity for them to do that. And still, you can have a portal to the Mists one day that takes you back to Tyria. You can do when worlds collide stories, shit like that. You can do a lot of fun things. So that's what I believe for Guild Wars 3. And in that, and so to spin it back to the chat comment there, who gives a fuck? If that's what they're doing, and I like to believe I have the best ideas in the world, and they'd always do my ideas. Who doesn't? Let's all be honest about ourselves. If they were to do something like that, I wouldn't give a shit if they did Menzies in this game. Who cares? I wouldn't care. They have a totally open book. If Arenanet were working on such a project, or anything even like analogous to that, then these mini expat guys, they have free reign, don't they? Go anywhere, do anything. It's Guild Wars 2. In this time period, it's your world. Have fun. You know, and they don't have to... Because Tyria... I'm gonna be honest, guys. In my opinion, Tyria is fucked as a setting. Long term. It's not a fun setting anymore. This world isn't that fun. They spent so long building the Elder Dragons up to... And especially... EOD really was the last hammer in the coffin, really, narratively for this. Because it made it about the creation of everything, right? They spun the Elder Dragons into such heights and such importance as the DNA of this world that to do anything else feels a bit limp, you know. Not exclusively. I don't think it's impossible. And like I say, the recent expansions have shown us a lot of things that they can do. But for very long-term, high stakes, like where can we go that we haven't been before, it's kind of a bit fizzled out. Didn't have to be, but they wrote it in such a way that it kind of is, kinda. You know, the Wizards Court is kind of a way to reclaim that. There's a lot to this though, you know, like I'm less excited. I used to be so excited looking at areas of the map and thinking, what's it like over there? But you know, I've kind of had enough random teleport up to the Delta, teleport up here, teleport here, teleport here. You know, it's kind of, you know, I'm sort of done with it really. I sort of need a whole new game, all new assets, new engine, new setting, and then that excitement will come back. You know, I'm still vaguely curious about going to places like this, but it's less heightened. And it's kind of a self-serving thing to think about. It's very easy to wonder, is that just... It's very easy to forget that might just be that I'm getting older. And people get less amazed. Getting old is just becoming numb to the world, guys. That's it. It's a sad truth, but there it is. And maybe I'm just numb to it, but I don't think it's that. I really don't. I think it's just that, you know, we've played a lot of Guild Wars 2 at this point, you know? We've played a lot of this game. So, yeah, totally new, but where they can pick and choose and take whatever elements they like. You know, you can have the Skelk and you can have Harpies and shit. Maybe the Harpies have a more prominent role. You know, I think that it builds to Grey Heart. I think that's a really, really good idea for me. Anyway, there you go. There's a huge rant, and I've basically looked at one comment there. Right. Shall we play the game? It's only been half an hour. Janthir Wilds. Let's see what we got here. So, prologue, the Tyrian Alliance. Oh, okay. I thought we'd get voice acting immediately. I was going to take a sip of my coffee. Okay, it's from Jenna. Do we get the line? I think they got really good with this, didn't they? There are a lot of improvements here, honestly. I'm very curious about Absolution. Can I just ask people in chat, do you think that... have I got the wrong impression? Do you think people are being fair about Absolution? Maybe it is really good. Dear Pack Commander, following the aftermath of the demonic attacks on our cities, political leaders of this world have decided to act. I would like to discuss the first summit of the Tyrian Alliance at your earliest convenience. Countess Anise and I will be waiting for you in Divinity's Reach. So wasn't this this was a variable intro, wasn't it? Each race had a different starting point. Because last time, weren't we, at Silvari? We got a shit ton of information about the Pale Tree. That was really good. And they've done a lot with that as well here. I mean, when we start talking Turkey and start talking about specifics, I am still, you know, Malik and the idea of other trees and stuff is still a really, really big and captivating thing that they can do. And I would love to see a mini X back on that. Also, some of the mysteries they set up around Janthir, the Battle Isles, Raisu Palace, finding a Lagos city. These are big ideas as well, the things that I would also still really like. And that's before we even talk about further extensions of the map. I reckon they've got another 3, maybe 4 mini X-Packs of good topics. And it's the duty of these new mini X-Packs to keep adding new things, you know. Anyway, so we're just going to meet with Queen Jenna at the Royal Palace. What have we just done with our daily? Completed a Renown Heart. What Renown Heart did I complete? Did I complete a Renown Heart while running around? No way did I. Did I? Right, well. Okay, so anyway, we're a human now, so... And we're going to go swaggering up to the palace, dressed in full white mantle gear. Oh, I've got dialogue off. Nobody's speaking at all. The guard says, apologies, Commander. Her Majesty's occupied. I've been asked to direct you to Countess Anise instead. Okay, and we're being told find Anise nearby. I like this. This makes me think of the start of POF. Not POF, the start of... That's funny how that did that to me. The start of the Siren's Landing, right? That wasn't actually the name of the patch, was it? What was the name of the patch? The Siren's Landing patch. One Path Ends had us do this. In my mind, they kind of blurred together, because when I first played that, it was at the press event for POF, where we did both. We did this patch and that together. Hello, Anise.
Commander. Too long.
Perhaps, indeed.
Countess, the pleasure is mine. I thought I was meeting with the Queen.
My liege is indisposed. I appreciate your flexibility.
Oh? I hope all is well. Hate to see even more flippancy tossed at her feet.
I can certainly hope, but I'm afraid drama clings to her like a bad smell. Good luck washing the linens. But that's unimportant. For now. On my queen's behalf, I would like to extend an invitation. The first meeting of the Tyrian Alliance will be commencing in Lion's Arch. We would like to see you there.
The Tyrian Alliance?
Correct. Might be stuffy, but I expect some interesting developments. The world is changing. We know this. Between the demon attacks, Suwan and Oreen, we woke up to a very different world. Now, let's hope everyone is willing to keep it in one piece. Before I forget, your invitation.
Thank you. Do we actually... Is it in the form of a male? Yeah, there we go. The court of Queen Jenna, Regal of Kryta. To the esteemed Pack Commander, it is with the highest respect that the founding committee of the Tyrian Alliance would like to invite you to join our organisation of trust and dignity. We hoped for a brighter tomorrow after the passing of Suwan marked a new era for Tyria, but something pushed back on that hope with a series of demonic attacks. When a series of demonic attacks left our people and our homes in peril. Although these attacks have recently waned, their source has not yet been discovered, and until it has, we're vulnerable. So yeah, the opening of the expansion here, of course, Isgarin hasn't revealed himself formally just yet. That will happen at their first meeting, right, in a big theatrical way. But from that vulnerability, something else was born, awareness. Leaders started speaking with leaders. Nations, once impaired by archaic rivalries, were suddenly allies, or on their way. Pain was shared as readily as food. After we survived the fight against the Elder Dragons, surely the next threat to rise in their place would not stop us, and it has not stopped us. As leaders talked, we realized it was time again to try our hand at unity. Not all will agree, and we certainly have our critics, but peace isn't made overnight. Thus, the Tyrian Alliance was formed. Commander, you have been a constant glimmer of hope in times of ire. You've impacted our lives in immeasurable ways. It is for that reason you are invited to join us in Lion's Arch for a celebration of trust. The Alliance may be new, but with time it will become something truly admirable and productive for Tyria, for all of us. With the support of the Tyrian Alliance's founding committee, Queen Jenna of Kryta. I think the Alliance is another one of those things that, to me, kind of diminishes the setting. I mean, I've said that over and over and over again. I think you need tension and conflict between the major races, the major peoples of the world. I don't care that we're in an MMO and some of them are playable, alright? You can have individual, controllable characters piloted by humans that form parties just because, you know, the Char are disgusted by the Norn. It doesn't prohibit you from playing dungeons with one another or whatever. I think that's a minor wrinkle. And to bend, to rid the setting of some of its most potent intrigue on the basis of that is an awful, awful, huge mistake. I don't think MMOs have to fundamentally be about friendship is power and togetherness. I think Arenanet writes this game that way, but I don't think that that's the case. There has to be, and I shun that argument. But
Hello.
you know, so one of the things for me at the moment with this game is it does kind of feel like everyone loves each other, all the tensions are gone, and this Tyrian UN is more of that, you know. And it's not that it's not logical for this UN to have come together through the Dragon story. It's not that it's not coherent. I'm not talking about the internal logic of it. I'm talking about the game as a product. I don't like, you know, I think it's lost a lot of its, you know, grittiness and things for us to latch onto and really be excited and enthused about. So that's kind of killed it for me a bit here. That's not really what I mean when I'm talking about Guild Wars 3, though. If we think about Guild Wars 3 1,000 years in the future, you know, the politics of the people at that time can be anything they want. That's easily, you know, you can throw all of that away very, very easily with just a bit of the passage of time. So, you know, that's not like a line in the sand. The Elder Dragon, like, the magical function of the world kind of is.
Come in. We'll
And
get you registered.
you can argue that, oh, in a Guild Wars 3 1,000 years in the future, they can mess with Su-1 in some way. And but then what are we doing? You know, well, we're making another story about Su-1. We're going back to the dragons. Like, I don't want that either. They've just... It's just... Ugh. Anyway, prologue, the Tyrian Alliance. This is such a good instance.
Ready for anything.
Hold it. Name.
Commander, over here.
So,
That you are.
I am indeed.
Didn't recognize the face at first. Fought alongside you during Scarlet's attack.
Oh, I like that. That's such a
Go
good little
ahead.
detail.
Don't mind me, just being cautious. A lot of big names in this building.
The callbacks.
It's a big job.
I'm loving the callbacks. Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't recognize my face with this mask on. Hello, hello.
Malice, Anise. This thing is really shaping up, isn't it?
No less cramped than any of Ash's hidden outposts.
Delegates and leaders are still arriving, but the turnout is impressive. My surprise is agreeable.
And nerve-wracking.
Everyone is comforted that you're joining us. You command quite a bit of respect here. Not all of us do the same.
Here we go.
You're modest.
Save that irascible demeanor for negotiations, Imperator.
Oh, I remember.
Go on. Mingle. As soon as a few more arrive, we'll get started.
I remember when we played this before, we had that huge discussion, guys, on whether that's how you pronounce irascible. Because I've never done the C, and I don't think you do the C. I think that was just a mistake. You know what this is like? I quite like this. It's so funny because the timing is right. I'll tell you what, guys. Hello, welcome to another video. Today, we're doing our end-of-term review. When we started this class back in September, you know, you were given some lessons, you hastily wrote something. Can you remember, cast your minds back? It might be a bit foggy at this point. Think back to the start of term, get out those notes you made. It's time to go over it again, because your exams are coming up. Think about it. That's, you know, the timeline is like totally right for that as well, right? It's like we're going back to the start of this year's classes to remember, you know, the early modules. This is where we are. Here at summer before our exams.
Commander, good to see you.
A lot of big names in this crowd.
Certainly beats interrogations and trial preparations.
Bengar.
Who else? We'll save that headache for opening remarks. I'm eager to put it behind us. Hasn't made things easy, though. The Dominion lives. Their numbers are just depleted.
I don't envy your workload.
Yeah, a lot of says, yeah, the UN doesn't have to be about friendship being everything. In reality, it's more like conflict than most places, as long as you make the different parties have separate agendas. Yeah, look, I like the idea of the Tyrian Forum, okay? Having a function in the world that where we get the major players, the major races together. It's going to feel a bit like a small neighborhood rather than a giant world, but whatever, there's the surrogates, blah, 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 so fine. You know, it's a place where they discuss and they say what they want, but there's nothing binding them together necessarily. It's just a vehicle for getting politics, basically, and diplomacy. I think that's really cool as a function of the story. So we got a confidential note here from Keen, Dougal Keen. I remember we were very excited about Dougal Keen being in this room. Been a long time, my dear. Oh yeah, we never did learn. This is going to be quite interesting, actually. So this is from Anise. There's a huge mystery in this. I was talking about it maybe 6 months ago. There's a huge mystery in this, and we still don't know the answer, right? So this is Anise writing to Dougal Keane, hero of the first book. Been a long time, my dear. I really hope that smile of yours is as blinding as I remember. The Queen sends you and Leonie her best. I don't know who or what Leonie is. While I wish I wrote on mundane terms, because she glamours this text, doesn't she? While I wish I wrote on mundane terms, we have another favour to ask of you. On behalf of Her Majesty the Queen and the founding members of the Tyrian Alliance, we'd like to formally request your use of your organisation's headquarters for our forthcoming summit. I think you can guess the details, especially after the demon attacks. Given our members' importance, we're seeking an establishment located in neutral territory to hold our inaugural meet. You know better than most how fragile trust can be when the negotiation table has a dagger sticking out of it. But despite the circumstances, the air is quite temperate this time. No daggers either. Yeah, that's the sort of what I'm talking about. That's the problem almost. The first summit could be tense, but I can assure you that the building will withstand the event just fine. Maybe I jumped the fence a little quickly, but I've already spoken to Magnus about securing the Lion Guard in anticipation. They'll be stationed outside at all times, which should be far less daunting to the locals than 80 guardsmen from 12 different standing armies. The city's security will be heightened that day, just to be safe. I like the idea that they do have all their own people. There's some poor guy that had to make this instance who would have had to put all these different NPCs in, you know, all these different factions and armors. We've come a long way since the treaties, Dougal. See, this is a big opportunity for the writers as well to draw, draw this sequence here as an extension of what happened with the treaties. You know, it kind of starts with the Char-Human Treaty. That was the first pebble to fall, you know, and now, you know, the first snowdrop to land, and now we've got an avalanche, right? They're all coming together. I'm not known to daydream, but I wouldn't let Her Majesty hold council with a room full of ulterior motives and competing personalities if I didn't think the risk was worth the reward. I've woken up to too many mornings dreading news of more death and destruction. I'm tired of it. Thankfully, everyone else is too. Now, here's the mystery. When Now, that could be Kreesha. I think we're all naturally going to think Kreesha because, like, Kree's nickname is Kree, right? And it's written right there. I want to be open to the possibility, though, that the devs knew that and it's not Kreesha. Like, why did they give us the first 3 letters of that word? Anyway, when Kree... The paragraph swirls before your eyes, dispersing like dye in water. Must be some sort of mesmer illusion. Whatever it says, this last part is for Dougal's eyes only. Really interesting. Talking about swirling eyes, by the way, in the recent Oblivion episodes, I was talking about my eyesight is really bad. Pretty sure it is my eye mask. I think it's a thing from wearing my new eye mask at night too tightly around my head. And it's messed with my vision a little bit. I've gone a few nights without that, and my vision's been fine. So, thankfully not some horrible long-term aging thing. I look forward to a prompt and positive response, Countess Anise. So what do you guys think? This will be really fun on this series, I think. Alright. Reminding ourselves of what these big mysteries are, really. I would consider this a big mystery, because it's very front and center at the start. I know it's in some side lore, but it's very obviously here. And it's new. Right? It's just been written, so they must have... I mean, we're not dealing with J.J. Abrams here. They have ideas to the answers to the mysteries. Sometimes. Not always. They admitted with E they didn't. So yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? What was that message about Kree? And Kreesha is here, right? There were lots of documents. We're going to be a bit more laissez-faire this time. If we miss something here or there, it doesn't really matter. This is just revision, you know. You here for the Alliance meeting? It's downstairs. Are you not joining? Yeah, let them use the building is enough participation for me. Not huge on politics, but hey, I'm not arguing with the gifts they've bought. Canthan spices, dried fruit from Alona. Diplomacy has some tasty perks. More of a consolation prize than a perk. Hurry things along down there, will you? There was a very hidden one on the way up, wasn't there? It was like in a rafter or something. It's very easy to miss. So I'm cutting these corners very early. I thought there'd be one up here as well. Thing is, there's multiple of these instances, right? So I don't remember which was in which. We obviously don't have to panic about all the achievements to get this time. Speaking of achievements, this time I'm like doing very well with the game. Like on the playthrough I did back in September, you know, I didn't have all the mastery points and everything, but we're all caught up here. Okay, so here's Keith. Now, how many voices are going to be missing here?
Keith, what are you doing here?
Commander, I'd heard you'd been invited. Glad to see you again.
Keith is joining me as counsel. We've both a stake in seeing our people thrive after everything we've endured.
I empathize with your pain. How are you doing after Aurene?
Some days are melancholy, but she still guides me. I'm needed by my people. That has given me purpose.
That they do. Keith has been vital in our pursuit of healing. We've all experienced a bit of an identity crisis after Maguma. We're well on our way, but we've problems to solve for yet.
Any step forward is a positive one.
You really like Lara's video snippet of proof Lord Farron is E because of LNF overlaid RE. I think I heard Boots say that years and years and years ago. I honestly really like the Farron theory. I really do. I mean, I know it sounds ridiculous, but I think it's a really cool theory. Cot says, though, wait, what? Is E no longer a thing? No, E is still a thing. It's just a few years ago, one of the writers, like, blatantly said on Reddit, yeah, we wrote this without any idea of the answer to it originally when we wrote it. And it is a thing you can do, right? Like, you can create a mystery or a mystery box, a strange item, strange idea, with the intent of circling to it later. And I think, you know, this might be a terrible thing to admit, really. But I think backwards engineering stuff, you've got a random mystery, you've got an unsolved plot point in one hand, and you've got, like, a natural conclusion in another. Sort of hacking those two things together to make it look like you always had an answer to the mystery, or creating a satisfying answer to the mystery. Hacking things together at the end is not that hard. It's not that impossible. And the fact it's not that hard, I think it is very common for writers to create mysteries they don't have answers to, just so they have that bit of tension and intrigue. It's so cheap and easy to do that. But you have to find a way to hack things together. And if you can't do that at the end, I mean, it's just disgraceful. Not that I'm accusing Guild Wars of having done that with E. They've had no obligation to answer the E stuff yet, and I think that's fine. I'm just a bit salty at the moment because I got back into reading Lost review and... ugh. Carlton Cuse and Damon Lindelof in that. Basically, they made 1 million mysteries that they had no fucking clue what they were doing or why. They were just... So the hatch in Lost, right? There's this quote that they come out with where it's basically one guy says to another guy, "Oh, you know, they could find a hatch on the island," and the other guy says, "Oh my god, that's unbelievably compelling. What's inside it?" And the original guy says, "I don't know. We'll figure out that later." Right? That mindset, that's everything to that show. And again, it's fine if you actually eventually say, "Okay, cool it. We've got to figure out what we're doing." But what they do is they say, no, there'll never be any answers, and it's because it's mysticism. It's a mystical show. It's, you know, it's not really meant to be known. It's you know, it's spiritual. It's like a faith kind of thing. You just got to sort of go bum vibe. Like, what do you think the answer is? What you think is the answer? It's that kind of just bullshit, basically. It's just laziness. It's just justification for hacky, shitty, lazy writing, and it's disgusting to me. It really, really annoys me. It's been 20 years and I still am not over it. I'll never watch another show they made. The Leftovers, none of that shit. Never. Never, never, never. Anyway, sorry. That's not to do with Guild Wars. Hello, Jenna.
Hello again. It is a genuine pleasure to see a familiar face in unfamiliar lands.
Welcome, Commander. I'm glad to finally have a meeting under less dire circumstances.
An empress and a queen. Dangerous combination.
Queen Jenna has been instrumental in Cantha's integration. I'm eager for these meetings to commence.
All I've done is make introductions.
With every trade organization and leader between the Shiver Peaks and the unending ocean. Such modesty. I'm hoping that today is productive, if not educational.
The latter, I can promise.
It's funny to hear every trade organization and leader between the Shiver Peaks and the unending ocean. Do you think Arenanet were thinking any deeper about that? Because obviously you've got the battle isles on the way, but when you've got like the Dermond Priory floor map, you have all the shipping lanes as well, to and from different locations. So I wonder.
Commander!
Hello, Bram.
Bram, What are you... oh, what happened?
Graham is representing Kragstead, acting as my own advisor.
Bram? Your advisor? Someone died.
Gawk all you need. I went home for a while after. The whole thing was an accident. One day I'm patching homesteads and caring for lone wolf pups, and the next I'm... well, here.
You? Leading an entire village? I'm impressed.
He's modest. He proved to be the leader Kragstead needed, and irreplaceable while I've helped take on more for Newt. A natural leader, our boy.
Stop.
I'm glad for you, Bram. Air would be proud.
I don't remember. There's two brothers, right? Sky and Sigfast? The other brother isn't here? It's funny they say this, like Bram is the leader of this village and whatever. Because in game, you know, just through the nature of how it all gets rendered out and explored, Kragstead's actually like a major fucking settlement, alright? If it's not Hulbrag, it's Kragstead. There's nowhere else that even remotely compares to how big and like epic and how many buildings there are anywhere. And I really do mean anywhere, even in the living world, right? Is there any... I mean, maybe one of the Coden sanctuaries feels somewhat equivalent in a very different sort of way. Most of the norm places, they're very small little homesteads, you know, and steadings that are just out on their own, and that's kind of the Norn way of life, very nomadic. Anyway. So we got Kilidris. Still don't really like this character, sorry. Very disappointed that this is the representative of the Dominion of Winds. Captain Ellen Keel and Lawson Mariner. The mayor, of course. Hey, I know you. Haha, Commander, it's a pleasure seeing you do well. Aren't you cheery, Keel? Good mood. Feels nice to be manning international affair versus fighting with some dragon minions. Feels a little normal, eh? Let's hope it remains normal. Things like this tend to go sour. Mariner won't speak to us. What does Calidris say? Oh, hi, Commander. Hi. How are you doing? Zaim won't speak. Oh, he will. Neither would Aman. I was sure I was pressing F on Aman and she wasn't speaking. Oh, hi. That's a face I haven't seen in a few sunsets, Commander. Spear Marshal, what a pleasant face to see. Are you here with Aman? Zaim, Commander. Drop the formality. It's nice to see it's nice seeing your neck of the woods for a change. Yeah, I'm here with Aman. The Sun Spears have lent their expertise and protection to the Elonian delegation. See, don't we get forgotten? Weren't they forgotten? No, not forgotten. Sorry, awakened. Weren't they awakened here? Well, we get Ludo.
Counselor Ludo. That's a lot of paperwork for one Asura.
Couldn't get a single one of those old sacks to put down the gavel and at least try to make friends. Did send me with a giant pile of paperwork, though. That's what I'd like to call the Asuran hello. Nonsense, most of it. Cantha is revealed. And if not for copying Asuran ingenuity, they'd still be decades behind. But we can't hide in our labs.
A little competition never hurt anyone. Much.
I certainly do hope that you are correct.
How much merit is there to her saying that they copied Asuran designs? I don't really remember anything specific where it was like, oh yeah, Cantha got a leg up because of this. I thought it was kind of presented that they'd figured it all out on their own, you know. They were trying to get away from the idea that they were dystopic or whatever. Jambo Bren says, tell us how you really feel, geez. What about the lost stuff? Dude, it's because they really lied about it for years and years. And I know that's a very easy thing to say, so what, right? I'll tell you what, if you're actually interested, if you have about 12 hours, all right, of podcasting you want to listen to, find the YouTube channel Velodus. And he's got a Lost review. Velodus, Velodus. He's a bit... I'm going to say 40% of the review is a bit iffy, like he's missing the wood from the trees. He's very literal and doesn't seem to have any understanding for like the mystical element of the storytelling. But despite that, it's an extremely sensible, real like breakdown of what that show was, and specifically the producers as it goes along. He'll give you all the quotes, all the articles, all the times they blatantly lied about so much stuff, and about their process and about what they were doing and what the audience should expect of them. And yeah, so that was one of the podcasts I listened to recently. Right. Creature won't speak. Let's just... Oh, wait. I want to... This invitation is probably what we already read, right? Oh, no. This is to the Dominion of Winds. To the Great House of the Dominion of Winds, it is with highest respect that the founding committees of the Tyrian Alliance would like you to invite the Tengu to the Dominion to join our organization of trust and dignity. And then the main body is largely the same. It has not stopped us. I like this a lot because, you know, from Arenanet's perspective, they've already written 5 largely copy-pasted mails to the 5 playable races, but the player doesn't see it. The devs are well aware that it's mostly just the same thing. But by putting this in to the Tengu that we can all read, it all becomes obvious to everyone, you know. I like that. Although this last bit's different. Although we've yet to be formally acquainted, we hope that you'll look to the aid we shared as the war against Jormag grew bitter and bloody. Should the Great House be interested, we'd be honoured if one of your own could join us to Lion's Arch for your inaugural summit. You send us whichever representative you feel is appropriate. See, I either really don't like Caligis here, or I think it's amazing storytelling. The way in which it's amazing storytelling is that the Tyrian Alliance is getting fobbed off. It's not getting the respect it wants. It's not friendship is magic, everybody's coming together. But there are some disinterested, continually isolationist elders in the Dominion of Winds basically saying, oh, fuck off. Here, have Caligis. Have this weird, very youthful, unequipped Tengu. We'll just throw a random at you, right? Get out of our face. If that's what it is, I think it's brilliant. I think it's really good. Because it creates that tension I'm looking for, and it also acknowledges Caligis as a bit of a lame duck. But I don't know whether that's really what's going on there. Anyway, let's get on the podium. Now, when we were in Asura, we got on a box. If I remember rightly, yeah, Ludo has the box too. That was such an amazing detail. I loved that so much.
I, Countess Anise, liaison to Queen Jenna of Kryta, call all representatives of the Tyrian Alliance to council. Please, to your places.
So there's a Yumi in. Shh. I think I had a shh. The audio is good,
We've
right?
Quite a bit to cover. First and foremost, the Pact and Orders send their regards. Structural changes have them occupied. But with that aside, the founding members have come prepared with opening statements. Affirmations of why we're here. As our mutually elected emissary, Commander, would you like to determine the order of operations?
What qualifies me to make that call?
You've had a hand in just about everything Tyria has endured since the retaking of Claw Island. We approve.
See, that's a problem, though.
I imagine the Pale Mother supports this notion.
Sure, have at it.
See, I feel like I would have rather if a lot of stuff had happened that we'd heard about, but we weren't directly a party to. Okay, so we get to choose the order. Sorry, in chat, Arvin says, I always wanted to watch Lost, but now I'm second-guessing that idea. Yeah, look, I don't know whether I recommend it or I don't recommend it. I recommend it on one ground, that the first 3 seasons, especially the first 2 seasons, are some of the best TV ever made. The music's incredible, the setting's incredible, the characters are incredible. It's really, really fantastic. And in those early periods, where the mystery element of it is a mystery show, where they're captivating and you feel like they'll lead somewhere, it was some of the best TV ever made. But the fact is, you're taking one of the best things ever made and seeing how terrible it gets. It has a worse fall from grace than like Game of Thrones. Everyone loves talking about Game of Thrones because of recency bias, but Lost is way worse. And that's like kind of soul ripping in a way. It's a really, really horrible thing to have something be so great and experience it fall so far. That's why I end up feeling so strongly about it. So I don't know whether I recommend it in the end. But you know, I can go back, watch clips from those early seasons, like the emotional beats, like them launching the raft and the score kicks in. It's incredible. Or, you know, Sawyer telling Jack that he met his dad at the bar before getting on the plane. Moments like that, they're just really, really, really powerful TV. So anyway, let's discuss this. Let's just go. Should we go down the list? No, let's not be boring. Let's do some random options. Well, not random. What do I want to hear about? I don't know what I clicked first last time. Probably the Bangar thing, right? Probably. Let's say, how's Janthir integration with Tyria going?
Esteemed leaders, I am thankful to have met a few of you before. Queen Jenna has made many of these introductions. For those of you I have not met, I am Empress In of Cantha.
Hello.
I was advised to send a liaison in my stead, but I wanted to show the face of the Empire. Cantha's integration into Tyrian politics has not been swift or easy, but it is considered our greatest priority in the wake of the Elder Dragon event. Our people are largely united in wanting, but like all nations, an underbelly of resistance remains. However, I want to pull us from the murk and into the light. Cantha's technologies are vast, some might say superior, and I firmly believe that we offer something unique. And clearly share similar passions with our neighbors. Together, imagine what we could accomplish. While we are focused on diplomacy, we've had a secondary goal of enlisting archivists from across continents. Our libraries and history texts are woefully dated.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Janthir and the Asura then.
Counselor Ludo of the Arcane Council. I'll keep it brief. As you can observe, I am the only present representative from the Council. We are experiencing growing pains. Cantha's prowess threw us for a loop. I may be alone in this thinking, but about damn time. For a long while, the Council has lazily relied on Asuran Magitech superiority. We've become complacent, our research secondary. I, and a few others, have been advocating for a more productive integration into the global sector.
I love this song.
No disrespect intended, but Cantha's advancements on our designs? Well, frankly, it's insulting. Our knowledge is still unmatched.
An interesting choice of words. Know that I enjoy competition. In fact, I encourage it.
As do I. My first significant motion on the Arcane Council has been to eliminate any restrictions on admittance into the Asuran colleges. Our next focus will be on global equitable information exchange. That's all. For now.
Ooh, okay. Didn't Kella just say she's just a messenger normally back in the Dominion? Like she delivers messages as a runner? I believe that's what she said when we first met her. So I think this is a good theory, Ari, them not responding with high respect. Well, we'll see what she says throughout the course of this scene. I'd like to hear updates on Bangar's trial.
Krisha, Imperator of the Blood Legion and elected representation from the Char. I'd be lying if I said tensions weren't high at the Citadel. With Bangar's trial nearing, another civil war isn't impossible. Even behind bars, Bangar commands respect from his most loyal. Although weakened, the Dominion is still a threat. However, the Imperators are mostly aligned. Imperator Malice of the Ash Legion joins me today in support. Ephraim sends his. You may have heard the whispers, but there are calls for another Con-Ur to rise. The Imperators don't disagree. But the Trial of Embers will wait until we've decided Bangar's fate. That is our first priority.
I never remarked on any of this before, guys, but the Trial of Embers? Is that the name for the... as far as I know, I mean, it's very possible I've forgotten it at this point. I think that's a new concept that they've just introduced there. The Trial of Embers being this thing about electing Con-Ur. I feel like that's a new concept. And can I just say, that's a brilliant expansion name. People earlier in chat were joking about Cogs of War and stuff. The Trial of Embers. If they were going to do a mini-X pack around Char politics, Char aggression, the figuring out this Con-Ur thing, I think that would be it. The thing is, right, okay, I just want you all to imagine that you're playing the Trial of Embers expansion right now. Where do you think they would go with that story? What's your guess about what modern Arenanet writers would do with that plot thread? My guess is that they'd realise violence is bad and discontinue the idea of the Trial of Embers, and there would be no Carner at the end. That is what I think they would do. And I'm not captivated by that as a story, you know, direction, really. The idea that something actually happens, that there is, you know, a Carner at the end of it, and that's a strange and weird thing, and where do we go from that? That's captivating. But I don't know whether they'd do that. I mean, maybe they would. I'm being very presumptuous there. I don't know what they'd write. But yeah, it's got the whole of thing, right, in there. They broke that with JW, didn't they? Wait, hold on, let's see. GW2 didn't have one. Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, End of Dragon, Icebrood of Saga. No, that Icebrood Saga. Icebrood Saga effectively was an expansion, guys. That's how they were marketing it. But okay, we'll ignore that one. Secrets of the Obscure. And then just Janthir Wilds, right? They broke it, didn't they? It was right now. They didn't break it earlier, and I forgot. I mean, if you're going to include the seasons, like Scarlet's War and stuff like that, then they broke it ages ago. But I don't think we really do count those. Season 1 is called Scarlet's War. It's funny they didn't rename the tab. I thought they might have at this point. They have like names, don't they? Season 4 is Aurine's Ascension? I don't know. I can't remember. I think they do, though. Alright, let's discuss the state of the... Was there another observation I was going to make there? No, I don't know. I like this. The tension, everything I was just bitching about, it's all there. It's really exciting. It's good.
I am Firstborn Dagonet. Keith and I have ventured from the Grove to represent the Sylvari. The Pale Tree sends her regards. Her healing has been a slow process, but her spirits remain bright and focused on our growth. Our people experienced a deep wound when Mordramoth rose and fell. As a people, we have many questions about where we come from, what purpose we serve following the Elder Dragon's death. Who are we as a society? Many have decided to leave our home in search of these answers. Finding direction and purpose, that is our focus. As the Pale Tree heals, so do the rest of us.
Another mystery I'm still really interested in is, like, what did we were talking about this very recently. There are, like, 2 Firstborn we still know nothing about. Could be anywhere, could be doing anything. Is it 2 Firstborn, I think? It's 1 to 3. I don't know. I don't remember the exact number. But I think that's really captivating. Okay, last of all, updates from the Norn.
I am Scotty, son of Newt Whitebear.
Yeah, I love his VA as well.
Old man just can't say no to a good brawl. Expected to heal just fine. Just as our people are healing. Unsure of how to approach the spirits. How we can help them. If we can help them.
The Sylvari share in your pain. The Pale Tree. That's been a process.
Aye. Looking ahead has been our focus. Our scouting parties have returned to the far north to explore the villages and homesteads cut off from Holbrook for decades. We've also got eyes on the sons of Svanir. Rather, what remains of them. Most fell with Jormag. Those that remain, broken, lost. If we can offer any rehabilitation, we will. But we won't welcome more violence to Holbrook.
My queen.
Thank you all for your remarks.
Oh, I wanted to make my remarks.
We gather on mutual ground as allies. For some, friends. We suffered the Elder Dragons. We saw a new Elona and Cantha. We've endured much. But now, Tyria has the promise of tomorrow. The last decade was cruel, but standing united today shows promise that my father only dreamt of. However, it is not on kind terms that we gather. The Alliance was formed as a reaction to a new threat. Almost a year ago now, demons attacked our villages and farmlands, your cities and homes.
48 dead in the mountains. An entire village burned to the ground.
One attacked the grove.
2, just outside the gates of Rata Novus. They stank.
No casualties should be accepted. These attacks were calculated, I've heard. Our perpetrator? The Cryptus.
Cryptus?
And what exactly are these Cryptus? Where did they come from?
The more pertinent question, how did the Queen discern this information?
Tone. I've dealt with an Emperor's horde of petty banter, so I pivot. Queen Jenna, care to elaborate?
This information is as novel to me as it is to the Alliance.
I've heard rumors of your trustworthiness, Your Majesty.
I like the vocal fry there.
No hyperbole until the Queen has spoken.
I wish I could pause it, guys. I really wish I could pause it. Ah. Ooh, I didn't catch that they both said the same thing last time we played. I fucking love this guy.
The reality of Tyrian politics has not ceased its endless parade. Shall we have a mature discussion?
Hell yeah. Who said I'm not qualified to be here?
Introducing representation from the Astral Ward. Iskarin.
Who was it that said they're not qualified?
Iskarin.
It's interesting we get a Keith reaction.
I apologize for my friend's theatrics.
And Frode, Warden of the Astral Ward.
What's going on, Jenna? Answers.
Queen, if you wish to leave with all your limbs
She's a terrible
intact.
diplomat.
Calm, all of you. And I thought the war bands needed babysitting.
I hate that line.
Frode, was it?
Indeed. Admittedly, I expected worse. Wayfinder, under duress as always.
Wayfinder. Ah. Should have known you had a leg in this race.
I'll try talking to them.
Look, I hate that line because that's not what the Char are about, alright? Don't compare a couple of, ooh, we just had some crossed words. Don't compare that, right? People just talking to fucking warband violence. It's not the same. Don't have Krisha say that. This is as bad as it gets, is it? People not mincing words. I have to say though, I really think both Secrets of the Obscure and Janthir Wilds are really good on the fine details. It's really striking me playing through this. Look, big ticket ideas. Isgarin's like eventual characterization in this expansion. We all know, if you've seen my other playlist, I'm not too thumbs up with, but like the little thing, I think they're all right here. Very specific numbers about the Cryptus that attacked. We can see it's sort of low stakes. One attacked the Grove, but they're talking about it, you know? And I think it is good. You know, they're talking about the far north. It got me captivated thinking about the far north up there. The game just needs loads more scenes like this. As far as I'm concerned, I'm also aware that at launch there were a bunch of streamers.
Oh, I'm really bored. Just sitting here.
Like, come on, man. Yes, it's not engaging necessarily, but if you want an engaging story, you got to be happy to do this. You got to be happy to sit there and let your character speak, and just hope you've written something good. You know. I'd much rather they focus on this, writing basically a screenplay, than trying to drip gameplay into every second. As long as the screenplay that comes out at the end is good, and I think this is all right. I love that Ludo with the fighting animation over there. Anyway, alright. Let's chat with her on. Also, Anise is a terrible diplomat. She's getting people more annoyed and worked up than anyone else. Commander, while I've certainly had my fair share of life-altering realizations, I'd like to know what this is all about. Should I be concerned? No need for concern, Dagonet. The Astral Ward have much to offer the Alliance. Mariner is shitting himself. It's Garen! Oh, now we get to speak to the other people, I see. I know that name for the people of Garenhof, but what's going off? Kjell called the line gun. I like this. That should have been a voice-acted line in there. It would have been good to have had him, because, yeah, in a weird way, right? But this has been lost over Secrets of the Obscure and Janthir Wilds. But in a weird way, the Crayons here have got a very strange and intimate connection to this character that no one else does. I don't know what the eventual story is going to be with Isgarin, but if I imagine a retirement where he just ends up back at the Fife, I think that would be kind of fun in a way, if it's done right. No need for Lion Guard. Isgarin and Frode come in peace. They will explain. Isgarin is a seer, is he not? He is indeed. Actually, with my Guild Wars 1 objectives, I got the titles, and I also had some like basic minis I hadn't dedicated at my Hall of Monuments yet. One of them was the mini seers, so I spent a bit of time 3 days ago in Camadan buying one. I would not have expected, that was while I was watching a Louis Theroux documentary. I was watching his documentary about gambling in Las Vegas with that little old lady who like lost $4 million in 7 years. And they interview her and her son and say, aren't you essentially gambling his inheritance? And they ask him what he thinks about it. And he says, it's her money, it's fine. Which I think is reasonable. Anyway, sorry. Only one left. If you know about the Seers, then you'll know he's here as an ally. Do we know about the Seers? Cryptis, the Astral Ward, a Seer. You knew all about this and you didn't tell me. See, now, that's funny. When I was playing as Liss, this made a lot of sense as a line. Because, you know, Liss has her connection to the council as it is. We felt like kin. I don't feel like kin when I'm a human. Would I be who would I be to burden you further? Aren't you up to your ears in paperwork? Commander, who are these strangers barging in? I want answers now before my fists go looking for them. Calm, Sky. They are friends. Hear them out, please. Iman says, I have a bad feeling about this. Who is he? Beings using such powerful and ancient magic have not historically boded well for the people of Alona. This time, this ancient being is on our side. Isgarin wants to help Tyria. And Calidris. Who is Isgarin? What is Isgarin? I've never seen one like him before. Is he just the same as those exalted who helped defeat the Ares Walls from Jormak? They both float. I actually love this line. I remember this. I like the Arenanet lampshades, the fact a lot of these ancient races are like floaty. And the Exalted aren't even an ancient race, but they're floaty. And a lot, you know, at the Heart of Thorns release, so many of us were wondering, oh my god. Isgarin is a seer. Like the Exalted, though, he's here to help us. I feel like we could have an Exalted in this room, too. Alright, hello, Frode, again.
Ready as they'll ever be. Get to the point.
They thrive on the brink of chaos.
They've all endured enough trauma for a lifetime. Patience.
If we're measuring trauma and lifetimes, they wouldn't compare.
Oh, I love him. Oh, it's so good. Please justify that to me one day, Arenanet. Do the mass sacrifice on the Bloodstone thing. Whatever, do it. I mean, they've justified it enough anyway. Venusian says, not only did I watch Lost, but I've watched that Louis Theroux documentary recently as well. Crazy. Really? That is odd. Neither of those are new things. That's funny. I think Louis Theroux is a bit more in the news at the moment because of the Settlers documentary. If you go back to his older stuff that's a bit more lighthearted, not saying it's better for being lighthearted, I think his hard-hitting stuff's just as good. Like Weird Weekends and stuff. It's always good fun. My Calidris voice sounds like Towley from South Park. I haven't seen Towley in South Park for a while. Towley's in it a lot now, isn't it? Because of the whole Integrity Farms arc. Ludo is in Champions, which everyone forgets because no one remembers what happened in Champions. Actually, I have good memory of Champions just because it was so long and there was so much grind to do all the achievements there. I guess not everybody did all the achievements, so yeah, fair enough. You know, that's another thing. The patch today, or yesterday, the Absolution patch. Have you guys noticed they've done so many DRM patches? Have you guys spotted that? Now, I'm not suggesting anything there. I'm not saying they're going back to doing DRMs or anything like that because I really don't believe they are. I mean, they might repackage that format under another name and a more appropriate name, maybe. Anyway, I just think it's quite interesting that there's been a lot of, you know, when I went to getting my AP over, you know, after this Christmas or whatever, one of the things that initiated that was one of these Janthir Wild patches doing a bunch of DRM updates. So I thought, oh, I'll go on then, I'll finish my DRMs. And I did it. And then I thought, okay, I'll go back and do the End of Dragons things I missed. And then it kept spiraling. And there were more. Just yesterday, there were even more. I'm still on my way to 50k. By the way, that idea of completely completing GW1 doing all the Guild Wars 1 AP effectively, right? Versus Guild Wars 2. This might be curious to some of you guys. What would we consider an equivalent to be? Like doing everything in Guild Wars 1, how much AP is that in terms of Guild Wars 2 effort? Like, what would you score that? And to me, I would score it about 30 to 35k AP. Maybe 40, somewhere in that region. But I honestly think Guild Wars 2, like if you put a gun to my head, right? You sat me in a room, you said, WP, you have to do one of these 2 objectives. You can pick which one, but you have to. Life or death, you have to. And I say, okay, what are the 2 objectives? 1 is get all those titles in GW1, or 2 is get 45k AP. I would pick the Guild Wars 1 objective every time. Guild Wars 1, doing that in Guild Wars, it's hard. It's really hard. What I'm talking about effectively is like super Guam. Guam is 30 titles max, and I have 37 maxed, right? It's hard. It is very, very hard, but it's still way easier than the kind of shit we have in Guild Wars 2 these days. Guild Wars 2 is pretty epic. To get anyone above 45 in Guild Wars 2 has put a lot of fucking hard graft in. It can be easy to forget because you've done it over such a long period of time. But you know, like when I was thinking about finishing my Luxon or my Kurzik titles, grinding, it's doable. Meanwhile here, to finish all the convergences, you know, to do your 100 convergences for both expansions, it's fucking hard, because it's all time-gated as well. There's so much more time-gating in Guild Wars 2 too that muddies the waters. Anyway, sorry, it's all a bit of a tangent, isn't it?
Thank you for allowing us the time to speak to you all today. I apologize for the dramatic entrance. Again, I am Frode of the Astral Ward.
Frode. I've heard that name.
The Ward has been cloaked in shadow for centuries, protecting you from threats unknown and unlike the Elder Dragons.
The Cryptus.
The source of our demon infestation, I take it?
Beings of the Mists who are no longer a problem. Not right now. Our Wayfinder, your commander, can speak to that.
I joined their fight. The Cryptus have been contained.
I wouldn't be surprised if some still attempted to breach our realm, but they aren't organized.
He speaks truth, as the commander can attest. Hesitant trust is advised. Isgarin revealed himself to me not long before he revealed himself to all.
But you get that special privilege, do you?
The Cryptus are harbingers of what may come next from the mists.
And you say they're no longer a threat, Wayfinder?
I've been to their realm myself. They've been stabilized.
When Su-1 passed, Tyria's essence bled into the veil beyond, the mists. We are no longer shielded by her power. Every eye turned toward us in that moment, and likely more. We glow brighter than we did before.
I really want to pause!
Tyria is a unique world, coveted by those beyond.
I want to pause!
To summarize, our demons are Cryptus, and you two, the Astral Ward, are some sort of secret organization that fights them?
Not just Cryptus, but any intruder from another realm. We've certainly faced other threats that were not born of Tyria. Why didn't you reveal yourself sooner?
It's a great line.
Or help us with the Elder Dragons.
I will answer all of your questions. But this is not the right venue.
It is, though.
I'm inclined to agree. Whatever this information is, I gather it's sensitive in nature.
I imagine the room needs a moment to reflect.
Didn't earn that.
Shall we pause and reconvene in smaller council?
After our councils have ended, I will speak with any of you. Whatever questions you may have, I will try to answer them.
I feel so strongly that side-by-side cutscenes would be a benefit to the storytelling. Still, that scene, no. I think having the big ensemble is good. But if all these small council were side-by-sides, whatever. We won't get into that conversation. Okay, this is this line again. Ready?
Commander, with us. We'd like to continue the conversation.
No, shh. I'm having a conversation with chat. and just YouTube in general in the comments. Where is it? Isgarin. Alright, close your eyes, everybody. I'm going to give you my most seductive, lore drippy voice for this. Ready?
When Suwon passed, Tyrion's essence...
Tyrion's essence bled into the veil beyond. The mists. We are no longer shielded by her power. Every eye... Keep your eyes shut. Every eye turned toward us in that moment. And likely more. We glow brighter than we did before. Tyria is a unique world, coveted by those beyond. Okay, talking about budget, right? Cast your mind back to Season 2, right? We get Omad's machine. And we get the orbs in the machine, right? Beautiful, concept-y, strange, very esoteric, interesting cutscene that was endlessly amazing to speculate over. What does each orb represent, blah, 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 blah. Talking budget, right? Realistically, it would have been epic if either SOTO or JW had an Omad's Machine style conversation depicting what Isgarin just described there. Every eye in the darkness turning towards Tyria, right? And there could be specific eyes with specific runes or shapes or colors like they did with the orbs, whatever, backgrounds that people, lore heads, we would pick it apart. We'd be like, oh shit, what does this mean? What's this? Hints and inferences, suggestions, what's going on in the broader universe out there. Since Arenanet don't have a cutscene like that, since there isn't really anything tangible or physical for us to grip onto, it kind of just feels a bit, they'll just throw some random antagonists at us from the cosmic soup, It's not so thrilling anymore, But if we had a little cutscene where you saw different representations of these societies, these beings, these creatures taking note, maybe, like the orbs all moved, it represented the dragons waking up at different times. Maybe the eyes notice us at different times. I don't know, I'm not talking about copy-pasting the cutscene. I'm talking about, just the broader idea of how a bit more budget could accentuate some of these moments. The story's there, but it'd be much more captivating if we had these little pieces, that to drive in with it. Anyway, as it happens, we get Isgarin's little description there, and it's cool. Any invader from another realm. And yeah, I think they did well with this scene, because the other characters ask exactly what they should. Why haven't you helped us? Why does it feel you've been thrown in at the last moment? Obviously, the doylist answer to that is because they have. but they got to justify it in universe, and I think it's good to have the characters ask that. All right, hello, Iman.
My people have recently begun early exploration of Dislana. The dragon brand is weakening, all these years later. Dangerous place, rampant with harpies. I don't see them helping us. Perhaps the Hecate?
I've only been to the ruins of Foreigner, parts of Korna. I should visit more of Alona. When you call Dislana dangerous, what do you mean?
You've been to the best tourist attractions, at least. You should visit. Dislana is taxing. Harpies are dominant, which makes it hostile territory. But my people used to hide in the mountains. We have records and rumors of temples, settlements. I don't know if anything waits for us there, but it's worth looking.
Sounds like the Greater North. Homestead's long displaced by Jormeg's storm. No telling if there are any survivors.
We defeat the Elder Dragons, and this is our reward. The scraps of what used to be.
So this is kind of, this is one of those great moments where, again, they're setting up other things, reminding players of topics, conversations that the game could go into. My only slight disappointment with this is they're basically regurgitating what we know about the region from Wiki. It's kind of got that air of, okay, the writer looked at Wiki and saw there might be a Harpy association, which is the only detail we have about the fucking place. And then they just type that into the game. Go expand a little. Put a bit more. Go to your internal Obsidian database, because they don't have an internal wiki, right? But they have an internal Obsidian database, I'm sure. Now that I use Obsidian, this will be my the thing I go on and on about now. On your internal Obsidian database, venture a little more than just talking about the harpies or ruined temples. I mean, that's an easy guess, isn't it? Give us something. Expand it a little. I feel like that happens quite a lot, you know. It really is just a reminder that those places exist, not that they've done any tangible work on fleshing them out. I mean, I get why they might not. In the industry, you don't want to put your heart and soul into things that won't ever manifest. So I don't know. Oh, sorry, in chat, someone said, where was it? Oh god, do I have to scroll up already? Before Tegrity Farms? The Lost Authors had no integrity. Yeah, no, Viper07 says the time to complete all 30 Guild Wars 1 titles is far less than 30k AP. Yeah, no, you didn't listen to what I said. I didn't say 30 titles. 30 titles is just Guam, and I agree with you. It's probably only 20k, even less maybe. I don't know. Guam really ain't that bad. I didn't say just... it's not just Guam. I'm talking about Guam plus all the other titles. It's not just 30 titles. Or you say all 30 Guild Wars 1 titles. There's way more than 30 Guild Wars 1 titles. There's loads more. I'm talking about getting them all. That's what I would say is around, you know, with the exception of the PvP ones. That's what I would say is 30 to 35. WP Obsidian doesn't have a database. Yeah, it's all just markdown files, isn't it?
So you've met before.
Anise introduced us. Their friendship was just as much a surprise to me.
We sought another ally ahead of the forum. We've known it was time to reveal ourselves to the world. Figured this would be better than a more public spectacle.
That inclination isn't wrong. Why now, though?
The Cryptus may be controlled or contained, but my words should cause fear. Tyria is as blood in water.
And what exactly is attracted to that blood?
Any number of beasts and beings. I've no reason to think we're in imminent danger, but I suspect something draws closer. And we all need to prepare. The Astral Ward is ready to help in any way we can.
So you've numbers then?
Some. Fewer after the Cryptus. We bled on the edge of that blade.
What do you propose we do?
Focus on your affairs. We'll get nowhere without some degree of control. Your nations are fragile still. Here. Nourish.
We'll be establishing pacts with our neighbors. I suggest you do the same.
Wise.
On that subject, I'd like to offer some information on the Isle of Janthir.
Janthir? A storm looms over that place. Blood. That is not a territory I wish to cross.
I don't expect you to, but we may find more allies throughout those lands. The Lowland Coden.
My father spoke of them briefly. He left their territory untouched. Those are bonds I have not maintained.
I imagine there's more to this suggestion.
I want to pause.
We should speak within thicker walls. Yes. Wayfinder, I don't think anyone here would be better equipped to help form these bonds. You are not only a representative of the Astral Ward, but of Tyria. Look around this room. Take it in.
I could support that notion. Yes.
Utilize Moon Camp. It's only kicking up dust otherwise. We'll send word to your aid. All your aid. The ward will establish a gateway between our outpost and the human city. With the Queen's blessing.
Blessing granted. I support this, and you, Commander. Now is the time to fortify. The Countess will meet you in Divinity's Reach.
Okay. They let me pause. It's interesting there that they say we, all of us, should meet with our neighbours, plural. Lots of people going to see lots of their neighbours. Then suddenly the entire expansion is all about these people and their neighbour. One of them. But it's fun to think right now in the story, We're pushing arrows out everywhere. And it's funny to think that next year's Mini-X pack, the opening premise is as simple as saying, yeah, you know you went to find the Lowland Coden? We went over here. We found another Pale Tree. Yeah, you know you went to find the Lowland Coden? We went over here. We found a ruined statue to the dead god Arachnia, or whatever, I don't know. Yeah, you know you went there? We found this thing, which suggests of another origin point for humanity on the planet. What's going on here? Do you get what I mean? We went up here and we found a giant monster in the palace. Not that I think anyone would expect any allies in Drowned Kyning. Excuse me. So yeah, what else was I going to say? There was something else. Oh yeah, and then of course the only thing I don't really like here is I want an adventure. I don't want to fucking teleport to the Delta, man. I don't want to teleport up there. Give me a portal, you know, a normal exit. And give me a shitty instance where I sail on a boat down there or something. Give me something! Ah! Let me do it on a skiff, maybe, even. I don't know. Happily, with the new patch, by the way, they did add an actual portal between here and here, I think, or something. Anyway. So that's it, is it? Check in with Creature and Malice. Office of the Arcane Council. Research Disclosure, Ludo. Purpose of research. The bottom of the sheet is covered in scribbles and doodles. Whoever filled this out was very, very bored. There was something else I was gonna... Oh yeah, I was gonna say, it's really interesting on replay, actually, listening to Isgaran talk about how their nations are fragile. Obviously, that's just more condescension, which is what I love about him. Keep being condescending, keep talking about how you're the mature one, be an arrogant dickhead, I love it. You know, having played it now, a lot of it, obviously not the last patch, but knowing what he now knows about Barvanisos and the fate of the Massat and all of that, it's kind of cool, actually. Knowing a little bit more about what he knows and what drives him to say the things that he says. Hello, Krisha.
I've witnessed cleaner executions.
Krisha, think I'm going with the commander to Janthir. I feel a professional pull. Have little intel on that location, or these Coden, and it feels vital. Or intriguing, at least.
An Imperator leaving her post to get her claws dirty. Care to steal my mate, too? Go. Be our eyes. I can cover for us.
So I still think...
I'll see you there, Commander.
I don't know, guys. You've played Absolution now. Alright, so on the original playthrough, this was hanging over my head the whole time. I don't think Malice should be in this expansion. She doesn't make any sense. It should have been at Ephraim. Ephraim is the obvious char to have in this. With the Flame Legion Titan connection, there's so much to get out of him. Why, Malice? Why? Why? All I can assume is it was a voice acting driven thing, or it's so that she can ultimately steal the Scepter of Ore from us, and there's a betrayal coming. But people didn't want to hear about that potential betrayal because she's our friend. We're friends now, and you wouldn't. An Ash Legion char wouldn't do that. No, they wouldn't betray us. So I don't know what the fuck. Maybe something cool happens with her in this patch. Got no idea. But as far as I'm sitting still at this point, I don't know. So there we go. We can cut that rant down to just about that 30-second snippet there, and we don't have to go on and on about it anymore. I'm still a bit perplexed on that decision. We got Ludo over here. Sorry, we got some questions in chat. D-Rose says, WP, are you planning on making any lore recap videos? There aren't any good ones since, and including Secrets of the Obscure. Yours were the highest quality, always, in my honest opinion. That's very kind of you. That's very nice. And I always do try to do a good video. I'm glad you felt they came out well. I don't really have any plans to do those anymore. I find it a bit spiritually empty or something. I don't know. Just saying what's already on the wiki in a different format. I don't know. It's just something that just feels a bit empty about it. For a long time, I had a few motivations. I felt very connected to the community for a long time. I don't anymore. And another thing was I felt very, very connected to the trajectory of Guild Wars. I was very excited about the Dragon story. I was very excited to see what they could give us, where it was all going. I wanted as many people in the world to know about Guild Wars and to get on board and find it fun and experience this cool story with me. And all that motivation's gone now as well. I think everyone who's tried Guild Wars 2 has. If I did a Guild Wars 2 lore video these days, it's not like Joe Schmo excited about the next GTA is going to watch it and be like, yeah, I'll get into it. And a lot of the stories that I was interested in have been resolved, either in satisfying or unsatisfying ways. It's sort of done. So the big motivations I had to do those kinds of videos, make those productions, are not there. You know, so yeah.
Look at them over there. Can I assume they're scheming?
No, Counselor. Assumptions are very often incorrect. We'll have plenty of time to ask our questions. And I have some for you, as we were tasked. Before the Arcane Council, my research says that you were the Dean of Statics.
I am the Dean of Statics. If I dedicated all of my time to the Council, my brain would melt and drip onto the floor.
I love her voice.
Talented and busy. You remind me of my sister. Say, you and I should plan a visit. We're supposed to be making friends after all. I would love to host you in our labs. I'm very curious to see how they stand up to such a precise eye.
If they stand. I would love to give you my assessment, Empress. And I'm also happy to waive my consultation fees in good faith.
Good faith indeed. I see you two are getting along.
Seriously, where's all that fry coming from? I don't remember that at all. Aaron says, I just finished the patch. No spoilers from me, but this VA strike really hurts right now. Yeah, there's 2 characters in the last patch that are... they're not voiced, right? I don't know, man. I mean, if the patches are still coming, the stories are still coming out, I don't know what effect it's really having, right? I mean, the world is spinning on, it would seem. What was that other question? Oh, sorry. I don't remember, WP. Did you freak out when you actually went on the boat and even did a mid-journey dungeon in Stormblood? Yeah, I fucking love that dungeon. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That dungeon with the haunted lighthouse and all that stuff, that's excellent. The trip to Doma, or Kugane, or whatever, is so good. So good. That's exactly what I like. I mean, not 100%. I mean, when I say I want an adventure, I don't need to get there in the space of one dungeon. I want to revel and enjoy, you know, the process of going to a new place, wondering what's over that horizon, who lives there, why they live there, what they're struggling with, you know, and assets. I want it to look pretty and different. And at some point, you know, it's always going to look largely the same when they reuse assets and it's the same engine, the same lighting engine, the same this, the same that. You know, at a certain point, it will fade a little. But just teleporting me there to the Horn of the Maguma, or now up to the Delta, not satisfying. Travel to the Royal Palace in Divinity's Reach. Okay, so that's Lion's Arch Instance 1. It's the second Lion's Arch instance that's the real big hitter, isn't it? Can I share my fashion? Sure, it's the White Mantle helmet, the Chronomancer shoulders, the Zera backpack, bladed leggings. I don't know about the boots and gloves. They don't really matter. They're tiny. Oh, Vestments of the Lich for the chest. Best chest piece in the whole game for light armor, that thing. It came out at launch. I have bladed gloves and bladed boots. I guess just to fit the bladed legs. And then I just went with red, black, and gold White Mantle colors. Holy shit, that portal sounds so loud.
Prompt, as expected. Welcome, Commander. The gateway is active. I've word that Malice will meet you there. Got a glimpse of the place myself. Frode gave the Queen a proper tour. He'll be expecting you, too. Though, between friends, their definition of camp is sweet. I'm sure you'll be very comfortable.
You should see the Wizard's Tower.
You are quite adapted to them, aren't you? How are you feeling about the mission, then?
Taking a wait-and-see approach. This is uncharted territory, and Janthir has quite the reputation. Venturing into Janthir to befriend Coden. Not how I envisioned that first big step.
Diplomacy is a fine craft, Commander. And making allies requires an artisan. Oh, before you depart, Do we prefer Wayfinder or Commander now?
For you? I don't know if you calling me anything but Commander would sound natural.
Old habits die hard, I suppose. Good luck.
Funny, that's the portal to the Mistburned Barrens. I didn't even know that they'd added one here. Interesting. Of course, it wasn't there at expansion launch. It was only this one. Yeah, I think those little notes about Jenna's father are quite cool as well, by the way. I'm still curious about those. Like, they dropped in a few. And again, that's what I mean by small detail in a way. I don't know whether they're going anywhere with it, but... Alright, hello.
Wayfinder, the guest of honor. Welcome to Mooncamp. Vanak, if you don't remember. Fought with you against the Cryptus and Omnitas.
I do. Hello.
This is what you call a camp?
The Astral Ward? Subtle. Not a chance. Good to see you closer to ground, though. I volunteered to help with the integration. Long overdue that we got involved in Tyrian affairs. More publicly, that is. Got a few things to atone for.
Commander, Vanak was just giving us the lay of the land. Dangerous place, Janthir. Eager to scope it out.
I am as well. There's something about the atmosphere here that wilts my senses.
I didn't realize you were joining us too, Kaith.
On Dagonet's order, he didn't go into much detail about the Pale Tree's status. And perhaps it's not my place to say, but her recovery has been slower than we expected. Some days she seems weaker than the day before. We search for a remedy. The Astral Ward knows magic, and ancient magic at that. I'm hoping we can form a connection with you.
I do too, for what it's worth. And all help is good in these parts. Janthir is a nasty place to get lost. But before you touch ground, Frode wanted to speak with you, Wayfinder. Seemed urgent enough to prioritize.
Right. I'll track him down.
In chat there, Log Dog said, your fashion is always incredible, WP. Always impressive. 2 exclamation marks. Am I being trolled? Just hold on. For years, I've had very bad reputation for my fashion. I haven't really cared about it for years and years and years. I got some good looks on some characters, but I can't honestly say it's been a priority for me that much. How times have changed, guys. Look at that. I'm getting a legit, authentic compliment about my fashion there. What do you have to say now, naysayers?
Frode, I trust you're getting some sleep in between missions?
I used to be in charge of Mooncamp before Levente named me Warden.
Something must be serious to pull the Warden from Omnitas.
You know us well. It's true. The Lowland Coden will be fine allies of Queen Jenna and the Tyrian Alliance. That is no lie. They know these lands better than most. Janthir and the northern stretches are formidable. How much did you learn of Waiting Sorrow during your time in Omnitas?
Yeah, so...
Waiting Sorrow? Your missing wizard?
I want
Not a lot.
to pause.
Besides the fact that she created the Heart of the Obscure.
Indeed. I've never met her, of course, as she's been missing since before Ascalon burned to the ground. This must stay between us, for now. But we suspect that she's hiding among the Coden.
You want me to find her?
It isn't a burden on your shoulders alone. The Ward is here to support in whatever way we can. But, yes, we need you to.
Is she dangerous?
She's very capable. For your own safety, expect resistance. I wish I knew more. Between us, Wayfinder, all conversation about her turns Isgaran more conspiratorial than usual.
Then I'll keep my guard up.
Good. For what it's worth, Dagda doesn't agree with him. She was also Waiting Sorrow's closest friend, so there's bias. But that's all I've got, so I'll leave you to it. Get to know the region. We'll set out in search of the Coden soon as well. They've been known to homestead along the delta and the coastline. They'll build for 100 or so years, then move. Unsure of their exact position, but I imagine we're close. We portaled Mooncamp here to avoid scaring the locals.
Probably more subtle than flying it over the bay. Good call.
Stalwart Hart pulled some research noting they're not especially keen on magic. A floating building may cause alarm. But, good luck. I'll be here to guide you as I can. Ward's busy with the reacclimation. It's going to be a long process.
That they're not very keen on magic thing. I remember that kind of went in one ear, out the other on my very first playthrough of this. And it's kind of a big deal, actually, in helping you figure out the whole waiting sorrow thing. In retrospect, I think this has been a good conclusion to that mystery and a nice way to lead us into this story. I had a question earlier, and I keep wanting to answer it, and then I keep forgetting. I'm desperately scrolling back up now. I think it was ages ago. Dev's made these parts unpausable to make me hold to my schedule. It's true. It's true. If they were pausable, it'd be just like the 14 or like any other fucking game I play, where we'll get one line of dialogue and then go off on a huge rant. I mean, this is pretty dire, isn't it? My content, I've got to say, my content's pretty unwatchable. Oh, God. I love you guys. Thanks for watching. Wait, you forgot Eve? Who was in this X-Pack? Oh, I can't find it. Someone had a question. I think it was about Guild Wars 1 or something. It was a good... Oh, yeah, it was ages ago. Someone in chat asked, why didn't the Wizards Court... I'm paraphrasing here. Push away the humans, since they're essentially extra-dimensional invaders, right? From another realm. And that's a really good question. And I think that there's a lot of interest in how Isgarin regards the human gods and what they did. He speaks very bitterly about them and very bitterly about that period of time. But what he and what Sidoni and the rest of the Seers, what they actually did to and with the gods, to the extent that they collaborated or rejected one another's aspirations and plans, we don't know. Arenanet have never given us proper details there. And I think that's one of those things that I'd love to get more of as the stories go along. I assume Isgarin survives this most recent patch. And if we get more of him in the next mini X-Pack, then I'm all there for it. I'm really thrilled by that character. Questions like that are very much on my mind, and we'll see some stuff like that as we play through. I think that's a very good question, though.
How are things with the ward?
Fine. Tense. Isgarin wanted to lock our doors and go back into hiding, but that's just not an option for us. We have 100 fractal inhabitants taking up residence in Omnitas, and I doubt they want to stay.
Good mention the inhabitants.
Limbo of our making. And that's just one problem.
Are you going to get the Alliance involved? Probably a smart move.
I think we have to. Lear agrees. He strongly agrees. Isgarin's worried that the world will think us monsters, which is a fair fear, but our actions aren't above critique. I'm airing my angst. Suffered a few long nights, but we're moving in the right direction. Don't let me distract
I have no memory of this conversation, but it's a very good one, isn't it? Good to have a character question the morality behind some of the things that we learned last year. That shit with the fractal inhabitants is pretty ridiculous. By the way, pretty clear idea, isn't there? Of, okay, we're pushing to Dizlana. We want to settle the area. Well, we need a bunch of families to settle that area. We need people. We need bodies on the ground. Well, guess what? We got a load of fractal inhabitants. You guys want to come live here? And thus, Palawa Joko Fractal Edition is reborn, bordering Alona. And then we do the Movement of the World 2 Electric Boogaloo, and he takes over again. No, but you get what I mean. We can have the fractal inhabitants pushing out into these new territories. Simple little idea there. So this is big. This is very big, this town record. Now cast your minds back to September. Read your review notes. So we saw this, didn't we? There's a record of a town nearby. 1069 AE. This is just 3... This is around Guild Wars 1, basically. And look. Saul D'Alessio arrived. Ooh. With someone called Agatha. And Calm Dubois. And Maura Haig. And Rhea Ingham. And we know some of these names, right? Sorry, well, no. Some of these are residents. Ingham... Rhea was a visitor. And then there's these two people here, twins, Cordelia and Cosmos Maze. You know, the fact that they're twins and one of them's called Cosmo really makes me think of the Fairly Odd Parents. But yeah, and you can see somebody died. This was never really properly answered, was it? Laurent Klein? Laurent? He was a resident of the town. He was born in 1031. He was Ascalonian. And he died right when Saul and the twins came to town, and Rhea came to town. But it says unknown cause for his death. I don't think they ever give us an actual answer to that. But I think it's just supposed to make you think, huh, something dodgy happened when everybody arrived. And of course it was the slaughtering. Here's a letter to Frode. From Galrath. Frode, hate to report back with next to nothing, but most of our research on the Isles lived and died in Mabon's head. And Isgarin has most of Mabon's journals set aside for himself. I'll see if I can work on that. Most everything he else is code or scraps. I did manage to pull some information on a village called Gavril. It's fixed, or was, somewhere in the southernmost isle. The single town record we have in the library is dated 1069 AE. You'll never guess whose name's on it. Saul D'Alessio. Doesn't that just brighten your day? Remember, this is Galrath writing this. We know how that story ended. Good riddance to the bastard. But we should make it for an interesting excavation. At least this will be a fine opportunity to get hands-on with the area. First time in centuries this region wasn't explicitly under Mabon's watch. Didn't even take me... what? Oh, under Mabon's watch. Didn't even take me. I'll send you whatever else I find if I do. P.S. Appreciate the desk work. Not eager to make new friends after the last few months that I was sitting at a table for a few hours, reading some books, and then taking a long tea break is just what these bitter bones needed. I can't remember. What's Galrath's thing? Is he Lion Guard? No, he's White Mantle, right? He's the villain. The quest is... It's first watch Sergio or something in Lion's Arch, right? That you get the quest from. And it's to go apprehend/kill Galrath. What happened? Did he get resurrected by Verata or something? I cannot remember. Oh god. I'll have to put that on the list and refresh what I know about him. There you go. There's a little bit of work for our revision there. So then what we got? These guys. Field report from the Moon Camp. This is from the camp leader Whifford. Currently have Moon Camp settled on the northernmost shore of Janthir, because remember, these things are mobile. Not far from the Ashlands. Cryptis everywhere. Wait, okay, hold on. They currently have the Moon Camp settled on the northernmost shore of Janthir. All the way up there. I don't remember reading this. Did I just gloss over that last time and not think about what it was actually saying? This record says it's at the northernmost shore of Janthir. I mean, could we call this the... It's clearly the southern shore. Or what? This is the southern shore. This ain't even really it. I assume they moved it after this. Not far from the Ashlands. Cryptis are everywhere. At least we're far enough away from the main populations not to worry much about civilian casualties. Supposed to be some Coden nearby, but I think they're currently living in their southern settlement. Given what intel we do have on them, I suspect they're not going to need much help from us either way. Anything that chooses to live in Janthir is probably tough as Delgamore steel. The Cryptis are swarming at the shoreline, pointed toward the Isles. They've never crossed over though. Not sure if that's by choice. Not sure I want to know either. Mabon's got the Isles covered and I've got plenty to kill. I interpreted this last time as them here, and the Cryptis were around here as well. Because when we think about the regular Tyrian landmass, this is like the northernmost shore looking out towards Janthir. We've got to remember, a lot of this has like the force field headache thing. But maybe there's a northern extreme to it and they parked here for a while. I don't think that's what it's saying though. Whatever. Galrath was former Lion Guard turned Mantle.
Brilliant insights from Frode, Commander?
He and I caught up and talked about the Coden. We're not exactly sure where they're settled today, but they're likely close. Astral Ward research also says that they're a little distrustful of magic. We'll want to keep that in mind.
Yeah, keep that in mind, WP.
Sounds like
You forgot
we've
last
plenty
time.
to strive for, then. We should get moving. I don't know this region.
I'd recommend taking it slow. When we call Janthir treacherous, we mean it.
So Galrath had that. He was Mantle, died for the cause, got resurrected, and later realized in his undeath it was all a sham, and now he hates them, right? So that's how you have a character that hates them even though he was a part of them, something like that. Alright, explore Moon Camp while Vanark debriefs you on the region. And we have different objects to examine. So there's a map of Janthir here?
How big is Janthir?
Huge. Practically in Kryta still. But the deltas are considered a part of the Isles due to their climate and flora. It stretches far to the north, running parallel to the northern Shiver Peaks, as far as modern maps are concerned. The Isles and Bay make up most of the occupied territory, with some coastal regions lining the mainland. There was even a small human outpost on the Isles, but it's long abandoned now. Don't know a lot about it.
Not a good place to be, then.
It's so funny. He mentioned flora on the Isles, and it got me thinking, oh, it'd be really cool to... Because we're in the middle of this Oblivion Let's Play, right? And I'm an alchemist in that. I was thinking, oh, it'd be cool to pick the flora. That's... I was thinking, interrogating myself there on, like, what is it I want from exploration? And I was thinking, yeah, I want to pick new flowers. And I sort of thought, okay, so what you want is you just want Elder Scrolls style experience, but interior, is that it? Which is so silly to hear myself say, because while we're playing Oblivion, all I can think is, fuck man, I wish the skills and the magic and the combat system was better, like Guild Wars. Guild Wars it's so easy to see that's the strength of this franchise, right? Like, they're so good with that stuff. Or were.
That's a cryptis axe. I'd recognize it anywhere.
Yep. Moon Camp operated in the area during the attacks. Apark's grunts were poking at something here. Never figured out what.
Given Janthir's history, I imagine there are any number of things a demon could be drawn to. Not especially inspiring, though.
Have you guys ever bought Zero Cola from Tesco? I'm talking to the UK viewers right now. Zero spelt with an X. Like really cheap knockoff Coke, basically. Like super cheap cans of Coke. 1 calorie per can. Less than 1 calorie per can. Anyway, I've just drank that while recording this. And it tastes like perfume. I swear it tastes like I'm drinking cologne or something. Like it tastes like perfume. It's very, very odd. Not totally unpleasant, but a bit of a weird one. Yeah, so that's another mystery. The cryptists were poking around. I mean, broadly we have an answer to that, right? You can generally say they're interested in artifacts and stuff around, but what's something more concrete? Did they put a point on that by the end? I remember doing a lot of speculating about that as well. I'm really enjoying this. This is cool because I can be just kind of casual. We're not spending half an hour on everything. We just sort of go through what we remember about each mystery.
A lot of things come to Janthir to hide from the rest of Tyria. That's why the Mersat built Bava Nisos here. Though, that place is all ruins and storms now. Hard to get close.
Bava Nisos? What's that?
First time we hear it.
Former Mersat city. Fixed in the middle of the Isles. Been abandoned for a long time. Don't think I'd want to go anyway. Maban told me about it. Didn't sound all that hospitable. He went back from time to time. Memories, I imagine. Or guilt.
This is all good. We have tangible answers and we generally know where they're going with all of this stuff, which is really good. Got White Mantle badge there too, a relic. I loved this room and looking through all this. This is also the room with all the... Oh no, one of these rooms has all those alchemy things, which I thought might have ended up integral to the story, but really was just one of the side achievements. Oh! You know the little animals doing the heist? Did that get answered? Did that get followed up in Absolution? I'm really asking a lot of questions of you guys in chat here, but is there a follow-up for that this patch? Here's an Astral Ward notice from Warden Tarin. Restricted area, Bava Nisos. Mabon and Isgaran have placed research restrictions on the Janthir Isles and the city of Barbanissos. Research may commence from a distance, but given the present Massar influence and danger in the region, all travel to and from Janthir must be explicitly approved by Mabon. Travel to the Isles themselves is prohibited. While the Isles themselves are considered too dangerous for ward interference, the mainland regions within the territory are free for exploration, so long as permission is granted and caution is utilised. A handful of peaceful, smaller societies live among the mainland coastal regions and should be treated with the same caution as any non-Astral Ward entity. I.e., hide yourself from them.
What can you tell us about the history of this place?
Former home of the Mersat, and later the White Mantle. From my research, there's been very little activity in recent years.
Correct. Aside from the Kodan, only a few other groups have called it home. Some centaur tribes, trolls, creatures that keep to themselves. And the Isles are another story. I recommend you read up on it. A lot of blood has been spilled here.
There is a mention of the heist. Is there really? In the last patch? That's very good. I think we were all hoping for an actual follow-up instance where you go to Lion's Arch, but a mention at least is something. Yeah, here, with all these alchemy things.
That's a Valraven talent. Nasty beast. The ward has little documentation, aside from a few first-hand accounts. A few travelers come through Janthir, stay away from them at all costs.
Yeah, so Valravens are a bit of a weird one. I got the impression at launch, and I still have the impression to this day, that they were kind of be a bigger thing, maybe have a unique model, something. But they basically just look like griffins, don't they? It sort of felt like maybe they ran out of time to get it as a unique creature, something. I don't know. Off-brand Coke is something. Look, I'm not prudish about that kind of. I'm not going to sit here and say you can only drink Pepsi or Coke. Nothing like. I don't give a fuck. I'll drink supermarket brand stuff or eat. It's not, you know, some kind of weird loyalty to these massive, you know, sugar conglomerates. Doesn't mean shit to me. Does it taste alright? I'll try it out.
It's so quiet.
Reminds me of Drizzlewood. Abundant vegetation. I wonder how much of this is edible.
I learned a long time ago not to eat strange plants. Now, where should we go
Do you
first?
think they're nodding towards the...
Sounds like
I want
something
to
to be
pause!
determined by a wayfinder.
Do you think they're nodding to the mushroom hallucination cave thing with that? By the way, I remember when I first played this, I got very confused because I felt like I was in the open world already. But we are technically in a story instance. This is some old growth pine.
Goodness, look at you. This is a very old tree. Imagine the stories it could tell us. Standing tall and strong, protecting the smaller growth.
Eyes up, Keith.
Defend notable forest features inspected. Defend yourself against the ambush. Oh, from these wolves. All right, finally a bit of I don't want to say gameplay, a bit of combat. So I'm not. I really am a noob with spear. As far as I remember, the 5 resets the 2. I think. So the 2 is mind the gap. The 5 teleports me to them. Releases a cascade of psychic energy, damaging them, and refreshes Mind the Gap. The initial impact will stun a foe if I have clarity, which I will because you're going to press 2 to put it on cooldown so that you can refresh the cooldown. So you're opening with 2, and by opening with 2, we get clarity. So it's going to be 2, 5, 2, and we'll stun them during that. This is defensive, and the 4's the Phantasm, right? It's a dash at the start, leaving the Phantasm at my initial location, and then it throws a spear. So it's a ranged Phantasm. If your Phantasm hits someone crippled, they get immobed. If I have clarity, we summon 2. Okay, so if I go 2, I get clarity. 5, I spend the clarity. Wait, do you spend the clarity, or do you just need it? Anyway, if I go 2, 5, 2, I'll have clarity at the end. So then I can do 4 and it will be double Phantasms, right? So as kind of just an opening thing, 2, 5, 2 and then a 4 and then probably weapon swap.
We should follow that stream. Let's see where it leads.
Obviously not that I believe in having a hard and fast fucking robotic rotation for open world, because I think that's stupid and not what the game's designed like. But just as a pattern to follow. So unfortunately he died before I could even finish the 252. See here, we're technically already on our Warclaw. Sorry, our Journeykin. I think the most recent patch just renamed some of the minis.
Janthiri flora is fascinating. And probably very toxic.
There you go, I'm getting some advice here. Tokizo says just do 2 and then 4 for clones. Kitabake says do 2524, like I was suggesting. Mayo says the 2 is the main damage, 5 will reset it, 4 will give you double phantasms. And we want to figure out what the nature of the auto attack is like as well. Already it feels much bigger and more impactful than the Ranger Spear did. And it's got flashy
Watch
effects.
out for the cliff. Wouldn't make for a nice fall.
Never mind the cliff. Watch out!
And I like the diameter, the Darius. This is Darius, right, from League, the 5. So there, I don't have clarity, so we only create the 1. Oh, but by the way, I'm a Chrono, right? So I'm using Chrono Phantasma here. So when we create 2 spear guys, they're going to respawn another 2. So that's actually 4 phantasms. See, I kind of want to put Greatsword on the other set with Bountiful Blades to do the same. So both weapon sets give us... See here, so if I do the 4, it should be 2 spear guys, and then they reset for another 2, and then we get the clones. Now, does the 3 really do any pressure, or is it purely defensive? Dude, we got a lot of stunning with that.
What were those things?
Must be Valraven. Talons look just like the one Vinox showed us.
Yeah. See, it's such a shame that they're just Griffin. I think that the expansion lost a lot by not having them as unique enemies. I think new areas you go to have to be... So, new areas of the world you go to have to be populated with... Do you know what? Honestly... The most exciting new, place we went in this entire game, for me, was POF. When you ran out into those sand dunes at the start of POF, and you saw so many new enemies. The Hydra were there, they had the new Choya, you had the sand eels around, plus, the mounts, right? Like, the raptors and shit all effectively felt like new stuff. It was really magical, and I think the enemies made a lot. I mean... All the environments were new assets, so the masteries were layered in very well with that stuff, finding the sand portals and the quicksand and stuff. POF was brilliant, man. Really good.
It may be dangerous, but this place... Oh, it's stunning.
That's one word for it. I wonder where the flow of water will take us.
And ultimately, I'm in a new expansion.
Ward, I need assistance now! Alchemy, it won't calm!
I'm in...
Treacherous, eh?
Better check it out.
I'm in the start of a new expansion, just the same right now, but I don't feel that same kind of wonderment that I did at the beginning of the Crystal Oasis, I feel like I'm in Drizzlewood Coast. That's what I feel like.
Together, everyone.
What has them so riled up?
So here, I'm just going to weapon swap off and get straight onto the dagger sword shit. I've got no clones going on. That feels really bad.
Attacking on sites so close to a populated camp is concerning behavior.
Bet it has something to do with that distress call.
Reasonable take.
I feel bad about doing that to those poor deer there. I don't remember all of this. I just remember running down the path. I generally agree, but I remember...
Claw marks. And from quite a large beast, I imagine.
I remember being really disappointed by the Devourer and the Destroyer Crab looking forged. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it was perfect in all ways. Obviously, they were the same skeletons and they were variants on the things we'd seen before. But it was generally very, very good, I think. Mostly, they hit a really high bar. And not just in the first map, but the next map, and the next map, and the next map.
Footprints and more claw marks. Chase them away from camp.
It doesn't get the kudos or the applause that I think it deserves at all. But I think the Desolation is easily one of the best areas they ever made. It's so gorgeously rendered. It's so accurate to GW1. The sulfur looks so, like, nasty. Obviously, it's an ugly place. It's not a pleasant place to be, but it's beautiful, right? You've got those weird, like, pools of, like, oil slicks and stuff in it. The haze rising off. The big open alkali pans. It's really, really good. And even Vabby felt pretty distinct, too.
Blood. We better hurry.
Anyone! Help us!
Come on. That was one hell of an expansion. I can't believe it was sandwiched between two epically good seasons as well. I feel like Arenanet at that time cannot have been working on other projects, but the truth is they were, right? Like, I don't know. Who knows what was going on, but that was some epic shit. The golden age, guys.
Wayfinder!
Oh, he dodged us. That was him being good at the game, not me being bad. Gonna face away. That was a long eyeball. I guess I'll mind rack. Does he have a break bar? No. Oh, he does now. Oh, I cancelled my own mower somehow. Why is my mower cancelling over and over and over? Oh, I fucked up. Also, I didn't really need to. I'm trying to use that well as a stun break, really.
Surround it quickly.
That was a waste of the signet as well.
We're here to come, not to kill. Maintain eye contact and be firm. The rest of you follow as we guide. The creature is vulnerable. Again, we don't seek to kill it unless absolutely necessary.
Fucked up again. My instinct is to press 5.
Outlander, use this. Breathe.
Who are you?
Curious garbs you wear. Perhaps something sturdier would do you better in these parts. Which of you is the leader?
Commander.
Ash-covered location was nice too. It looked like snow in POF. I mean, POF had such a range of, like, the Highlands had really great areas. They had the big snowy mountain area, let's not forget, which is also great. The big Deljamor tomb in there. To this day, I would still adore a map here. I mean, I don't give a shit about the brand anymore, obviously, but just connecting this path that was right here, the Lifeblood Falls, with the closed passage there is collapsed. Still adore that.
I'm in charge.
I've looked at those great walls all my life. Proud, the humans. I'd like to get to know you. I'm sure the Claw would, too. The sun is fading. Wherever you traveled from, our village is likely closer. Follow. We've got a fire for you to sit by.
I love this rope, by the way. I know it looks a bit
Thank
elastic
you.
and stretchy.
We'll follow. But who are you?
Barbed Veil. Come. You can help us lead the journeykin to safety. But we must move quickly, unless you want to lose yourself in the woods. Our nights have been far darker. The Valraven watch.
So I think the Icebrood Saga did dark, scary woods very well as well.
You mean that wild animal?
Fascinating beasts they are. Came to us from far away. They need protectors.
It's enraged again?
Stay calm. Help it release that energy, just like last time.
Do I want to throw in a random 3 or just get back to autoing, I wonder?
As I told you, Outlander, the salve.
Yeah, I hit the special action a bit quick and interrupted her. We broke the brake bar there as well, by the way, but it didn't really matter because we already had it at 50%. but we got a nice diversion going on. Sorry, time sync. Yeah, we have new names for these, don't we? Split second,
Again,
rewinder.
Keep your voices stable. Help it relax.
I want to discover if I'm actually spending my clarity.
Use the salve.
We're your friends.
Good, good.
Let's see. So this does 900 damage. Sorry, no, wrong one. Oh, this does 2,300 damage. Yeah, it's huge. The 3 is massive. The 3 is definitely worth pressing. In fact, on a 10-second cooldown...
that it's enjoying this.
It could be. Let it release that energy.
On a 10-second cooldown, if I hit it early, I might be able to sandwich that whole loop with it. Does that make sense? Like, if you go 2 first, then 2, then 5... Sorry, 3 first. Basically, if I do all this, if you look at my cooldowns here...
Again, the salve.
I can hit the 3 again before the weapon swap. I don't know whether sandwiching that... That's usually an okay principle. So I might want to open with the 3 every time I weapon swap in there. Because it ensures we get 2 per set, per swap. Assuming we're swapping as fast as possible every time, which generally we want to get more high power cooldowns.
Welcome.
You can use 3 without clarity. Oh, I didn't check. Sorry, you can. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like when we swap onto the weapon set, we can use the 3. We don't need to prep it with clarity, right? So it's a good thing to begin with. Yeah, this scene with the pop-up, this didn't hit as hard as the End of Dragons one. The End of Dragons one was really well earned. You know, you had the whole really epic opener with the airships flying, the very quiet, closed-in camera, intimate scene in the prison, where you really don't get that sense of big, broad vistas, and then it opens up and you get the logo.
I was expecting a little more of a hike.
But in this one, I want to take a break.
Let the outside
Pause. We'll take a break.
Travelers avoid these lands, and for good reason. Not intentional isolation, that is. It isn't my story to tell, however, and we're nearing the pen.
Is there more about the Coden's history and ore? Is there more of that in the final episode? Because that's obviously the other big outstanding mystery that I'm still very interested in. But yeah, no, I forget what I was talking about. Oh yeah, it's just that we've already seen big broad vistas, so then when we come into the village, I mean, it's pretty that there's a waterfall, but it's no different to just a vista, you know? I don't know, it doesn't feel as grand somehow.
Here, Commander. Use this to calm the beast.
Okay.
What is it?
Ew. Ew. I don't remember this. Surely last time I played this, I looked at that food. Did I just grab it without thinking last time? Look at that. It looks like such gross slop. Ugh. I have a friend who was telling me about how he had a disease where he had green poo the other day. That's what that makes me think of. There you go.
Animals, especially feral ones, only know a life of hunting, fighting for their food. A kind interaction and a gift is sometimes all it needs to learn trust.
I love this waterfall sound.
You return with more than another journey, Ken Spearmaster.
More creatures lost in the wild.
A claw of the Coden that I've never heard of, huh?
Call me Stoic Alder.
We found them in the forest.
Is that what Redux Coda looks like?
Defending themselves against this one.
I'm glad you intervened before any lives were lost. Come, we should speak.
Takazo says, funny you should say that. Just recently someone made a Reddit post talking about how boring the POF maps are and how much worse they are than Heart of Thorns. Well, it depends on what avenue of discussion we're having, right? Like, so I'm talking about assets, exploration, you know, theming, right? What they're probably talking about is gameplay. They're probably talking about, you know, and in that way I can see what they mean. POF maps are very broad, they're very open, they're designed for a lot of horizontal travel and and there's less going on. Heart of Thorns, you know, you look at Tangled Depth, but not just Tangled Depth, so you look at Verdant Brink with those really deep down trenches, and it's very windy, pathy, even in the central area, all the way up in the trees. If you're doing HOT without mounts, and so few people will remember that accurately at this point, because it was a long time ago now. If you're doing it without mounts, and a lot of people come in just get mounts instantly and, you know, ruin their own experience. Hearthorns is very, very good, very windy. Hearthorns is excellent as well. But when I was just going on about POF just now, I was thinking to myself I should mention Hearthorns too, because Hearthorns was really good as well. But they're good in different ways, and you know, I think it's true. Hearthorns has the better gameplay. Not that POF is totally empty of stuff. POF has like the floating ghostly temple, right? POF messed up with the metas, but we're not really talking about the maps so much there. You know, this was a really good area as well. Every map had something brilliant. The hidden Abaddon statue over here. There's loads of stuff. And it's lost on people these days, but the scale of the POF maps, these were fucking big maps, right? That's a big old square I just drew. You know, it's like a quad Straits of Devastation. There was a lot to revel in with that back in the day too, and nowadays I think it's sort of just par for the course, so people don't think about it.
As a delegate of the Tyrian Alliance, it's good to meet you, Stoic Alder.
Hello.
Interesting. I never thought Tyria capable. Clearly, we've plenty to discuss. Come. The village welcomes you.
That's interesting.
I'll tend to our friend.
He never thought Tyria capable. I thought his whole thing was he didn't really know shit about Tyria. There's a bit in this story where he goes to hang out in Lion's Arch and learns a lot, right? So where's this judgment coming from immediately? So in the last series, I ended the first episode after this scene. Obviously, we're only about 2 hours in here. We'll plow on.
Stumbled into the kindest alcove in Janthir.
I think the way that this mini playlist will work is we're basically going to do a map a day. Basically. Today we'll do all of the Lowland Shore story. Tomorrow we'll do the Janthir Century. The day after we'll do Mistburn Barrens, and then that's it. We're on to Absolution, which I won't rush through. Not that I feel I'm rushing here, but there'll be more to say there, so I'd expect good 2, 3, 4 episodes.
Seems we have visitors. Rather unexpected in our keep. Welcome the Tyrian Alliance.
Tyria has allied. Amusing joke you play, leader.
Your skepticism is understandable. But given the severity of recent threats, Tyria needed to act fast. And unitarily.
Threats? Surely the strangers do not walk among all lands.
If you mean the creatures attacking from mist portals, I'm afraid so. We call them Cryptus.
Ah, mist portals. It's of the flesh stalkers that this alliance speaks. Yes. As foes, they proved fatal ones. Lives lost on your front as well, Jan.
I'm afraid so. And allying proved the viable solution, finally.
Fear can be a supreme unifier, or divider, depending on how it is channeled. So, this is why you come to my hearth, with eyes carrying intention. A bid to join your alliance.
Who knows what other threats the mists might bring? Should that happen, we'll have strength in numbers.
See, what does this really look like, though?
I respect your good intentions, but need time to ponder its implications for our own.
What kind of collaboration are we asking for here?
That is my decision. At this time, I extend our visitors the opportunity to speak with our council members.
Yes, please. So, like, let's say he said, what are we asking of him? Military support in times of crisis. So let me put it to you. I recruit these guys in, they say yes. Immediately later, you know, next year, there's a crisis down at Raisu Palace. What are we asking for these, you know, this dinky little tribe that have been looking out for themselves, largely isolated, to travel to the other end of the planet to go deal with a distant threat that will never be on their borders in exchange for what? The potential help for a situation later? I just don't think they could buy into that immediately, you know. I want to know more tangibles here, what they're actually asking. Also, that thing where the characters sitting around saying, oh, I never thought they could have allied. You know, like, I get the impulse. Oh, this is a big thing. They finally allied. But it's too much tell, don't show, you know? Like, I don't buy it. I don't buy that the people of Tyria hate each other. I don't buy that they've really struggled to collaborate. I don't buy that they're as selfish as apparently I'm being told they are, you know? Like, they seem collaborative and pleasant and nice. There's no events where they really come into conflict. There's no sorties against one another. There's no real backstabbing. There's no assassination happening. There's no betrayal on any level. There's no, you know, it's just... everything's always so pleasant. And then it's like, oh, but we have this big reputation of never being friends with one another. They always hide from it, you know? Like, how did the launch game deal with this topic? Well, it kind of danced around it by having the pact form, right? Oh, we can't get them themselves to ally. Look, Destiny's Edge were mean to each other at Lion's Arch. So that's it. So we'll build the pact. And then the pact disintegrates. But I don't know. It feels like this... this should be a big moment, the Tyrian Alliance, and in a way it is, but in another way it's like, you know, no, this should be like the fucking, you know, the end of you know, the end of the movie where there's confetti everywhere and Luke Skywalker's walking up the steps. You know, like, it's a big moment to get the Tyrian Alliance going. It almost happens like offhandedly here. There's just a natural consequence of all the other stuff that's gone on. I don't know. Xmark said, Silent Watcher here. Hello to you. By the way, I am a Silent Watcher with everything I do always, so I understand. Every Silent Watcher out there, I get it. EOD, dear, you agree about the intro? End of Dragons felt really grandiose, but so Secrets of the Obscure and Janthir Wilds, it's already felt overused. I guess it's just the standard now, but I wish they'd stop doing it. Yeah, if the camera's a bit too janky or clunky as well, if the music doesn't swell in unison with it and all that, I feel like it just comes across a bit meek and not great. And unfortunately, that's how I feel with the Janthir Wilds one. I think it's fine as a format, but maybe put it into like more of a cinematic at the opening now or something. I don't know, play with it a bit. Anyway, so here's the council, and of course, Waiting Sora herself, Fading Aurora, is right here. And on my first LP, I did speculate that she was she. And then moved on. I think I speculated everyone was Waiting Sora ultimately, so it wasn't much of a waha made it. And then I promptly forgot all about her. Oh, well, no, I didn't forget about her. I forgot about Fading Aurora. I didn't forget about Waiting Sorrow, but I did forget about Fading Aurora. She just blended in with all these other random council people. Which, like, on replay, I can kind of see. These guys are all in muted, boring as fuck colours. But these guys have actual outfits, so you can kind of tell that they're the big characters, really. I don't know. Alright, so anyway, Rai Lycan. Welcome to our village. Nice to meet you. What's your role?
Why, hello there. Rai Lycan, humble lore master of the lowland.
Yes.
Long before our tribe came to inhabit Janthir, we hailed from a sanctuary far in the north. In those times, we were led by two honored Coden, a claw chosen by the people, Alder's role, same as his mother before him. Also, a voice. She was chosen by Koda himself to share in his mind, ultimately proving her worth by the trial of faith. A trial that would prove both to her detriment and the tribe's. Mid-trial, nearly crushed by the weight of madness, she fled. Some call it cowardice. I believe it was the will to survive that seized her from the brink of oblivion. The same will our claw channeled in the trial's aftermath, Rather than risk ruin, he led the tribe south, to Janthir. Given time, some Coden found themselves called back by the will of Coda, a call they followed to Or. The rest, our forebearers, remained. And it is here, free from gods, tried only by nature, that we find our sanctuary.
See, so...
Well, at least, that's the speech I've prepared for the Cubs' annual history visit. I fear it sounds a bit rehearsed.
So that's really, really good. It's such a shame that conversation is surrounded by all of these. I think last time I did it, he was the last one I spoke to, and the player's going to be a bit fatigued with the amount of exposition they've had. It's a really, really good thing that you get taught about there. They kind of recap the whole blog post, nice and comfy for you there. They talk about this new thing, the Or thing. There was another branch of lowland Coden that went to Or. And who knows what happened. Well, I don't know whether they died in the Cataclysm or they had died earlier to that. But they appear to have been, like, god collaborators, right? They collaborated with the gods. Maybe they turned away from the idea of Coda. And effectively, they got wiped out with them. Probably became the mouths of Zaitan, as we've seen. We did that concept art we geeked out about. Really captivating, cool story. We're going to hear the Polar Bear Coden talking about it and say, oh, it's all ancient history now. We hated them, but it's ancient history. Really, that's probably my favourite bit of world building from this entire expansion, actually. Because it's a very concrete, fun idea, isn't it? That they dangle at you a little bit. And it slips seamlessly into the other bits of the world building and prior history that we knew. I know, it's just a shame. I have a weird feeling with this, right? I feel like this is worse for being voice acted. I mean, look at what's on our screen right now. Look at this. Look at this chat box. Just got literally a fucking wall of text there. If I could press F on him, and I got that in text to read at my own leisure, to reread at my own leisure, page for page, I only tell him to progress his exposition dump every time I click the button. So, I inhale the information at my own pace, in my own way, not at the speed dictated by this voice actor, but at my own learning speed. I think I retain it better. I think I enjoy it. It's like, in Oblivion, where we're reading about the, the history of the Empire and stuff. I'm retaining more because I can actually read it. I don't know. Do you guys feel that way? I know there's more entertainment value in having everything be voice acted and given to you, but I don't know. So that's like a double whammy there. He's surrounded by all these other guys with expedition dumps, and then it itself, it's like, I don't know. I'd rather he was in the back corner and it was text or something. I think moments like that work better as text. Am I wrong? Maybe. That could very much just be a me thing. So here's Def Lahar. Yes, Def Lahar, who I think of all of them I've spent more time with now at this point, considering his role in the Homesteads. Hello, what's your role in this council? By the way, I like how when we got on the chair, it was on that like medicine thing and it tilted the whole chair. The music's really good right now, by the way. I'm Def Lahar, the Homestead Master. I oversee the building of all manner of things for our villagers. See, look at this. These guys get the text, and tragically, the one they voice acted because they thought it was of extra import, I think I retain less because they voice acted it. Hail, fellow, and well met. Hello, what's your role on this council? You can call me Soaring Crest. I'm the Master of Agriculture. Greetings, hello, what's your role? I'm the Council Hunting Master, Vast Caldera. Okay, these aren't all expedition dumps, so maybe it's not that bad. The Tyrian Alliance, you say? Interesting, says Graced by Fire. Nice to meet you. What do you do?
Graced by Fire, Journeykin Master.
Journeykin.
Apologies. My thoughts are occupied by council matters at the moment. If you find yourself with time to pass, my apprentice, Burning River, is out tending the village Journeykin. Tell him to give you some lessons at my request. They're fine creatures. I suspect you'll make fast friends.
Kerry says, I just need my control taken away, so I stop fidgeting and opening my inventory. Yeah! I mean, we talked about this before, didn't we? I totally agree. I really look, every time I press F on one of these guys, the camera should snap to them, it should zoom in over my shoulder, it should fade all the other UI away, and I should have the fucking text box there, and that's it. I really believe in that. It's a much better story delivery system. The way that Guild Wars has been doing it's like, the thing is, the story isn't necessarily the problem. Sometimes it's just the ways in which the engine is giving it to us. And again, look, and I'll openly admit to this, I was wrong, all right? I wasn't the biggest fan of side-by-sides, but I think in retrospect, I'm a big believer in side-by-sides as a piece of the mosaic, right? Like, side-by-sides can be utilized, as well as scenes like this can be utilized, as well as cutscenes can be utilized. I think they all come together to keep mixing it up, keep your focus on the story in different ways. I think it would be really, really good. The fact they just shit-canned side-by-sides completely, and I know they weren't perfect, they looked a little rough around the edges, but, oh man, I think we went from one extreme to another at that moment, that decision in Season 1, and I don't know if they've ever reassessed that. The thing is, it's a bit weird to go back to see side-by-sides now, maybe, because it's... Oh, I don't know what I think. Hello, Outsider. Nice to meet you. What's your role on the council?
The role of Claw was taken, so I settled for a title more modest.
Son of Claw.
My son has some years before he claims such expertise, though his mind is sharp. Observing our council provides him practical education, instills discipline.
Poizero, son of Stoic Alder and Silken Weir. You?
You're more immersed in books than audiobooks and pay closer attention to them, so yeah, definitely. The thing about the UI, I mentioned there, Kerry mentioned control being taken away, I mentioned the UI fading out. There's another thing that happens, you know, I just alluded to them a minute ago, but like with that Lion's Arch scene, people log in and they say, oh, I'm just standing around, I want to play the game. You know, a part of that impulse and that desire, oh, let me play. When you let someone run around spamming skills, it's all there. It's all ready to go, you know? And you've got, like, this Zoomer ADD mind ready to fucking hit the ground and do things. And it's kind of... It gives people mixed messages to a certain degree, you know? Like, if the story's going to be written in such a way where you have these long instances where you're just listening to dialogue, and the dialogue's good and the story's good and everything, that is it, all it is. You know, you're effectively, you're sanctioning this idea of, like, there's story phase, right? We're in story mode right now. We're not in gameplay mode, we're in story mode. And one ways in which they can support that and just keep people telegraphed and thinking and settled in the right way is, yeah, by fading the UI out, right? And just by, like, fucking focus. This is it. It's just a story. Chill out for a bit. And it'll be long, but it's worth it if you're the kind of person that has the patience to pay attention. I don't think it's the game's fault when some people don't. Poizero, son of Stoic Alder and Silken Weir, you? I'm the commander, or the Wayfinder. Wayfinder is probably more fitting these days.
A Wayfinder losing their way in our woods.
Actually, I'm the god walking amongst some immortals.
That has a strong sound to it.
There you go, Wayfinder.
You insist, lost your Wayfinder.
Wayfinder...
Seems our visitor also claims two names. We of the lowland drop formality with those we most respect. Right, Pokey?
Yes, Pa.
Wayfinder I didn't have last time I was doing this. This is like the meta title for doing everything in Secrets of the Obscure, which I think was a really good mechanic and a cool gameplay idea. And I guess that exists for Janthir Wilds now, right? There must be an ultimate title. Wildfarer, is that what it is? No? Master of Masteries, Janthir Wilds. Glub? The title is Glub. What? And we get the floppy fish. It's another floppy fish. I love the floppy fish. Floppy fish is one of my favourite minutes. Should we throw it back on? The Crichton floppy fish. This is always one of my go-tos. I fucking love this mini. So hold on. So Wayfinder was last year. Incredibly evocative. You know, fitting. This year's one is Glub. Seriously, the title is Glub. Flashback to my lava fonting that NPC. We didn't wait hours. We waited like half an hour. Yeah. Alright, Fading Aura. My, aren't you a spry adventurer coming out all this way? Welcome. Thank you. So who are you?
Fading Aurora, village healing master.
Aurora and Barbed Veil, who you first ran into, are two of our newest to don the master title. Though Judging by their expertise, one would suspect them seasoned veterans of their respective crafts. Additionally, Aurora has fast proved an upstanding mentor for my son.
Currently working on the fundamentals of herbalism.
Save some praise for yourself, Alder. The previous Claw would be proud to see how well you're faring in the position.
The claw Aurora speaks of was my mother. Feels both long ago and as recent as yesterday that she stood where I do now.
Though a few claw lengths shorter. By my coming of age, she barely made it to my shoulders. But her presence was grand enough to fill the room.
A true leader of Coden. Many have noted the resemblance. See a bit of her in you both. Wayfinder, you find yourself in good company. Hope you can make yourself at home here.
So Waiting Sorrow only just got promoted. I'm a bit hazy on the timelines again here. Shit. In Baltimore? Clay Davis, what a guy. So what, when did she leave the Wizard's Court? It was ages ago, wasn't it? I can't remember how many years she's been away. And then also how many years... Wouldn't they have noticed she's not aging? She can't have been with these guys that long. Because they would have noticed she's not aging, right? And she only just attained this rank. Yeah, it's scary. Shit.
Leader, best we return to the planned agenda, pressing as it is.
Your concerns are sensible, graced by fire. Poised arrow, I'm afraid our discussion shall prove as stuffy to our guests as the air in this hall. Show them around.
But we've only just... A fine idea. Best they enjoy the weather while it holds. Meet me outside when you're set.
Alliance, I deem you welcome visitors, for the time being. Feel free to acquaint yourselves with our town. Fortunate for you, the embers of our summer season burn brightest. May your time here pass well.
Maybe they think she just dyes her fur. Yeah, she magically dyes it. You know what? People magically extending their lifespans. I feel like there should be a lot more lore about that in this game. Interior than there is. They'll sometimes go into it a bit. Usually about mesmers. As in, it's not truly extending a lifespan.
Here you have it. Harvest Den. Much to keep a newcomer occupied. Especially this time of year. Have one last hurrah before the deep freeze sets in, then our time of torpor begins and things really slow down. So, enjoy the fun while it lasts.
Weren't you supposed to show us around?
A Wayfinder needs no chaperone, yes? You seem the type who'd rather blaze your own trail. Your friends, the flora and feline, make themselves at home already. Besides, if you need me, I'll be right here. Friend of mine plans to take part in the dance circle. Poor beast dances like his feet are forged from ore, but I'll be cheering for him nonetheless.
Don't remember any of that conversation. Must have been because last time that was where we ended it before. There's a hidden bit where you can find Malice sneaking around upstairs. I don't think she says anything of note. So let's just go straight to Kaith here. This is where we unlock the spear. I think she might want us to do this arena event.
How about a test of strength, Outlander?
So you're a plant person? Can you make your own food? Do animals graze on you?
Making friends already, Kaith?
Delightful, aren't they? What I love about children is their shamelessly charming lack of tact.
Willow, focus. We're training, not harassing newcomers.
But how pretty she is! I love her flowers best of all.
How sweet. These were a gift from a very dear friend. A dragon friend.
There's a dragon here as well?
I'm afraid we're on this adventure without her. She's resting.
Good little moment here.
And she's more than earned it.
Something you have not, Willow. Back to your sets.
I think Arenanet.
Complete these with my
I want
eyes
to pause.
This newcomer looks like a fine sparring match for you, Swift Rapids.
Never trained with spears before.
Really? Bet you'd take to it naturally. Talk to my sparring partner, Mists of Dawn. She'll help you get a feel for it. Most couldn't train in spears before they can talk. Though some prefer to exercise their jabbering jaws.
Thank you for letting us watch.
I think Arenanet in both Janthir Wilds and Secrets of the Obscure have done well reminding us of recent events and not just having them vanish. Like that little moment there, it means a lot that she's still talking about Aurene. It really does. So, not that I'm the biggest Aurene fan or whatever, but that cohesiveness I think is excellent. Hiya, you'll learn about the spear. Here to learn about the spear. If you think you can handle it, you'll need to earn the right, just like any cub. You must earn it. Fight, help out around the delta, and once you observe how others use the spear, in time it will be yours. I'll give it a go. Okay. But we've already done it, I guess, because the account already has it. Back you are. How's the spear? Weight feel good? If you need more practice, try these targets. Make enough progress, and maybe I'll pass a good word along to the claw. Surely I can just hit Mind the Gap once. Oh, no, we got to kill him. Damn, if only I had some more might. Okay, they want me to do the heart. So I say let's kill Azure Windfall. The music in their sex pack was really good, I think. What do I do? Do I stay for a 252? I guess so. That is a lot of phantasms. Pretty nice.
Good! The cub should take note.
Okay, how'd that do with our heart progress? Yeah, I still, to be honest, guys, to this day, I don't really know the fastest way to spam up heart progress. It's been a funny old year, actually, because you know what my main association is with this stuff right now? It's here, in this room.
There you are. Reliable as ever. This is old hat by now, so I'll leave you to it. You know what you're doing.
I do know what I'm doing. It's weird. The whole town must be fully upgraded, right? So this expansion had the daily do each heart like daily, and eventually you get shit tons of currency once you've got through the AP with it. It's really good. So I was doing this daily for a while. It was into the run-up to Path of Exile 2, and I was watching like all the footage for PoE 2 and thinking about like the different specializations and stuff that they had. And wait, what have I made? An ingot. Wait, is that it? Am I done? Oh no, I've taken. Okay, I take the ingot and I put it in the crate. Yeah. I think you can take the ingot and hammer it into a thing and put it in a weapon box as well. But I was doing this daily and just thinking about PoE 2 every single time. Of course, now reflecting back, we've already done a series on PoE 2. And I haven't gone back to that game for 1 second since that series. Not that I think it's a bad game, and I'd like to play it more. It's really hard to be enthusiastic about that game, though, because anytime I ever read anything about it, it's just people being really... So I'll make a spear, I guess, this time. People being really fucking angry about it. And talking about it like it's the end of the world and shit.
Come a long way in a short time, you have. Farther than most. Done mighty well for yourself. Proud of you.
There was an interesting moment where their game director did like an interview with some content creator, and the content creator was asking like, why aren't we stronger? Why don't we get more rares? Why aren't we more powerful? More. And the game director was... Wait, what did I do? Did I fuck that up somehow? The game director was effectively trying to explain like... It's a balance. The enemy difficulty and how many rares you get and how strong you are. Like, there's 2 ways to tackle each issue. And people in the comments were just furious with the guy, just saying he was arrogant, he didn't know this. He came out with some quote where he said,
All the little trees?
You know, like, I'm a fan of the game. If I don't think it's fun, I'm not going to put it in. So I make lots of new characters. If I think I'm getting enough rares, then it is what it is. That's basically what he said. And people hated that answer. They hated it. But I don't know. I thought he was speaking some sense, at least. But I'm an outsider to, you know, and it just puts me off seeing all the vitriol. And I do sometimes wonder, you know, like that experience I'm having there as an outsider looking in and just seeing just fucking bombs of hate all the time. I wonder if that's what people got with Guild Wars for a long time, you know, because just to casually look at it and always see people disappointed with A, B, C, or D. Obviously, there's this fact of the planet, which is, you know, people who are satisfied aren't posting. So even if the majority are satisfied, if the only thing you as a casual ever interface with is upset people, you're going to get the impression that that's actually the truth of the thing. But I definitely have that with PoE too. I'd like to go back to it. I don't know about doing a series, but a part of that is I don't know whether people would actually watch another series from me on that one. Maybe what I want is more story and locales to go to. If I'm going to go back to that game, I should go back to it sooner rather than later before I forget all the damn mechanics. There were a lot of mechanics in that, and I had so much help from chat. You guys that watched that series, the playlist's still there on YouTube, by the way. People who were watching that were so helpful. And I would feel like a part of that was just because it was the hype of it had just come out. If I did another, would those people still be there to carry me through, you know, knowledge base-wise? My concern is they wouldn't. So usually there's a very good event here that lets you just pump the heart up. I think the adventure finishes the heart really quickly as well, maybe? I think there's only so much smelting you can do each day. These little arena fights are every 3 minutes as well. You never know, there might be another one going on right now. There is.
Feel the ocean's fury!
I don't know how confident the Cubs are feeling here. But yeah, it's just odd for me to be back here thinking about how excited I was about that game, and now suddenly it feels like a distant memory. I was a very fair weather player for that, it seems, in the end.
We have dragons. These are creatures corrupted by the power of ancient elves.
It looks like I super rage quit from it as well, you know. The last thing I did in that game, when you actually look at it, the last episode, I was going for my 4th and final ascension, blind. I beat that ridiculous, like, labyrinth thing. A really difficult labyrinth, or whatever it was. Got to the boss at the end, and it had just like a random one-shot mechanic that I had no idea what was coming or how to complete it. Like, you won't finish it first time through. And I basically unfairly got killed, and then that was the last thing I did. Because I'd have to redo the whole thing. It was fun, but yeah. You think it's fastest to do combat trial things in the arena? Yeah. I mean, it's definitely the easiest. I mean, there you go, we're done. And then you used to do 1 or 2 of the meal cooking training things, because that was fun. The meal cooking? I don't know if I've ever done that. This game sucks, plays another 5,000 hours. Yeah, I kind of have a funny thing with that going on with Stellaris at the moment. Again, I've mentioned it a few times. The 4.0 update is terrible. It's truly terrible. So I've got a very polemic, very strongly worded review that is not nice. Well, I mean, it's reasonably diplomatic. But anyway, I've got a pretty nasty review about it. A big wall of text. And it's sitting there. It's like, you've played this game 1,200 hours and you don't recommend it. But, you know, that's the nature of the beast when it comes to updates, right? Like, if it gets taken away from you... I mean, the other thing, though, with Stellaris is you can always roll back to earlier editions. Technically, nothing has been taken away from you. You can always go back to the earlier versions. The problem is mod support dies if you do that. And you don't have this shared connection to the greater culture and understanding of the game. You don't get to buy any of the new products because they'll never be compatible with the earlier versions, and no one will make backport mods because, again, all the modding infrastructure breaks. So, I mean, it's more like a technicality than a reality for a lot of people, I think. But nonetheless, I'm still on 3.14. I'm not going to 4.0 until they actually do something good with it. And that review will remain. Right, so here they make us go to Malice. If you found her before this moment, you would get a little achievement, if I remember rightly.
Commander, quietly.
Catching up on Coden affairs?
The only meeting worth attending is the one you're not invited to. Seems there's been discussion about those strangers the kid mentioned earlier. Also scouts and what I assume are journeykin, which kicked off some squabbling. Then something about Isles, and interestingly, Alliance, which led to more squabbling.
What do we have to do with any of this?
Still piecing that together. But now you see why espionage and diplomacy go together like Bover and steak and a cold ale.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you're enjoying this.
And Krisha's still trying to convince me that field work gets old after a while. Anyway, the Warclaw Master seems to be the one spearheading all this. She said to speak to her understudy, correct? Wouldn't hurt to see if you can get any info out of it. Something's definitely got them on edge. Our timing could be good or bad.
This is a bit of a nothing burger of a conversation, really. I mean, it's a hint about the Titans. But the thing is, again, you got this weird thing on this map where you can already find them. There are already rifts everywhere. They're already all over the place. Bit of an awkward sort of... maybe that's me quibbling there that I shouldn't... I mean... I don't know. You can argue Malice had to be here, not Ephraim, so that you can get all these cool espionage-y type scenes. But I don't buy it. I don't think that was too crucial to the overall narrative, that little bit we got there, and that's like one of the only moments, isn't it? WP, did you do the Getting the Crew Together quest line? I bet you'll have the lobby on it. I did, yeah. Go watch my original playlist, my original coverage. We went through and did every single quest, and it was good fun. It was a really nice quest. Cool little part of the expansion. I liked it. That was a good bit. Hey man, how you doing, WP? Glad to see you live and not watching the VODs. Hey, I appreciate people watching the VODs. Just drop a comment, I'll see them. But yeah, it's good to see you. Okay, your journeykin's taken to you. That bond can grow even stronger. Why don't you put your new friend's nose to the work and find me a missing cub? Missing cubs? Yeah, well, the young'uns are naturally curious, which is not always a good thing. They wander far and wide. They lose their way back. Track it down, bring it here, and we'll see the state of your bond. Okay, I'll get to sniff it. So we hit the 2. There's a magnifying glass with the cub's scent. And then there's another one.
Let us make things interesting.
I don't know whether I actually need to interact with these. Concerns me a little that there's a bunch. So I think it came downstairs. Essentially, is what we're being told. Came up north, up the river. Came over here. It's one of those caches in the water. Of course, I've got all the caches now. That was a pretty grindy one, getting all the caches. One of the last achievements I got, getting all of those. This is kind of cool, coming back in retrospect, having done the achievements and things. Just feeling totally settled that I'm not, so to speak, missing anything. And here's the kids on the far edge of town. Oh, we've picked him up in a basket. Aww. Now I can ride with that, can't I? Yes, I can. If I ride with it, do I still see it in my hand even while riding? No, unfortunately not. It goes up the Warclaw's arse or something. In the saddlebag. The saddlebag. Do you know what? This armor I'm in, again, this is just because I'm very Oblivion coded right now. Doesn't this look like elven horse armor that I'm in right now? Right? The color and everything? It definitely looks like elven shit. And I'm alright with that. Since we've not been able to indulge in that particular armor set too much. I mean, maybe a little bright. You like Malice less after this expansion? Is that based on what happens in the new patch in Absolution? Tell me more. Explain more, Farwind. I'd love to hear about that. Okay, go back to Poised Arrow. That was just a little bit of a tutorial about the Warclaw.
What is it?
Straight to the matter. Wayfinders waste no time on windy hellos. Pleasantries be damned.
I see Malice has gotten you up to speed on our communications.
She gifted it to me to keep in touch. A neat device, for sure.
So you waited for me to walk here, when you could have called me?
And forego a chat face-to-face? When you're a stone's throw away? Besides, I imagine it gets tiresome being always reachable. Surely one needs uninterrupted time with their thoughts. Speaking of life's interruptions, my paw requires a favor. Some small task for which he finds you fit. Said to meet him in the lower waterfalls at an old place of ours. Making my way over now. I'll see you there.
I like that. That's a
By
good
the
impression.
way, I'd make haste if I were you. My paw values promptness.
That bit where he's in and out of the...
Lateness won't anger him, but it surely won't impress him. I speak not from experience.
Good to know. Bye now.
I heard things are going smoothly with the Lowlanders, Wayfinder. That's good. I'd love to talk. Probably best done in person.
We'll need to be quick. I have a standing invitation with the Claw. Might know about you-know-who.
I like this element here. Well, we're ingratiating ourselves with these people, but there is this subtle thing of where is Waiting Sorrow, right? Trying to figure that out. The irony here is if any other member of the Astral Ward had come with us on this mission, they would have immediately seen her sitting at the fucking table. But hey, I think they managed to quite naturally work around that. Oh, Malice isn't even in the patch. She's not even in the new patch. Okay, so yeah, I stand by what I said then with all of that. Louis says, hey man, how are you doing, WP? Oh, no, sorry. It says, hey, WP. No, wait, no. I'm looking for Rass's message here. WP, would you ever consider streaming or playing Elden Ring? That game has a lot of lore and hidden stories for you to discover and cool buildcraft. Yes, I have been told by many people many times over the many years now to get into the FromSoft RPGs. And I've always been interested. In a lot of ways, it does seem like a good fit. It seems like cool world building. They seem like cool stories. The mechanics seem well aligned. The only iffy bit is this kind of like how much patience it demands of you. I can tell you one thing. There's a game that I really wanted to love and really tried, but just didn't have fun with in the end because I just found it too difficult. Frankly, that's it. And I was too impatient with running back to the bosses. And I'm sure if I gave it enough times, if I put in more effort, I think I would love the game. It would finally click. But I really didn't enjoy it on the way, and I ended up giving up on it. But it was Hollow Knight, which is sort of a similar format, right? So I am a little concerned that that format of RPG would burn me out and push me away. I don't know for sure, but it's one of those things I'd like to stream it. I'd like to do it blind and see how it is. I'd like to see whether the reputation for difficulty is overblown or whatever. I'd like to see. I would. So it's been on like the maybe list for a long time. It's just there's always other things that I prioritize first. But I've always got the sense... People have always wanted me to do those games. Would I start with Elden Ring? No, though. I think I'd like to just try Dark Souls. The original Dark Souls, there was a remaster, right? Or something? I would just start there. Because I'd like to see how the genre evolves. I wouldn't want to start at its contemporary peak and then be disappointed more and more as I work back and I lose features. I'd like to just start where it starts and go from there. Or stop immediately, as it might end up happening. I don't know. Yeah, you hated dying in Hollow Knight. It felt so punishing. Yeah, and it is one of those things, you know, if I just got the upgrades, if I was... It also felt like I was just constantly in a maze and really... Like, I would spend hours in the wrong place doing the wrong thing, struggling with the platforming or the fights. I don't know. It's one of those things where, again, I think it is probably a really good game and I want to love it. I just need to do a lot more... I need to bang my head against the wall a lot. And then it would click. And I reckon I'd be fanatical about it. But I just never hit that click. I don't know. Maybe it was where I had a lot of problems playing it on PC instead of controller, and then I swapped halfway, and then I swapped back, and I don't know.
Popped when I got close to one.
Hey, Frode.
Ah, there you are. Tell me, how are the lowland Coden?
They're a little skeptical, but welcoming. Some creature has them on edge.
My ward has reported the same, the good and the mysterious. Strangers pending. I'm glad it's going well. Now, as for your second mission, any sign of her?
Not yet, though that Barbed Veil character definitely turned a few heads.
It's a journey, not a race. Haven't gotten much more out of Iskaran myself. I asked Dagda about her departure. Claims that it was a building reaction to the deaths of Voss and Akeem, former court members. Started isolating herself. She was detached from the rest of them, left a note before she fled. But that's all I've gotten so far. I'll let you know if anything else kicks up. Before you head back to the village, Vanak wanted to speak with you about something. A couple rift sightings outside of Moon Camp. Probably good to stay on top of that.
Cryptus, you think?
Maybe not. Could be the strangers. But I bet the Coden would appreciate it. Could swing them to joining the Alliance.
It's interesting here, this first thing. Dagda says Waiting Sorrow's departure was a building reaction to the deaths of Voss and Akeem. But at this point in the story, that's horseshit, isn't it? It really had very little to do with that. They took a very different angle on it in the end, and I think the Voss and Akeem one was probably the better way to go. Waiting Sorry to me, from where I'm sitting now, and we'll see as well our revision continues, come across as a very selfish character. I didn't really like the story that they set up for her in the end. I didn't feel it was justified. I don't know, she wasn't very likable to me. So maybe I sort of misinterpreted some of the stuff. Okay, so who are these strangers? We did Cryptus last year, strangers this year. Well, we know strangers are dangerous because of stranger danger.
Wayfinder, thanks for stopping by. Know you're busy, but I'd like your eyes on this one. Not sure how much Frode said, but we've had a few rift sightings in the area. Don't think it's Cryptus, but I'm not thrilled. That's something you can look into.
Of course.
So I feel like this is an epic event as well. This is kind of handled a bit weirdly in this expansion. Right, last year, it's all about the Cryptus invasion, right? Rifts are appearing on Tyria to another dimension, and there's these crazy people coming out of them. But don't worry, we know quite a lot about them. There's thousands of years of history between Eparch and Isgarin and all of this shit going on. It's a big deal, but like a well-understood phenomenon, blah, 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 blah. And now there's more rifts! New rifts, different type of rift. And our characters don't even really seem that amazed by it. We don't even seem that, like, holy fuck, what? It's just kind of, yeah, there you go. We got good time in there. Another player was finishing that. I feel like this beat is the kind of beat where you have a big dun-dun-dun kind of end of Act 1 twist kind of thing. Like, this is big shit, isn't it? Surely. But then again, maybe not. Maybe the Wizards Court, protectors of interdimensional threats, are very familiar with this shit.
Here I am. Thought Barbed Veil was sending me on an easy hunt.
You know, maybe this is just par for the course. And if that's the case, then we're in this weird place where the NPCs around us know loads more about local mist threats than we do, and it's a shame that we've not even begun to tap at some of that info. Like, did they always know that there was possibly... Like, I don't know what happens in Absolution, but I'm assuming the nature of this new foundry is explained. My theory about it all right now is that it is not the Foundry of Failed Creations from the Realm of Torment, but it is a foundry. There's another foundry. That's my whole thing about it right now, as far as I can make out. There's another foundry in another realm somewhere else that's been cooking them up. So I'm going to go 2, 5, 2, end with the 4, go with 2 and a 5. I should have shattered at some point in the middle there. I don't know whether double tapping the 4 is good. I'll have to look. 2,000 damage it says there. On auto is way less, so I guess so, yeah. 4, 2, 5, 2. Man, in hindsight, the whole waiting sorrow thing was without any consequences. Was it without consequences? I don't know if I'd go that far. It was certainly a... Well, we'll see. We're early on here. I'm sure we'll have many takes as we go through with the replay. It takes some time to get into, especially for the first 3-4 areas where you don't have a lot of skills unlocked and the layout can be very confusing. Yeah, I think that was around where I got. I think I did maybe 4 or 5 biomes before I finally put it down. I know I'd gotten to the point where I was grinding on like one of those like mini bosses in like a little chamber or something. But every time I died, I had a hell of a walk to get back there with a lot of annoying platforming. And I was just kind of at wit's end with it. I hadn't really sunk into it and felt satisfied. It was that thing, a lot of people talk about this phenomena. When I cleared an objective or a challenge, I didn't feel any euphoria ever. I just felt like, oh, thank fuck that bit's over. Alright, next bit. And when you're in that kind of mindset with it, when you sort of, like, the joy is completely fizzled out, I feel like it was very hard for me to reclaim it. And to me, again, I want to be very clear, it was just a mindset for me at that time, and the fact it didn't grab me at that time. So I'm not criticizing the game, and I reckon there is a world where I could go back to it and love it. But the reason I bring it up now is in the context of, we talk about Dark Souls, I wonder that there's a risk I would have the same experience, right? If I played Elden Ring or whatever, there's a risk that it'd be the same sort of thing. And that's okay for me privately to invest some time maybe and just relax about it. But if I'm doing a show out of it and there's kind of an obligation to have a bit of fun and to complete the series, well, now we're in a sort of a different world, aren't we? So the problem here is I'm coming out of this with like no fucking clones, and I don't like that. I think I need to shatter somewhere in the middle of all of this, really. Holy fuck, that was a big hit. Did he put all my slow back on me? He might have. Oh god, we're already done with the rifts. I didn't even realise. Well, we did an extra rift. So one of the cool things about this update here is you'll notice we're doing, like, if I open these rift extractors, we're getting all these essences, but they're not items anymore. They're in the wallet. Thank God. Oh my God. Like, if you look at lists, here, I'll show you actually. Let's quickly swap. Look at List's inventory here. Look at this. And this, believe it or not, this is only about a quarter of the total essences I've earned this year. Doing the 100 convergences, which I haven't quite finished. I'm on like 98 of last year's and like 54 of this year's. Doing all the rifts. It's just insane. So she's finally going to get all that inventory space back. Do I have to right-click consume them? Oh, I do. Oh, so good. So good. Sorry, I'll try not to wet myself there. Right. Back up to Moon Camp. Not a portal to Divinity's Reach. We don't want to go there. We want to put the dialogue back on.
Huh. Definitely not Cryptis, but I'm not sure what they are. Thanks. I'll pass it up the chain.
Malice is just so stealthy, she isn't found in the patch. She's just hiding out there somewhere. Yeah, that's crazy then. So I've seen all of Malice's story. Doesn't she bow out at the end of the base game then? That must be it, right? Okay, so meet with Stoic Order at Hearth's Glow at the old overgrown homestead. So this is unlocking our homestead. Didn't I end episode 2 with this? Jesus, we didn't do much in episode 2 of the last series. I'm sure I logged out once I got the homestead, didn't I? Oh no, hold on. It was when I fully unlocked it. So I think, you know, we do a couple of events, right? And then we come back. And then there's quite a long scene. Oh. I will maintain, by the way, talking about, oh, I feel like I'm in Drizzlewood. Not when it comes to the waterfalls. I do think this map's incredible. I have a really high opinion of this map. This whole thing, where you can follow this, in fact, I'll show you. I really think, first of all, the water adventures, the floppy fish things, they're all really good. This is definitely one of the better maps they've ever added. I really do mean that. Look at this. I really like it. And the fact that you can follow all of these down to the coast, choosing your route, you know, each time. This shit's cool. If I had ever wanted anything about this delta, because this delta's been on the world map for years, if I had ever wanted anything about it, it was this. So, you know, I'm very pleased with that. If you don't have any fun up till Blighttown, then I would say it's probably not for you. I can't remember if I got there. I went to loads of places, and then it just ended up like it was a brick wall. It was like, oh, you don't have the upgrade you need to pass here, so turn around. That happened over and over and over and over and over and over again. I remember I got to a place that was very nasty. It was like a sewery place almost. All the spikes were very spiky looking. It was like proper... Was that Blighttown? Somewhere on the right-hand side of the map, but low down.
Wayfinder. Your punctuality is appreciated.
Sorry I'm late. The Astral Ward called me to check in on something.
A busy figure you must be. Don't worry. Pokey tells me of the positive impression you've made in town. He may seem adrift in his own world, but he's a keen observer. Takes after me in that regard. As you've proven rather neighborly, I've an offer to extend.
Oh, Blighttown is a soul's place. Oh, okay.
Belongs to my family. In recent years, it's become unsuited to our needs.
Run down shithole, you mean?
Leave it in disrepair.
I want to decorate it exactly like this, right?
Might serve as a convenient home base during your stay.
Can we do this? Is that rubble a decoration?
All I ask in return
These thorns?
Is that you tend to it. Admittedly,
this mushroom is.
I've neglected my domestic responsibilities. Graciously, Pokey has tried to care for it on my behalf. But his pace of work has always been unhurried. Afraid he gets that from me as well. Have a look around then. See if the place suits you.
Look at these lackadaisical bears. Okay, take a look around inside. Oh, like, he's happy up there. I like that. I don't remember this didn't leave such an impression on me before. The rat. It's funny, because when I very first played this, it didn't really strike me how run down the place was. I mean, I knew it was, obviously. But having spent a year now here when it's all clean and done up, it's very fucking obvious. Holes in the roof, leaky, cobwebs around, rats, all this overgrown shit and rubble around. I can see very clearly all this shit. Which is cool, because I never really had a perspective for that before. Well, not like a specific perspective.
Oh, Wayfinder arrives. Bet this is a change from your typical to-dos. 1 minute waging battle, the next relegated to chores. Oh, quite fortunate for us, though. This place has seen a lot, and so have we. Been intending to ask my friends for a hand with all this, but a riveting offer it is not. Sparring? Nah, come help Pokey Dust. That's where the true fun resides. Sometimes I sneak up here, try to get a little done myself, but take my time with things I do. Every so often I fall into a swift pace, but then I come across some remaining trinket of my mother's and, well, I understand why my pa rather keep his distance from this place.
Alright. So investigate the glinting object in the corner. Dust-covered glinting object. And show it to Stoic Order. What is it in my hand? Oh, it's the pendant, right?
You found this here. This place is no longer home to me. But perhaps it can be for you. I have no need for it any longer. And I am certain it has none for me.
Okay, accept his gift. Well, what do you say? Okay, would we like to look after this place, guys? I'd be honored, Stoic Order.
An explanation is not owed, but it has been earned. This I made long ago for my mate. Silken Weir was her name. A small gift for bringing our little arrow into the world. As a cub, our son would paw at it in play when she held
I want to
him.
pause.
On one such occasion, I overheard her tell him, "One day, when you've grown strong and wise, like your paw, I'll make you this arrow's keeper. Then soar you shall, poised and unwavering, on a path of your own making. All these years, still, she makes me laugh, like your paw. When forever, it's been clear, the arrow of our lives, who I see more of in our son every day, was her. Then Jormag came and went. And so did she. Sentimental as I am, I thought she wore this piece off to battle. But clearly now, I see why she left it. For no matter what fate would befall her, her promise to our son she'd keep, that she made sure of. When my son finds himself sickened by grief, I tell him, allow the feeling. Let it wash over you. For when the tide recedes, and it will, it weakens, till it has no power left with which to pull you. I tell him this while I stand ashore, with my own back turned to the sea.
Okay. Yeah, my review of this is the same as it was before. Okay, like I know when this came out, there were a bunch of Reddit threads, people saying this made me cry. Oh, I was in tears. Not a chance in hell. I don't feel anything from this. It's not that it's bad. I don't actually think it's badly written at all. And I think that metaphor at the end, he stands with his back turned to the sea, I think it's really beautiful. It's just that the voice acting is very slow. I am not invested in this character. I met him 5 minutes ago. And in this Let's Play, you're getting more of a normal player's experience. We're just playing through it here. We're not sitting around forever. We're just playing through. I just logged in, really, right? That's how I feel at the moment. I don't really know this character. You know, if this was... you know, if I'd been on a long adventure with him the whole way through, there'd been, you know, a little comment here about Silken Weir, another thing here. If I was actually curious about him, if I was curious about his emotions, if I was curious about what had traumatized him in the past, if I'd seen things about his character that created that there, then finally when he gives me the long story, then it pays off. This, to me, is not earned in any way. There's no setup for it. It's very good. As an individual piece, I think it's really good. I think it breaks down with the slow voice acting. I think it's given you to you too soon. And I think this is emblematic. This is a brilliant example of everything that happens with Guild Wars. They're very constrained. What can they do? They don't have any fucking screen time. They've got very little time to tell their stories. And then the writers get enthusiastic and excited. Oh, I want to do an emotional beat. And they write their hearts out. You know, and the voice actor, you know, delivers the shit out of it. But it doesn't land. It doesn't land, and it will never land, because this is something for, you know, at least 10 hours in. You know, this is way later. This is not placed in a way where I'll ever enjoy it. And as far as Mini X-Pac's concerned, as a format, when you have these big hunky 3-month breaks separating the later releases, I don't think they'll ever earn a scene like this in those either. I see no space in the current format for them to get me with any kind of scene like this, with the caveat of a character like Waiting Sorrow or Isgarin, who's been there 3 expansions in a row. Maybe we can climb to something there. But with these bit pieces, these characters that have come in, you know, you may as well have tried to get Arena to do something like this, or to get, what was his name? Socrates? It's not Socrates, is it? Who is it? Who's the fucking Cryptis snake guy? I can't remember his name. Anyway, those kind of sort of characters, I don't believe in scenes like this. I don't think they work. Who's this getting, really? What concerns me a little is I feel like the studio might just get a lot of feedback from the people who say, oh, this made me cry. Because people, you know, we want to be nice to each other. We only want to offer nice feedback. People don't want to offer criticism. But I don't think this works. Worse than that, to be very blunt, I think this is almost memeable. I think it's almost laughable, really, guys. That like it's a very long-winded, slow, blah 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 blah. Here's my history, and it's like, whoa, you know, you're trauma dumping on me, bro. I just bought you 1 beer. At least get a few in me. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, that's my review on that moment. And, you know, I say all of that knowing full well, again, as I mentioned, a lot of people said online it did resonate with them. But what the fuck does the public know? They don't know real art. Ramses, that's it. Thank you, Ramses. Sorry, Ramses, I forgot. Still bet.
Really a moment.
Holy shit, and that's weird as well. I was looking forward to cleaning it all up. Is that weird? Yeah, go on. Scare the rat away. Scare the rat into the burning hearth. Dust mites, cobwebs. The public can accurately count a jar of beans. That's true, yeah. That is true. What I meant was the City of Tears in Hollow Knight, where it rains all the time. Wasn't there like a sewer place underneath that? Like really low down under there. I remember there was like a huge tram or something as well. And that took you really far off on the right. I think I got on that tram in the end. I'm pretty sure I powered it up and went on it, ultimately. Destroy any crop pests and haul boulders from the farm field to the quarry. Oh, look at this. Floating debris. I haven't decorated any of the waters in my homestead. I still just have a bunch of balloons everywhere. So, let's see. So, on the gem store, right? Have they... Yeah, so this is a new thing with a new patch. Oh, they've actually got a bit of UI for it. Oh, interesting. Wow, look at this. They have a little video player in there for it. Oh, well done, Arenanet. This is cool. No audio. It's a little bit more like a slideshow than... See, look, this is powerful. This is cool functionality. You know, most games will have tooltips where when you mouse over the skill, it shows you a little thing like this, like a video within the game, right? Of course we get the cool functionality when it comes to the things that might actually earn them a bit of income. And I don't begrudge that. We were talking about this in Spud Discord last night, but like, you know, this idea they're going to sell customized Homestead doors coming up? And I said, you know, I don't think they'll sell very well. A lot of us in the Discord didn't think they'd sell very well. I don't think they'll sell that well either. But I don't begrudge that ever. You know, at the end of the day, let them earn some money. They got to get some money, man. If you care about this franchise on any level, you might not be into mini X-Packs, but if you're a believer in their next project, whatever that may be, if you think that there's, on any level, the Arenanet of old, the experimenters, the rebels that were shaking up the genre, that had big ideas, they were taking risks, and they had real talent, they made high-quality fucking world, brilliant combat system, all that shit. If you believe that still exists, if you believe in Project Tyria, the Guild Wars 3 thing or whatever, if you believe in it, you should be happy for them to get their fucking money and fund the thing and get it working well. And if mini X-Packs are the stopgap that gets them over the finish line, then fine. If selling Homestead doors is what they're going to do, then sell those fucking Homestead doors. I don't give a shit. Do it. You know? You know, as pointless as buying a fishing rod was during End of Dragons or whatever, I'd never judge them for that. And yeah, if they're going to, you know, do Homestead Skies, which are a bit more up my alley, I don't know. I believe in selling just straight up homesteads. I'm surprised they haven't done it. Well, actually, I'm not surprised they haven't done it, because I think that the way that they made the homestead is a bit too... It's not... I don't think the format and the kind of stuff that's in here, they made it... Like... They can't churn it. Like, when I look at Fallout 76, and they sell those, like, mini camp areas, like those instances, like where you're in a desert or whatever. Like, Homestead should be doing that.
Almost done.
I'd pay a lot of gems for a homestead. You see this house? You see that tree there, right? I'd pay a lot of gems for a homestead that is just me getting to live in a giant tree like that. Give me a big fucking beautiful field. Give me an area of the world, an actual world map like this. It's all important, all of it. But let me live in a giant tree stump, right? Sell me that overall architecture. And give me a different biome, not tundra like this. Give me something else. I'll buy the shit out of that. Give me, you know, a Hobbit house or whatever. I will definitely be excited about that kind of thing. Give me an underwater-themed one. I mean, the idea that maybe they will do that is just they're going to be part and parcel of future mini X-Packs. So let's say next year's one is underwater. Maybe I get a tropical island homestead. And the idea is you're excited about the mini X-Pack because you want the tropical homestead. Maybe, but I don't know. I feel like they can sell them separately. Oh, what's this here? You plastered Joko statues everywhere at max scaling. That's amazing. You might change that tune after you've played Absolution. They shit over Guild Wars lore like it's nothing. Okay, I had some criticisms of Absolution. That it wasn't a great climax. That's what I've read about Absolution so far. You're telling me it's bad because they shit on the lore? Really?
Nearly finished.
Can someone give me a Cliff Note, spoiler-free... You know, what arena are we talking about when we say that Absolution is bad? Well, not we, when you say it. What does that mean? It's inconsistent with previous lore. It's an uninteresting story direction. It's a letdown of a climax. The characters are wonky. The set pieces, the gameplay is buggy. Like, what are you talking about? What is it people are actually... Nah, they don't shit on anything. It's just disappointing. That was my impression I got.
Shaping up quite nicely. Oh, a bit of decoration would give it a true feeling
Whoa,
of home.
decoration?
You'd be wise to speak with Deft Lahar, our Homestead master. Decoration is one of the lowlands' finest traditions.
And effectively my roommate.
Quite fond of it myself. I'll be happy to provide suggestions. Been told I have an eye for this sort of thing.
Hold on, you're telling me it's like Naos but worse, but I don't see how that can be. Naos's crime was that we lived there for 9 months, so to speak. It was the greater part of the entire year in that realm where there wasn't much to explore. The characters had only just sort of been introduced to us. These were bad. There's no way that Absolution can be that, because Absolution is it. It's over now. It's the final patch. At most, we can argue we're there for 3 months, and you've only lived one of those days so far. So I don't see how it can have the same criticisms that Naos does. I don't see how that maps. I don't see how that translates. Also, it's on Tyria, isn't it? I get that it feels a bit ethereal or whatever. It's in a mountain, but it's on Tyria, no?
Yeah.
There's not a new cast of
Your leader
characters.
sent me. I'm fixing up an old home of his, and
So Ald's finally doing something about that place. Huh.
No, I
And
am.
you're helping? Told him 1,000 times I'd help, but no. Rather trust some scrawny flesh bag. Well, tough. Every homesteader in town needs materials for their pet projects.
Who's there?
No one.
Talking to someone you are. My ears are far sharper than yours.
No one worth a bother.
I like this guy. I like it. Call me Pond Scum. Ah, I think I just got a humiliation thing, guys. 5 months, the new expansion was delayed, so we'll be there a while. No, that's not right. Yes, it was delayed a bit, but then this patch has also come out a bit late. It's June already, right? So you got July, August, September. They're expecting an announcement next month. August, September, October. It's 3 months, right? 4 months? You want to rant about it, but you don't want to spoil it. There you go. That's it. That's the gimmick. I've got you now. I've got you hooked. I get 4 days viewership out of you. That's big returns for me. I wish. While we wait for Absolution to come out. Use the Warclaw to topple the truth, I remember. I love the bird song here. You're trying to hold yourself back too. Mini-X back and story-wise, they need something similar to Bloodstone Fen's scale, where the villains aren't world-ending, but they are about to be. Cordicus, Anka, Joko, even Balthazar. Doesn't that describe this story? I wouldn't say Titans are world-ending, necessarily. I'd say they have the capability to be. But they're not by default that. You know, when you look at the Guild Wars 1 Titan crisis, that wasn't a world-ending crisis. In some ways, it could be painted to be. And look, frankly, Guild Wars 1 wasn't the height of, you know, storytelling capabilities. But, you know, mostly it was Titans attacking and wiping out the Massart, some localized areas around prophecies. It wasn't world-ending. Shiro wasn't a world-ending threat. But when we get to Nightfall, it was, I would argue. Nightfall was actually big shit. It was important shit. And then Eye of the North is like the herald of the true world-ending threat of the Elder Dragons. The Void is a world-ending threat. Are the Strangers a world-ending threat? Is that what they do? They suddenly up the stakes to maximum level? You'll be here for 4 days, but for now you have to bed. Gotta wake up. 4 hours for work. Oh, God. Well, have a good night. I know how you feel. I did a few late nights this week playing Power World. I really love that game, man. I really think the core of that game, where the pals help you build the bases, and they work with you at the base, is fucking awesome. It's like such a good mix. I like grand strategy. I like city building. I like base building. I also like RPGs. I like little companions and shit like that. And that game's like everything all mashed together in a beautiful way. The only thing it's missing is the fact it's like janky as fuck. It's got terrible story and terrible writing. It's just weird with the guns and doesn't really have anything in terms of like settlements and NPCs and cutscenes. There's not like a story you follow, you know, and those are its weaknesses. But the core of it is so good. It's really, really, really good. Love that game. And you know, it in that space, it's competing with games like Ark, which are just true jank, truly terrible. Conan, which I never really clicked with in a big way. Probably only put about 20 hours into Conan though, so I don't know. However, Grounded from Obsidian. Grounded is also very good if you're looking for another survival-based building game.
You did all that? Oh, that fast?
I did.
Got work ethic, that I'll give you. What are you fixing to craft, exactly?
Well, the place could use pretty much everything.
That bad, huh? Start with the basics, then. How about a bed? Simple, practical, and if you screw it up, you won't have far to fall when the thing collapses. Now, I can give you instructions, but I can't build the damn thing for you. 'Tis the beauty of crafting. So try your hand. You get stuck, do like us lowland. Look around. No better builder than nature. Shapes, angles, patterns, all intentional, all ripe with purpose. Take birds' nests. Don't see the birds sleeping on slats of wood, huh? So you might want to follow suit. Lucky for you, best weaver in the town is right behind me. I'd still deem her best even if she weren't right behind me.
I like that muffled. I know I could have gone in and got her voice clearly.
Here your bed's a bit bare. Nothing to fret over. There's plenty of patterns a novice could weave well enough. Know what you're thinking? How could such unwieldy paws weave so delicate a pattern? The trick is in the tips of the claws, perfect for detailed work. Some fine things come from places overlooked, Now let's see. Perhaps... Oh, I know just the one. Used in many a tradition. Consummation of mates, coming of age. Symbolizes new beginnings. Yes, she'll do right by you both. Best make haste now. Ald will be waiting on you. Wish him well for me.
And tell him he's hard-headed as they come about asking for help. But good on him for finally letting some light in.
What materials do I need to gather the craft of this bed? Okay, how do I find the wood? What else do I do? Where do I find the flowers? Okay, we should have all of that stuff. So let's go back to the homestead. Can I do it with the door? No, I'm not going to do the door because I don't know whether I should just yet. So let's go this. It's funny. Where do they actually set as the location to enter the homestead without the door? Because it's not actually really anywhere near here. It's just this. We already used this for a second as well. So Arenanet says, here's an idea. Zaitan Cult versus Unchained versus Free Awakened in the Scavenger's Causeway. Nothing world ending, but we're there to clean up. So the various factions of undead. To me, that's like a cool idea. That's like a backdrop though to me, you know. What I want to see, I don't want to see that. I want to see existing characters and societies butting heads in interesting ways. In rich settings. So yeah, that can be the backdrop. Like if you look at POF.
Hopefully Har was receptive to
I want to pause
in his craft. Or at least tolerant.
He was glad to hear you're getting the place in order.
Okay. Like if you look at POF, I think POF's a really good backdrop for an expansion. The whole god versus king versus lich versus king or god versus lich, right? That shit's amazing. That as a background, like really interesting, bubbling, like large scale issues. But if while we're there, we focus more.
Have not seen this pattern in some
Oh, we got to get in there. I think that works really well.
You met Willow as well, then. Pokey, does that blanket?
look familiar.
And it's not that we eventually have to deal with those bigger ideas.
Had one, yes. On your bed. You and Ma.
I like this
Forgot
too.
all about that.
This is very
A
cool.
gift from a dear friend. For two young lovers embarking upon a life together.
I actually really like it.
Funny how life can sprout anew from seeds long buried.
And I've got just this fish rubbing all over it, making it smell. Looks like a good flag for like a fictional nation or something too, maybe.
A fitting choice, Wayfinder. One of many to come, I'm sure. As you continue making this place yours, my only request is that you keep our village close to heart. Any additions, mines, farms, lumber mills, and the like, can be of greater good to your community. May your new beginning here serve you well.
Remember nestling my way between you and Ma for warmth. Imagine me trying that now.
You've grown so much. We'd scarce have space to sneeze.
And then Fading Aurora is coming in. Oh, we can greet her. Battlelock says, I'm trying to stay positive about the patch, as I've enjoyed all of Janthir up to this point, but this one fell so flat for the story they were trying to tell that has me pretty down about it all. It's just a shame for how strong the first 2/3 were. Really takes all the air out of it. Yeah, like I think, not yesterday's patch, but the other one. I can't remember the name. Repentance? The Mistburned Barons stuff. I thought was really good. Genuinely. I really like the set. I know nothing big happened. I know there was no... But I argued in the last release, you didn't need a big climax. It was a setup story. And I thought they did very well with the lore there. I was very... so little happened. We didn't go to Barvanisos. We went to the entryway of Barvanisos. It feels so limited. But I feel like a lot of cool stuff. I liked that patch. But the thought that... So far, Janthir Wilds to me has been good. It's been alright. So I'm a bit worried about this ending. However, I do have to say selfishly a little here. I'm quite happy seeing people come into chat and telling me they're let down. Just a little bit. Because I'm a bit insecure. At the start of this episode, I went on and on and on about it. And I was a bit worried that people sit there thinking, oh my god, he's such a Debbie Downer. And baselessly so. But the more people who wander in and say, yeah, it was a bit rubbish. Like, I'm hoping I'm not being baselessly a downer about it. And obviously we're still waiting to play it for ourselves. Okay, hello, Fading Aurora.
Thought you'd still be here. I'm interrupting.
No, just saying our goodbyes. Rude it is to overstay in another's home.
Indeed. Wayfinder, you can really pull a place together.
Bit envious myself.
Thank you, yeah, it's good, isn't it?
I came to pass along a message from Barbed Vale.
I'm a mesmer, I've just glamoured it.
Presence at the hunting outpost a bit west of here.
What does she need?
Believe it has to do with the Journeykin. She'll provide you the details.
Alder, Pokey, take whatever time here you need. My home is always open to you.
I mentioned this.
Already the Wayfinder makes for a better neighbor than those obnoxious trolls.
I mentioned this already ages ago now, I guess. But I tell you, replay this so much easier. Oh,
the gift Willow made.
Near identical. Seems she taught the pattern to the Wayfinder. Sharp as her weaving claws, that one. I buried the original when it became clear that its symbolism was no longer appropriate.
I'm sorry.
Perhaps that's not entirely accurate. Truthfully, a new beginning is precisely what I need. I'm getting too old for this.
I know exactly what you mean.
At the very least, I do owe Har and Willow a visit. maybe Willow could weave me some new pattern.
Any ideas?
Perhaps we could ponder it together.
Ooh.
Oh. I'm sure we can figure something out.
That won't have been her first rodeo, mate. She's been around for a while. She took to that flirting like a duck to water, didn't she? What was I saying? I can't remember what I was going to say. Aurora Borealis at this time of year, at this time of day, in this part of the kitchen, localized entirely within your kitchen. Yes. Can I see it? No. Yeah, I can't remember what. Oh, what was I going to say? It's gone. I had a big thing. I said I wanted to pause. I wasn't able to pause. We took the reward. Oh yeah, no, I remember now. Yeah, I mentioned this before, but I'll say it again now. Even a year later, well, not a year later, you know. At the end of term, it's so much easier the second time through. Once you like, the first time I played this, maybe it's just because of a Coden thing, but fucking which one's Pokey and Poised Arrow? Which one was Stoic Alder? Which one was Silken Weir? Which one was Fading Aurora? Which one was Waiting Sorrow? Which one was, and she was mentioned just here, which one was Willow? Willow, I can't even remember another name. You know, they're all these fucking names, right? I remember the first time I played through this, it was a real impediment to me to just inhaling the story, because so often I was tripping over, oh, what's this name, what's that name, and doing it live as well. I remember always been very concerned, like, fuck, everyone else is going to remember these names more. Because for them, it's already their second time. They play it themselves, then they watch the video. And it ended up tripping me up big time as well, especially with her. Because I forgot completely about Fading Aurora, whoever it was. I'm pretty sure we ended the episode here. And she goes missing after this. I'm pointing furiously at the screen right now, though you guys can't see. She goes missing. And then we're going to get a message after the Lion's Archons and saying, Fading Aurora's gone. And I was like, huh? You know, and then she comes bursting onto the scene as Waiting Sorrow. But to me, it was like, you know, she's only had the 2 scenes. We saw her sitting at that desk, and we saw her there. Anyway. Head westward, further into the wilds. The Coden hunting outpost. What is it that's led us here, specifically? Arenanet needs to make a pause button for WP. Yeah, that whole thing I said, take control away from me. Bring back the side-by-sides, remove the UI, all this shit. It's all just so I can selfishly have a pause button. But look at it, look at my... I'll tell you what, the Elder Scrolls LP that's going on at the moment, guys, give it a watch. Give me a chance in a game that's not Guild Wars. Give me a chance, alright? And I'll tell you what, it's a beauty to LP, that game, because they speak, and they don't speak again until I click. Alright? While I'm out exploring the Blackwoods, or the Great Forests, or the Gold Coast, when I'm exploring the haunted Aliad ruins of the Nibene, do you know what? There's no dynamic event dialogue bursting in. It's just me and my Argonian screams of pain as I swing my sword. Or people calling me pond scum. It's just me and people calling me pond scum. Beautiful. They don't do that anymore, actually, because I'm getting quite famous in that world. Oh, look at that rainbow. So good. Yeah, I would not call this map a disappointment. I wouldn't call any of the maps... Okay, I would call the Mistburn Barrens a bit of a disappointment. Wait, am I missing a map? Oh, yeah, the other one was Mount Barrier. Look, I think this map's alright, and I really like map 2. The story, the vibe, the dreariness. I fucking love map 2. It's not so interesting asset-wise, right? Or like landscape and vistas and stuff, but just the general vibe and the juxtaposition of this happy fishing delta place with comfortable bears and then the fucking grim, broken, mossy ruins of the second map. I think they did really well. I don't know what Bavanisos itself will be like. Hopefully good. I will admit, I never really imagined the Masat City as a fucking cave. I don't know whether I'm just swallowing that now because, oh, there you go, that's what it is. Maybe that'll be something we have to assess when we get there.
Our paths cross again, Wayfinder.
Hello again, you were the first one we met.
Welcome to our hunting outpost. Here we prepare game to feed our village, as well as foster wildlife. Take only what can be repaid. That is our motto. Yet the tundra is not so benevolent. Nature's temperament is both nurturing and brutal. Generations spent here have taught us kinship is key to survival. And we lowlands have found no better friend than the journeykin. It'd do you well to spend some time bonding with them. The best friendships are worth the time. In the case of journeykin, it can mean the difference between life and death.
Okay, so we're gonna do this heart. They kind of don't make you do this heart, right? They just put you in the general area of it during the Homestead stuff, and it's sort of a take it or leave it type situation, which I think is fine. So this heart I've done a ton of times, having done all the achievements. I'm still not
Mr. Spot.
I'm still not totally familiar with the quickest way to do it. Usually I just pick up all the scat, all the warclaw poo, put it in the little doggy bags, little plastic doggy bags. You know, I'll move the bag inside out, put my hand through it, and then flip it inside out, and, you know, tie a little knot, bunny ear knot on it. Or if there's loads of poo, because you've been a bit lazy about cleaning up, you get 2 bags, and you use one of them as a glove
Fresh game is a
to put, like,
favorite.
multiple loads into the other. Anyway, and then I give them food. There's, I think, oh no, I do remember. The quickest way to do this is to sniff, and you'll find, like, a suspicious, like this. Is it that? Oh, here you go, suspicious crate. Press F on the crate, and you can find titans. And killing titans is very, very good progress. Oh, I just C-split there. I remember now, yeah. I mean, I haven't done this for about 4 or 5 months. Shortly after Christmas, I think I was rounding this out. We investigate this. Yeah, it's a big 9k hit there. I kind of want to start on swords so that I can get my 8 might. I mean, it lasts 16 seconds. That's not bad. Start on swords and then have that might benefiting all the other stuff.
Scraps from your recent hunts. Your journey kit will surely thank you.
Give food. You're still getting through the Oblivion playthrough? Yeah, I mean, hopefully it's entertaining. Again, it's been like 4 days maybe since we've done a part, so it's good catch-up time right now, especially during this series.
Clean up those journey kit droppings.
It's on a pretty cool cliffhanger right now, to do with the Dark Brotherhood. Let me see what else people are saying. You feel like the mini X-Packs would be a lot more enjoyable if you waited until it was all out before playing. Lighter post-updates wouldn't feel so thin, stacked together. Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons I'm doing this right here, right now, is because playing it all in one batch, I think does give a better impression. I really do. In fact, I've been saying to people for years, lots of lapsed players have come to me and said, oh, I haven't played since Season 2, I haven't played since POF, I haven't played since... And I always say to them, you know, it's not bad actually, because you've got all of End of Dragons and all of the Icebrood Saga. You know, the Icebrood Saga sucks, but at least the ending of the Icebrood Saga sucks. But at least you can go straight into End of Dragons, and there's some good stuff in End of Dragons. You've got Anka there and whatever. So I think it does. It is better if you can if you've got a big batch to play, and even on a smaller scale. If we just talk mini X-Pack to mini X-Pack, it's not bad. I reckon someone who stopped with End of Dragons, if they played all of Janthir Wilds and all of Secrets of the Obscure together for the first time, it wouldn't be too bad. And hopefully this playthrough is going to give a bit of that impression. In a lot of ways it doesn't though, because you guys know what I'd really... If this was blind, I'd be going much slower than this. You all know that. I mean, we've seen it. See, like, look at this. This is crazy. Mind you, Oblivion does have moments like that, doesn't it? When you load into an area and it bugs and all the Radiant AI is a billion people talking to each other at once. But I think it does benefit. So it's that thing, you know, like a lot of this. I said last year we can't really judge Secrets of the Obscure because it's the first. And then throughout this year, I've been saying, can we really judge Janthir Wilds because it's not finished yet? Well, fuck me, man. We're here. That's it. It's finished. You can play it all, and you can review it. And so when I'm giving you guys these comments as we're playing here right now, we're gonna have to find more strangers. When I'm saying, look, I don't think it makes sense that Malice is in this. I'm being definitive with that. I'm saying, look, that's a bad bit about this expansion. That is my ultimate thoughts and feelings. There's nothing held back now. That's it. I think that was a misstep, right? I think not Pokey. I think Stoic Order's long speech a second ago is a misstep. I'm sure we'll have some Isgaran rants coming up. Suspicious fur. So what I want on this build is a quick way to get rid of that weakness. Now, thankfully, I mean, Spear's pretty fucking OP. Isn't it 3 condies on that? When I tap Spear 3, it's cleansing 3 condies. That's ripping that weakness off, which if you're playing a weapon that can do that, you don't really feel how amazing that is. But trust me, when you're playing without a way to rip the weakness, it's super annoying. It's another rack of meat. Feed one more of these guys. Oh no, we need to do another thing. Seems. Have you just pet one of them? Yeah.
The whiskers first are quite sensitive.
Then for respect. The Journeykin have taken to you. Not surprising. Now, Wayfinder, it is I who seek your aid in taming beasts of this land. Concurrent with your arrival, our council received reports of unidentified creatures roaming the wilds. Strangers among lands, or so we've deemed them.
See, this here feels a bit...
What do you know about these creatures?
Little more than that they're unknown monsters, never before seen in the area. After some debate, a scouting party was assembled to study their behavior. But as of late, we've lost contact. Upon request, your Malice and Keith have joined our search. So too, I ask your help on behalf of Claw and Council.
I'll convene with Malice and Keith. Between the 3 of us, we can cover more ground.
Your alliance is versed in threats of the unknown. Our efforts combined improve chances of shepherding our scouts home. Take heed. A thick fog now rolls across the great tundra. Trust your Journeykin to guide you.
Shit, my god, I keep losing it every time I want to say something. Yeah, that thing with, like, Malice, it's a bit of a mystery. They're hiding the strangers. Why are they not telling us about the strangers? What? Oh, well, that just fizzled out, because they just tell us. Once we've gone through the obligatory heart completions, they just tell us. So there's a bit of an odd thing there as well. I don't know whether... I mean, that's a very minor wrinkle, really, in this whole thing. Osiris33 says, I'm starting to become convinced Arenanet needs to overhaul their storytelling. Bring back cinematics, even the PPT-esque ones. PPT? What's that? Make the stories character-driven. We aren't the focus. Stop homogenizing. I really don't like the word overhaul. I really fucking hate it, actually, because it doesn't really mean anything, right? Let's just talk turkey. What are the actual details? What do we want to see? For me, I have some very tangible points of action that I'd like to see. The side-by-side cutscenes, I think, can be filtered in. For regular conversations like we just had a second ago, I believe there should be a camera lock on and it should fade the rest of the UI out. And you can have an option to disable that behavior if you like, but I think that would be a huge benefit to the game. Really get you closer to the NPC's face, their fashion, the emotes that they use. People would build more connections with these characters if the camera was helping them do that. And you know, the fact is they don't have much time to give us these connections to these characters, so do everything that they can, right? I think these are easy. I'm going to call them low-hanging fruit. And some of these things I'm suggesting can even be applied retroactively, you'd hope. But yeah, I don't know what you mean by make the stories character-driven. I feel like... I don't know you're going to see much more emphasis on character than we already have. I don't know what that even looks like or what that means, really. Also, we aren't the focus? What do you mean by that? I think another thing you can ask them to do is add more avenues for roleplay. I'll say it again, I'm going on about it. I know, I'm never shutting up about this shit. But the ferocious dignity charming thing, oh, fucking good. It was good stuff. Give me a little control. Give me a little interaction. Give me some superficial way to decide how my character is going about the world. Let me pick Renegade or Paragon. You know, give me just something as superficial as it is. And as I argued in another video, it doesn't mean that you have to create massive branching endings to the game. The superficial little ways in which I can change or control the flow of the conversation are very good for roleplay. And add a little bit of that interactivity to these long expedition dumps that people are looking for. So I think that that's very good as well. That's a much more costly... That's not like an infrastructure thing that just pays off forevermore. That's a thing that has to have constant overhead and work on it, right? So that's a bit different as a suggestion. All right, here we go. Missing in action. So I remember this is now part 3 of the original series.
There you are.
This is the big
Over
moment.
Here, Commander.
I remember by the time I got to this, it was day 3. Loads of you guys had played this already. You were all very excited for me to see this one, remember? And this is a cool bit. The bugs and the bog. Good music.
Any sign of the party?
Nothing yet. With any luck, the scouts got turned around in this fog and simply wandered off course.
The more boots we have on the ground searching, the more likely we are to run into them. Barbed Veil insists the area is free of natural predators. Regardless, let's stay alert.
And this is the last one of the map. We go to the next map very soon. I think we get Lion's Arch Instant 2 first, actually. When I say focus, I mean we aren't the driving character, so the ones that actually matter to the stories are making decisions. Wait, what way do you want it, though? Do you want it as we're the driving character, or they are? I think I'd rather they are. I don't need it to be me. Oh, PPT PowerPoint? Oh, right, okay. Janthir Wilds feels like Secrets of the Obscure Part 2. That's fine. I mean, what's the problem with that? I don't mind that. Either. As someone who doesn't really play raids, World vs. World, PvP and such, I selfishly wish they would just go back to focusing all dev effort on open world and story content feature work. There's nothing wrong with you saying that. I mean, it's not a realistic wish. Different devs have different strengths. You know, they try to attract a diverse audience. They'll never abandon those other formats. But they can effectively quietly sunset them if they want, really. And in many ways, they sort of have done that. When we talk about Project Tyria, now that's a juicy conversation right there. Do you want to see World vs. World and PvP and all the formats you're not interested in pull dev resources away from the core of the game? You know, like, it's a weird thing to advocate. It's like, can we even imagine them selling us? Like, if they kill one of those formats, there will forever, it will be just like we have today with the Guild Wars 1 people who hate Guild Wars 2 and will never be satisfied by it and cheer for its demise. You'd think these people would be like brothers and sisters to fans of the game, but no, they're your greatest detractors. You don't really want to cultivate communities like that. But by making a Project Tyria without World vs. World, for example, you're going to create that subsection again. They're going to be jilted players that are mad their baby isn't in the new era of the game. But all told, you know, I think focus is important. I think a full dedicated game, battleground style game for World vs. World players is better than crowbarring one into an MMO, right? If Arenanet came out and said, here's Project Tyria, oh, and by the way, here's Project Tyria competitive, and it's a totally different project, but it's your competitive PvP esport game. I mean, even that's antiquated to even say that, right? And then here's Project Tyria Battlegrounds, and it's the World vs. World dedicated game, and they all had their own... They didn't contaminate or conflict with one another. I think that would be viable for the audience. But, you know, maybe they have some shared infrastructure in terms of accounts, shared rewards, shit like that. Just as Guild Wars 1 and 2 do. Maybe that's a way through it. But no matter what way you cut it, that's just hiding the fact. But it still would be the fact that the whole studio isn't on the one bit you like.
We're surrounded.
It's never just a walk in the woods, is it?
I mean, it's not just hiding it. There is a bit more to it than that. I swear, every time I double tap Illusionary Riposte, I expect it to generate a clone.
Looks like we've hit a junction.
I'm having trouble getting a consistent read on our location. Out here, we'll have to rely on your war claw for navigation. See if it can point us in the right direction.
I really like my sword, my dagger sword set at the moment. Looks like there's a big gap in like its flow, which ordinarily I guess I'd fill with utility skills, but I have entirely utility skills on right now. Stun break, blink, clone generation, / shatter refresh. Okay. I remember this last time as well. You have to be right up her ass, otherwise she doesn't move.
Our friends are back!
Had more than enough of you.
Guys, does the first LP on this feel like it was a long time ago or a little time ago to you? I'm curious what everyone's perception of time over this year has been. I feel like the gap between patch 2 and 3 was really short. I feel like the Mistburn Barrens just came out, but a lot has changed in my life between those two patches, what with the move and everything, so... Oh, I fucked that up. I signated first. Really dumb. Pretty cringy, actually.
Which way, Commander?
You definitely think World vs. World should be unlinked? Which side PvP falls on, I'm not sure, but splitting them makes sense in terms of balance stuff. With how little... I mean, World vs. World, I feel like has had... I don't know, push is a thing now. It's annoying, because it's over 10 years of dev. You can't sum it up in one sentence anymore. I feel like PvP was very fucking abandoned and disinterestedly. It's sort of, for a long time, it felt like a wart on the side of the game that they would rather lop off, but they couldn't because actually a major artery ran through it or some shit, you know.
There's someone ahead!
But given, I really got very strong vibe for a long time, they didn't care anymore about PvP. Clearly the esport era, the experiment was over, even just gaming in general, you know, like, it was done. And I don't blame them either, because the kind of community that PvP ended up having, the people that were there, the way they spoke to the devs and about the devs and the game, the way they cheated and all that kind of shit, like, I do not blame them for thinking, fuck those guys, fuck them all. Don't give a shit, fuck these people. I don't blame that mindset at all. Though obviously they'd never say that out loud. So then it comes to the idea of, are they obligated to do competitive PvP for Project Tyria? Are they? Have we moved on from it?
I think
it's
we're
not
getting
like
closer.
GW1
whatever
was...
we're getting closer to, I don't like it in the slightest.
GW1 was decidedly, through its whole life, big on the PvP stuff. GW1, as a part of its like fundamental idea, was that PvP was endgame, right? So naturally, when it came to the immediate sequel, there was going to be a competitive mode in it. Obviously, I mean that was unquestionable at that point. But now, 20 years later,
over here,
when the past 9 at least, you've basically got a ghost town, essentially a wart on the side of the game's face. Let's be real. And I say that as someone who fucking loves the format. I say that as someone who runs around with Champion Brawler on all the time. And I know firsthand, I have no title in the game. If I rep this title, every single day, I get more... So obviously I do a YouTube channel, blah, blah, blah. People whisper me to say, hi, WP, and I really appreciate it, and I love it when people message me in game. It's very nice. I get just as many people saying, hey, why is your title red, as I do that now. Like, people are weirded out by this. They're like, what the fuck is this weird... People don't know anything about that area of the game, by and large. It's such a tiny percent of a tiny percent of the game. Them finally abandoning it, is it the greatest crime ever? Yes, it will cultivate an audience of people who are upset that it's gone. Anyway, here we go. Big cutscene. This is what big cutscenes look like in the Mini-X-Back era. She whispers to the moth like Mithrandir. I was impressed by this moment. I continue to be impressed by this moment. Greer looked cool to me. I mean, I think that was pretty goofy. The animations there are goofy, the voice acting's goofy.
Wallowing spineless in the filth they create for themselves.
I think Greer's amazing.
A false god, come to terrorize a new people.
Ascalon, Kryta, your blight ends here.
Malice shouldn't be in this scene. It should be fucking Ephraim. It would be more powerful as Ephraim. But yeah, I think Greer's great. I think that the Titan design's really good.
I better be wrong. This better not be what I think it is.
It's a bit boring now, obviously, because it's so overused. Let's be real. They overused it. But I think they did well. Decima, I think, and Ura, I don't know. They have a more cartoony sort of vibe to them.
Going? To cower, while its lackey takes the heat.
Need to keep her conscious. I'll tend to her, while you two handle the spawn.
Gladly.
But I think, like the writing, the way they speak and stuff is very cool. I'm excited to see what they do in the final patch with them. Oh, I don't want to dash into these really. I think through it. Okay. I'm not shattering anywhere near enough. Especially considering I've opted for the Alacrity on shatter. Should really be doing it a lot. No, we'll keep our cooldowns coming.
How's the scout?
Holding on, but just barely. She needs medical attention.
This won't take much longer.
No, it's dead.
Where are you going? Malice!
Job's not done yet.
No, it's pre-searing Ascalon, guys.
But for her, it's running out.
Pre-searing.
She needs a healer.
Pre-searing? Okay, it's not pre-searing.
Kate's right. We go for help first.
Let's make a video about it, though.
Then we talk to the council.
Fine. But this goes beyond just the council. We need to notify the Alliance. And have the bodies identified.
Unless you want one more to identify, let's move.
Once she's safe, I'll contact Krisha. Have her call for an emergency meeting.
I think someone in chat just had a really good point. Dredreggy said... Sorry, Dredreggy? Yeah, I guess I said your name right. Arena players won't go to an MMO for PvP, is what I think. And I think you're right about that. I mean, look at where we are these days. If people want to play Arena PvP games, they have options, dedicated clients, games specifically for that. And that's where they'll go. I think you're right. So look, I think a superficial supporting of PvP is a good idea. Like, let people duel, have little arena-y areas if you like, you know, have it there to a degree, but you know, doing a big format, having its own balance, all that shit, cast it all away. I wouldn't begrudge them if that's what they did. I really wouldn't. And if they had the confidence, this is the thing, Arenanet need confidence to make all kinds of decisions like this. PPT had the same amount of syllables as PowerPoint. Well, it's not really about the syllables though, is it? Because he's typing, not speaking. So it's less letters, it's less characters, and that's what mattered. Everyone okay?
I've got my hands full with an injured Coden and a riled Char, but I'm fine. I imagine the Alliance is going to act fast. You should prepare your account of what happened here.
Let's say Guild Wars 3 is a solo RPG attempting to be a Guild Wars version of Baldur's Gate. Do people rage or is there a star of relief? I don't believe in that. I'm gonna... the people like to think of me the lore story guy or whatever, right? I'm gonna be very honest here. I don't believe in that as a product. In terms of as something that sells. Because I don't believe Arenanet has the world building or storytelling cachet to deliver that. I don't think that they've got recent examples, especially in the zeitgeist, right? Common understanding. I don't think people look at like incredible con worlds and say, oh yeah, fucking Tyria. I think we do in our communities. I think we like Tyria, or historically have liked Tyria. But I don't think it's this big thing where people are like, oh my fuck, yeah, Tyria is everything. All I need is the setting. Give me more of the setting. No, no, no. People like this franchise, they like this brand, they like this company, they like these products as MMOs. It's the complete MMO package they're looking for. It's an MMO with a strong setting. You take the MMO element and you just have the setting, and you know their writers and their characters and the depth that they go to and all that. I mean, what examples have we got that there's anything like Larian level? We don't. Sorry, but it's just not there. The closest they came was the personal story at launch, which had the ambition for that kind of thing, especially when we deal with branches, but never delivered. So, yeah, sorry, it's an MMO. MMO of us. Project Tyria is an MMO. As far as I'm concerned, from like a consumer standpoint. Look, and that's not that I'm not a fan of shit that's outside of MMOs. I mean, Christ, give me a grand strategy game. Give me all kinds. I'll take it all, alright? Look. WP's a fan, but putting the thinking cap on and thinking about what will sell and what works, you know, maybe that's not really that high on the list. What a fight that was. Are you okay?
Is that what I think it was? I'm okay. I'm fine. We don't know for sure. It could have been... maybe. I need to call Krisha.
This is kind of what I mean about Tyria, you know, like what is Tyria? Compare it to other fantasy settings. What has Tyria got? Does it have a really captivating magic system that's really nuanced and has fun rules that they flirt with in in fun ways? Is it got a distinct like makeup for its internal logic? No, not really. It's about on par with other Conworld's magic system. There's no particular intrigue or difference there. It's messy when you get into the details. It's superficially just like the others, right? Does it have really interesting gods? I mean, maybe it's got a little something there. Does it have a really good idea of different realities and realms and stuff that you won't find in other settings? Well, no. It's pretty... You know, a lot of what was really fascinating and intriguing was tied up in the dragons. This is what I'm trying to explain. And when they wiped the dragons out in the way that they did, and the way that they closed things down with EOD, they killed the fucking setting. They didn't kill it outright. They really, really ripped it of what it had, though, you know? So, like, So you can't just sell me the setting all on its own. You can sell me an MMO that has elements of the setting. I don't know. Like I've said it already in this episode. I think another planet, but the same rules, same idea, some things that cross over. But a different planet is a good idea. We'll grab that waypoint just for funsies, because why not? Right. So Krisha has sent us a letter. She says the Tyrian Alliance has called an emergency session to address recent reports coming out of Janthir. This threat must be addressed immediately. Please return to Lion's Arch at once. Details to follow. What's brilliant about that is I just went on that rant, and now we're going to get an epic instance that talks about all the fun things Tyria does still have to offer. So, you know, maybe shut me up. But no, I'm speaking from the perspective of an outsider.
Spirits guide you.
A stranger? No, you know, I'm like an outsider. Like, what does Tyria have on that broad level? I think when you're in it as a nerd, we can talk about the Scepter of Ore, and we can talk about the Lagos, and we can talk about, you know, the Coden that we're in Ore and all that stuff. And oh, there's potential here, and there's potential there, and there's potential for a prequel story 100 years before Guild Wars 1 where you got all that rich, dynamic stuff going on. But, you know, outsiders don't really have a sense of that. So does it sell purely on its hype? I think no. Kurzik v Luxons is interesting. We got none of that. I mean, it was kind of already done in the first game. I mean, look, I'd largely be an advocate for that because it's more interfactional conflict, but sort of did it, didn't we, for those two? You love the exploration in GW2. You level solely through exploration. Yeah, now you're talking. GW2's ultimate stamp on the MMO scene. The one big defining thing it has is not its lore, not even necessarily its combat system and buildcraft, though that's well up there. If it's not the combat system and buildcraft and the skills and all that, which is, it may well be, that's really high up there. The one thing it is its exploration. Its delivery and handling of an open world. This level 1 to 80 leveling experience is incredibly good. So polished. So fun. The NPCs were all fun to meet. The materials as you go through the new maps. The dynamic events. the natural, smooth way in which you get busy work quests called Renown Hearts. You know, they automatically flow into your log. It's there on the top right. All that shit was done very, very, very well. Very distinct architecture for the race and stuff. That's the stamp. When you look at outsiders that are going to buy into Project Tyria, that's the thing that Arenanet put their balls on the table and they say, hey, we made this shit and we're doing it again now for the modern era. That's what will get people talking and excited. Those are the grounds on which people will say, look, these guys did really well with this before, they're going to do it again. And that's why it's such a crime, by the way, that ever since then, we've only ever had fucking Living World that's level 80 only content and expansions that are level 80 only content and... Ugh. Releveling is fun. Anyway.
This is where your alliance
congregates. Welcome, indeed.
I hope this isn't overwhelming.
The stories from this trip will make good fodder when I return. Gossip sits in their bellies like a fresh harvest.
Integration of jumping puzzles with it all.
How can I prepare you for the audience?
Honey wine, but we've none to spare. I'll be fine. We've hosted travelers over time, with little more to bargain besides information. I'm not unaware of the world. Just been a long time since we've needed to seek aid from others.
You and I are aligned at least.
Good. After you, Wayfinder.
Yeah, art style, music, the UI is excellent. Look, the polish. Fucking when we talk about MMOs, right, they're usually janky, messy games. Very, very often. Very unpolished. Arenanet came out the gate instantly with one of the most polished experiences that you'll ever play for an MMO. So good. These are the grounds on which I think they can still prove themselves to the world and say, look, these are the starting points. And I just wish that there's certain lessons that I've learned, I feel, personally, in my opinion, about what makes RPGs great that Arenanet seems to just have very different ideas about. And leveling and progression and unlocking skills and gaining power and all those kinds of things is one of the big fundamental ways in which I think I differ. And I don't know whether Guild Wars 3 will satisfy me on those grounds, but, you know, I'd fucking try it anyway. I like, by the way, how we're all just in a place where we 100% accept a Project Tyria is a thing. Nobody's even remotely questioning that. Which I think is right. Okay, here's the big juicy gossip. Here, these guys. Check this shit out. Deep water and cresting wave.
I greet you, like the sun greets the morning.
Hello, who is your guest, Commander? This is Stoic Alder. He's the Claw of the Lowland Coden. Stoic Alder, it is not often that the Lowlanders leave the forest. And we say, so, you know each other? And he says, no. They've always kept their distance from the Shiver Peaks, and we avoid their bay. And I say, why is that? And they say, disagreements far older than me or you. A lot of that strife sank with awe, though. I'm curious to see them join the rest of the world. Tense times call for allies, I suppose. And so Arenanet have never said it, but I feel like this has to be a thing where the Lowlanders were, you know, they were collaborators with the gods, which offended these guys that believed that the gods were very much out of Coda's will. The gods, as forces in this universe, they are the antithesis of balance. They came in and they fucked stuff up. You know, introducing species, contaminating all kinds in their vision of building the world. Like, they are the anti-balance. They are the devil, the balance devil incarnate, right? They're terrible for balance. So yeah, the Coden would hate them. And the idea that some Lowlanders would go hang out with them willingly around Ara, yeah, that would cause some strife. But if they ended up all dying when the Char invaded and Vizier Kilbron sank the place, then you know, that's big stuff. See, look, all this shit I'm talking about here, that's what I always loved about the Guild Wars world building, by the way. Big cataclysmic events going on all over the place. The Great Northern Wall. Shit, I know that's pretty tropey, but whatever. The Searing. The Cataclysm. Big, world-shattering events. Peninsulas sinking. Tidal waves destroying places. Cool stuff. And obviously, as Guild Wars 2's gone along, you don't really see stuff like that. I mean, that's one of the things I love about Ender Dragons as well, to be fair. The revelation that half of Kaineng is underwater. So if we talk about Project Tyria, I'd like to see more of that stuff. Tyrian Alliance report questions. Questions are coming in, flood in on an almost hourly basis. Who or what is the Astral Ward? Reports and rumours are growing by the day. The return of the Messiah and Seers, people questioning if their neighbours have been secretly spying on them, secret sightings of so-called flying city over homes and villages, apparent abductions of livestock, and demands for recompense is very alien in a way, isn't it? Not all of these reports are valid, mind you. How much information has got out is hard to judge, and we're still investigating possible sources for the leaks. When most questions are harmless, there is an undercurrent of wondering what exactly the Astral Ward has been doing for the last few years, while Tyria was left to suffer. Should we continue to let things simmer? The char is out of the bag, as they say. While many of our Alliance leaders have begun addressing such concerns within their individual communities, a large announcement is in the works. This announcement will be used to formally introduce the Astral Ward to the rest of the world, as well as their cooperation in the Tyrian Alliance. Our hope is that the people will see organisations such as the Ward will not go completely unsupervised. I loved that when I read that before, I still do. I think people would have important questions about supervision and oversight. Here's Dougal again. Hanging in there, champ. Bored senseless, can't get anything done with these surprise meetings. Say, do you need a partner? Want to take me on one of your little adventures? I'll leave retirement. I mean, hell yeah. Do it, Arenanet. Give me Dougal next expansion. I would love that. Tyrian Alliance report, impact on underwater societies. Even more good stuff, platforming more of the world here. While envoys have reached various groups of Quaggan and Lagos, it's hard to determine the impact that the death of the water dragon had on their cultures, or the sea as a whole. The Lagos have always been difficult to reach out to, and, for now at least, the Alliance has been informed that the Tetios houses are not open to cooperation. The Ward has at least one Lagos within its ranks who expressed an eagerness to support the cause. It may, and remember we see them at the end of Amnitas, it may be worth considering sending one of their own out to see if she can make better headway. That could be a cool thing for next year. We hope to have better luck with the Deep Sea Quaggan, but our envoys were rebuffed once again. Truthfully, this is unexpected for that species. They've always been quite eager to volunteer themselves to larger causes. Whatever's going on down there must be quite serious and should not be ignored. Some Asura from the colleges, ward members, and see, this here is one of those things as well where, again, they're hinting, oh, we have stories for the Quaggan, but it's too intangible. Oh, they're not speaking to us. Come on, that's too little. Tell me about an artifact that washed up on the shore with an interesting symbol on it. Tell me, you know, about a strange water spout or a corpse that showed up where it should have been. Give me something. Give me a real mystery. Give me an object. Give me an idea. Give me a place. Like, it's too empty almost. Some Asura from the colleges, ward members and engineers from Jinlai Jade have proposed an initiative to outfit the packed submarines with better tech and magic, but they seem to be busy arguing with one another and making legitimate progress on that front. See, I love the idea of a new expansion where we've got this cool, like, packed tech. New assets. Here's another one. The Commander. This is them talking about us. The former Pact Commander, or the Wayfinder, or whatever they call themselves these days, has been seen entering the current headquarters of the Alliance. While this individual's contributions to the world are relatively well known and appreciated by many, some concerns have been shared about how much power an individual should be able to wield. Additional concerns have been expressed about how much influence they have over our world leaders. Should a non-state actor be able to wine and dine with the power players? Such sequestered decisions can affect the lives of millions. It's simply not for us to say. I love this too, it's really good. Of even greater concern than the naysayers of a fan organisation is built up of the Commander's celebrity status. Some have even described it as a cult engaging in a form of hero worship. While we want to reiterate the genuine appreciation of the Commander's actions, it could be dangerous to allow this practice to continue. Some are even saying that the Commander has died and come back to life, which of course is nonsense. I'm sure the Commander would agree with this statement. Maybe not. That's such a good document. That there, right? That's got nothing to do with world building or teasing the future. That's just a great exploration of the setting as it is right now. And I love it. I think that's really good. Hopefully there's not too much reading. My throat's getting a little sore. We're near the end of the episode here now, really. With the formation of the Alliance, the world's economy is doing quite a bit better than it has in recent years, despite the continued crises that we face. The various rebuilding efforts are seen strong, and charitable organisations are seeing continued support from all strata of society. There have been a few issues with integrating Janthir into global trade networks, as some citizens of New Kaineng are ridiculously wealthy compared to the average Crichton, that has led to a surge of so-called tourist pricing. For example, we interviewed an awakened merchant, and you can meet this guy over in Arborstone, on the streets of Amnoon who claimed they were just back from Arborstone. However, reports from Arborstone claim that the same merchant disappeared months ago. Either way, we noticed that they were selling Joko statues at 10 times the normal cost. When we inquired about the price increase, they refused to give us a straight answer about the price or their recent travel history. Wait, no, what was that? I remember people explain that to me in chat. He's a member of the Ward, isn't he? Do you find him in Secrets of the Obscure or something like that? It was a very cool little detail. And again, a nice element. So there you have it. I might have missed one document there. Remains on my mind. What did Anise... So where's Kana Miatli from? Is she from Jacket Itzel? Alright, let's let these guys do a bit. Oh, no, hold on. Maybe we have introductory dialogue. No, I guess not. Alright, let's let these guys talk. This is a good scene. This is the one all about the Scepter of All. Oh.
All members are present. Ah, welcome leadership from the Pact. Finally. The room is getting fuller by the day. We can begin.
We thank the Council for their discretion and speed. Your summons said as much, but recent developments are troublesome.
Are the cryptids back? Are they not so contained?
A different threat. Warden Frode, your report?
A Titan has been sighted in Janthir. A few of my Astral Ward in the area got a good look after it fled into the bay.
A Titan? I've certainly read of them. The burning of Ascalon. The door of Komali. Stories filled with deception. Are you sure?
Good line.
Yes. Multiple first-hand accounts of a giant insectile beast. The Ward is gathering all the readings we can.
Our records are likely dated, mind you. And this one may be more evolved than the hive we've encountered before.
Luckily, the commander was in the right place at the right time. Witnessed the attack alongside Kaith and Imperator Malice.
Oh yeah, well, that's convenient.
Yeah, I like Ludo there.
It's all true. While working with the Astral Warden Janthir, we encountered the Coden of Harvest Den. We sought to establish diplomatic bonds with them on behalf of Queen Jenna when the Titan attacked. Its spawn kept us busy while it fled into the bay, smart enough to avoid a fight. But my experience is limited. Today I've brought Stoic Alder, the Claw of the Lowland Coden, to share his.
Someone in chat just really made me laugh. So Dean said MMO players don't care about stuff like that anymore. It's why development for old-style MMOs recently died, and people are excited about Fellowship instead. What do you mean? Stuff like what? You mean leveling, progression, and adventure? I don't know whether that's true. I think one thing happened. The classic idea of an MMO is withered away, and you've put an idea onto it. But look, the idea of a classic MMO is withered for a lot of reasons. It's because the idea of being massively multiplayer is baked into a lot of games now. You know, that whether something is massively online or just a little bit online, how much that affects you in game. Like online elements to games is everywhere now, you know. Like I'm talking about, I've been playing a bunch of Power World. If I ran on a Power World server with fucking 50 people on it, in a lot of ways it's effectively an MMO in many respects, in terms of like it's this big adventurous place I can go with a wide variety of different players. So I don't know, like and also, you know, there's questions of funding and scale, and they're notoriously like the hardest things to make, so obviously not many of them come out. I think there's always a lot of enthusiasm for them though. Anyway, that's not that I have the answers to that. That's just an interesting conversation. But after that, LLPTV said, I feel like what I want to have at level 80 progression is beehives to power me up with the power of bees. That's my power fantasy. Well, boy, do I have good news for you. Look at this, right? Check this shit out. This game that I'm streaming right now is called Guild Wars 2. And if you look here, alright, seriously, oh, I don't know where it is. Oh no, my joke's not landing here. Look, some of these are upgrades I can get at max level. Only at max level do I get these. Look, Janthir Beehive Mastery. There's more bee stuff. Lowland beehives. Look at that. There might be a beehive thing in homesteading somewhere. Maybe. Probably not, actually. But there's lots of bees. You can do it. You can dream it. You can believe it, baby. You like press F on them. The bees swarm around you. You get stronger. I thought it was weird at the time, but clearly there's a market.
We noticed a change 3 seasons ago. The wildlife reacted first. They fled south. Bearkin went missing. We kept our suspicions level. It could have been any great creature. Janthir is fierce. But then, the land started to sour. I assumed it was your cryptis. But those ones attacked our mines, not the grasslands. This is a very different beast. My bearkin have lived in Janthir longer than your cities have stood tall. We know danger well. We respect its boundaries. But this being mats my fur. Whatever a Titan is, whatever this creature seeks, we should be cautious. The fact that he's taken refuge near the ruins of Bavanisos paints an uncertainty that we shouldn't allow to brew.
How many are there? One, you say?
That we've confirmed. He fled to the north while his spawn kept us distracted. Even the little one was nasty.
Titans are not solitary. We'd know if there were 20. But I'd expect at least 2, maybe 6. And I don't count their spawn.
It's interesting looking at this line in retrospect because it's 3.
What is the advice? This feels like the definition of your expertise.
I'd like to hear that too. The Astral Ward should offer the scepter of ore.
Lady Livia, do I want to know what happened to the poor guards stationed at the door?
I haven't protected that thing for 1.5 centuries for it to collect dust and foul memories. Lost to time, I thought.
You have the scepter?
We do. The lady surrendered it not long ago. Safer in my reserves than a velvet crypt beneath divinity's reach.
You know it's a good idea, Iskarin.
I don't know this legend. What is this scepter of
I want to
ore?
pause.
A weapon?
Legavo. Cast from raw magic by the seers. It was made to control beasts from the mists.
A solution perfectly sculpted to our problem. The answer is dropped into our laps.
The scepter should remain dormant.
And why's that, Your Majesty?
Pick a legend. That is a history caked in blood. All of its wielders have met some ill-carved fate.
Yeah, but have they done good with it first?
Of course. And she looks great.
That's a good line.
Until we know what we're dealing with, I'd sooner pick up a sword again than leave our fate to archaic mysticism.
Oh, fuck off, it's real.
Your mother would be horrified.
See more about the dad.
Are we walking on coals? Queen Jenna, if you don't see this as feasible, what do you propose?
The scepter is an extreme solution to a fresh problem. We should send the commander
Why is
back
it
to
extreme?
Janthir to learn more.
I agree with the Queen.
Why?
We don't know nearly enough about the threat at hand.
So
or
learn.
how useful the scepter would be here.
Well, I think we should get it over with and just try the damn thing. What are we risking?
No, that's
here?
also foolish.
This creature is closer to my borders than yours. And Stoic Alders
fair.
Coden are even closer.
Also
Harming our
fair.
people is the risk.
Letting this thing roam about is just as dangerous to them.
Perhaps.
No,
but the scepter
not perhaps
could do
true.
much worse.
How?
We are simply at an impasse.
How?
Then what do we do?
No, don't roll over.
We vote on it.
It's a sound motion. We did form the Alliance for a reason.
Yeah.
Someone will be disappointed with the decision. Or dead.
Ideally, these Titans, and not us.
The Queen is right. I don't think everyone is going to agree.
And so we vote. Take some time to think. When everyone is prepared to make their decisions and has returned to their places, we'll begin.
Yeah, because it definitely makes sense that some Canthan who's merely wandered over here is going to have a crucial say in the fate of these people that have an issue on their doorstep. This scene, right, honestly, in the first 75% of that scene, I was close to bursting out that this is one of the best moments of storytelling in all of Guild Wars 2. I'm going to say that again. This is one of the... I was close to bursting out that this is one of the greatest storytelling moments in Guild Wars 2. I'm serious. There's a lot of fucking cool characters here talking about fucking cool lore. Livia bursting in with a scepter of war, finally talking about it after like a 15-year gap. You know, and a lot of what they're saying early on in this scene is very coherent, it makes sense. It's cool. It's really cool. And yes, I understand that's for me as a Guild Wars 1 player, and they probably don't set it up well enough for Guild Wars 2 pure players. I'm just saying, the start of this is really, really, really cool. That I'm sitting here in 2025, or 2024 as it was, playing this game, and they're talking about Titans, and it's amazing. Really awesome. So happy. It absolutely elates me. But the scene fucks it up, really, towards the end, for me. Because this doesn't make any sense. We had a lot of back and forth about it when this came out. Again, they're telling, not showing. There's fuck all in the lore before this about how the scepter of war is cursed and everyone meets a terrible fate and blah, 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 blah. You can't just throw that under my nose and not justify it. If that's going to be a part of the story, you have to let the player see some of those legends, see some of those issues. And the other people in the room should see that. It's just not buyable that these characters would be swayed by Jenna. It's not buyable that Jenna would feel that way either. It's completely artificial and completely unearned that she's against the usage of the staff. Like, okay, I get that the writer's room, they've constructed a story where there's a debate about whether we use the scepter. And the debate means we don't get to use it. I understand that. That's cool. I like that. I like the impulse for the scene. I think the scene goes in a fun way. As a piece of media, it's a good, issue to wrestle with. And it's fun that we have this great thing and we tentatively say no to using it. I think that's a really fun way of writing it, and they had a good idea. But they don't justify it at all. What we get is some pompy, wanky suggestion that maybe the scepter is cursed, and everyone just immediately bends over and accepts it. It's like, why? Like, it really annoys me. She has no authority with what she said there. She does nothing to justify what she said. She has no evidence to justify what she said. And it was Arenanet's duty to do their homework and to give us those examples and to round the story out. You can't just have Jenna slam her fist on the table and say, it is this way because I say it is this way. No, I'm sorry, I don't buy that. And the scene really frustrates me for that reason, because all the characters now act like she's given us some compelling argument when she hasn't. She's given us no argument. The idea for the scene is great, but the fact that these people are discussing right now nothing aggravates the shit out of me, because again, it's too artificial. That's my reading on the scene. I'm sorry, guys. I know we've had a year of discussion about it, and some of you guys love it. I don't buy it. I buy the idea of caution, but she doesn't justify it in any real way. I even buy the idea of like them tentatively waiting a bit, but that's not what the characters are saying in this scene. That's not how it's presented in this. And I guess because there's less wiggle room in a rational middle ground. There's less drama in a rational middle ground, but All right, go on in, Dagonet. What do you think? What must our new Codan ally think of us, watching us bicker like and what bickering has happened? I mean, Jesus Christ, there's been a tiny bit of back and forth. They're an old race, deriving wisdom from thousands of years of history. We should stand together, not brawl. How is this brawling? The Lowland Codan also understands strength and when to use it. And here we go, we get the 3 options, by the way, so it's not like the expansion's totally bereft of them. I don't know. I'm going to go Ferocious. It just frustrates me it's not fully implemented. Arenanet, it used to be that when you clicked this, it would colour the whole thing red in a really satisfying way. Go back, replay the personal story, see what happens when you click them. It's really cool. For the Coden's sake, I hope that's the right choice. I must stand by my decision, Commander. Think on yours.
I don't know, Commander. I'm prone to agree with the Queen's hesitation.
Why?
We know so little.
How? If you know so little, right, if you're generally coming at this from a place of ignorance, then Livia is just as believable as Jenna. And one person has a solution, the other person has nothing! The other person, Jenna, she's putting lives on the line over nothing! It's very easy for us as players outside the game to say, oh, there's no harm in waiting, because we know their virtual little lives doesn't matter. But these are Titans terrorizing, destroying ecosystems, putting people's lives at risk. New allies' lives at risk. And we have someone saying, I have a solution, and someone else saying, oh, maybe not though. Well, maybe not. Why? No, sorry, you give me a real reason or we're going with it. It's just outrageous. The whole scene is outrageous. Anyway, sorry, Iman. Dragons, road gods, plagues, a lich. Why not the Return of the Titans? I love that. We must pray to the Titans before they also turn into a disaster. I'm doing this fully ferocious this time. Fuck it. Perhaps, but none of these problems had easy solutions either. No, but at least this is a starting point.
When Queen Jenna invited me to the Alliance, I didn't think things would spice up so quickly. Ilona has a long history with events such as this. I know my response. Think on yours.
Oh, I have. I'm a time traveler. I've had a whole year to think on it. Sadly, we don't get everyone. We only get... But, I mean, I get it. Oh, here's an Awakened Sienna. Always a pleasure to run into you, Commander, although this is an interesting venue and situation. And you, good to see you've added... good to see you added to these ranks. I appreciated Iman's invitation. It feels like a genuine gesture of trust. Ilona's come a long way. We've rebuilt, and the Free Awakened feel more welcome among the citizenry by the day. Amnoon has become a sanctuary for us all. So again, more of this shit. No, don't tell me that. Tell me that the Free Awakened are getting persecuted and bullied and shunned, and that you're thinking of moving and forming your own nation, or you're going to be a state within a state, or something controversial and difficult, alright? Give me a rich setting. That's wonderful. I know it's been a long process. It has, but mind you, there are still sour days. Even after all this time, I still catch the odd, distrustful gaze. Really? Oh, no. I welcome progress. No! I don't welcome progress. I don't welcome progress in my fictional world of intrigue and fun. Alright? Progress is the death of entertainment. No. Sienna. Alright, sorry, alright, I'll chill out a little bit here. We're at the end of the episode anyway. The entire event today is a demonstration of that progress. It is, yeah, wow, amazing. Let's do the optional icons first. Livia, how are you feeling, my girl? She's got a cool outfit here, by the way. Having fun? Yeah, tell me more about the scepter. What do you want to know? So why is it dangerous?
The seers are frustrating collaborators.
Yeah, there's only one over there advocating its
fond
use.
Of sharing. You saw how specific and arcane the Shining Blade was. Legavo is similarly complex. It tests the will of its user, judges their intent. If the user is found wanting, well, those names have long been lost to time and memory.
Like, is Garin... Okay, look, if you're going to write this scene, if you're going to make it a complicated, difficult scene, alright, the way you do this is you have Isgarin against it and Livia for it. Alright? That's how you do it. Isgarin can maybe do a little bit of show, don't tell, right? Sorry, tell, don't show. He's a character that comes from a place of authority as associated with the inventors of this artifact. If he... And that plays into his arrogance and all this and his narcissism and his idea that, no, I don't owe you an explanation. If Isgarin is sitting there saying, no, this is dangerous, then yeah, maybe people have a reason to sit up and pay attention to that. But Jenna's not from that position of experience or life. So I can't believe Arenanet didn't write it that way, honestly. I really can't, because Isgarin's for it, isn't he? It's insane to me. You can have a seer in this scene advocating for its use, and apparently that's something we question. Not to mention, like, his affiliation with dealing with extra-dimensional fucking invaders this whole time, and that's exactly what this is to solve. Even if he wasn't a seer, even if he was just the archivist leader of a faction that fights against Titan-like threats, and is helping us with this one, has brought it to our attention, and says, oh, I've got this thing that can help. Even just that alone qualifies him to argue for or against the thing. I don't know. Can you tell me more about the scepter? Why do you think it would be helpful?
Before those unfortunate bandits, and then myself, its prior wielder was, let's just say, a little
Yeah, but it wasn't because of the scepter.
Janthir Kilbron. He was responsible for sinking ore. I'm sure you've heard that particular story many times.
He wasn't mind-controlled by Legavo.
Wasn't responsible for the cataclysm. It was a very dense situation. Whenever a god is involved, and especially a fiendish one at that, certain cultural anxieties come to light. I don't suggest it lightly, but it was cast to control creatures from the mists. Kilbron used it to control the Titans.
Yeah, successfully.
There is risk, certainly.
I mean, the audacity of this!
We don't know how well it works, or if it does anymore. But we should try.
Okay. Alright, Commander, you may have seen the consequences of rash actions. Using the scepter is a mistake. How? Anything the White Mantle has touched should never be trusted. Why? Well, okay, no, that... But then, again, what are you talking about? Like, it's not even a big... Oh, okay. There will be blood with or without the scepter, Your Majesty. Yes, let's press that angle a little. The Titans have not yet pushed onto the mainland. We have time. How do you know that?
I wish they could understand that what seems like an easy solution is often muddied with complication. But the final call is not mine. It can't be if we seek genuine unity. But whatever is chosen, we will live with it.
Alright. Why do some people have different options than others? Krisha, what do you think? Because your vote matters, counts the same? If Ritlock was here, he wouldn't hesitate to use the scepter. He'd dive in without a thought, just like before, and suffer the consequences. See, look at how fake this is. What? Because basically this is Arenanet scrambling to find an example of a character making a mistake at another point and saying, don't ever be brash, don't ever make a quick decision, ever? I mean, it's so... Unlike that time, the scepter is not in the hands of a mad god, we say. I mean, it's great that they let me... The thing is, again, though, it's not terrible because it lets me argue my case. I'll just be overruled eventually. I can, as a player, express myself, which is important. I've made my decision.
Lot to consider, but I think I know my stance. We'll see how this resolves.
This is really good writing, actually, because I can't convince anyone of anything. No one gives a fuck what you have to say. No one takes in new information. They've already made up their mind. Very realistic, very true to life. I like this. Ludo may be a blowhard, but that doesn't mean she's wrong. We should not let the risk of what the scepter could do eclipse what we know the Titans are doing. You're right, the Titans must be put down, whatever the risk. Another day, another crash. The thing is, guys, I don't know what happens in Absolution, but if there's no fate... I don't know, do we use... I don't know, maybe that's a big spoiler, actually. I'm very curious if we use the scepter in Absolution. I assume we do. The broad... I overall thought that this story was going to be, you know, we declined to use the scepter. Oh no, now lots of people have died and there's big problems. Okay, we'll use the scepter. Uh-oh, risk, we win, but at what cost? Dun dun dun, see you next time. That's basically what I thought the overall trend of the story was going to be. But up till now, we haven't seen that major, oh no, everybody's died or been hurt moment. I don't know whether that happens in Absolution, and then we finally come in with the scepter. Everyone's saying it's a bit of an anticlimactic sort of just kind of patch. So maybe the scepter doesn't come back at all. I feel like it must do.
I hear everyone's concerns, but between us, I don't know. We've endured so much pain already. Can you blame anyone for wanting to end things quickly?
Kinda speaking from experience here, but leaning on ancient magic isn't worth the cost.
It's not one thing. Ancient magic isn't just this one thing that's always bad, right? Just because it's old, you can't condemn it immediately. I mean, it's so prejudiced against the fact that something might just be... This is all it is, guys. I'm just upset that they're upset with the aged. Why is there a fish on the floor? It's my mini. I love streaming with this thing. People always ask that. Okay, Iman, sorry. I never thought I'd say it, but dealing with June is easier than dealing with this. Is it? This has been pretty light-hearted debate, I'd say. Canthans are not afraid of taking risk, but Jenna is right. Risk without thought leads to... there is thought. You took a risk on me against your own advisor. Oh no, I think the charming option's really fucking good here. Empress, you use dragon magic to help your people. Is this so different? Cantha has had enough tragedy, Commander. I know what I have to do. So she dodges the question.
Thankfully, Cantha had not yet closed its borders before the events Dagonet described. I've read of the Titans, and I've read of all that connected them. Abaddon, Shiro. It feels too complicated to make a sudden
nothing to
choice.
do with the scepter, though.
I advise caution, but I see it in your eyes already.
He didn't even bring about the cataclysm with the scepter. He brought it about with the scrolls. It's outrageous that they're using all of that to justify... Oh, man. Fools! Surrounded by fools! Magic, like anything, is a tool. We would not misuse the scepter. Yeah, Ludo. Ludo, let's go somewhere quiet and enjoy each other's company. You're right, the risks are high, but no, the risks aren't high. I'm not saying that. The risks might be high, fair enough. This is such a good instance, right? I got heated every time I've streamed this. That's some good stuff. I'll give you some space to think it off and cool off. Fools!
You know my take. If we have a solution, we should use it.
Yes.
The Astral Ward is so powerful, they owe us a demonstration.
Nah, that's a bit weird. You can't be upset with Bram. He's stupid. Of course he thinks like that. I don't think Bram's stupid. Alright, Isgarin, I've saved the best for last, of course. Why does it look like Frode is arguing the other way? These two should just be sitting and watching, because they are of one mind. I'm starting to regret my decision to open up the world to the world. Our hands are tied. Half these delegates are voting on things they know nothing about. And he's so right. They clearly don't know anything about it. They know that the scepter has a bloody history. I don't think they do. I don't know that, and I've heard everything they've had to say. It's enough that the ward is joining the fight this time. We have things far worse than the scepter locked away. If they're afraid of it, I doubt they're ready to learn the real truth of the world. I mean, this is brilliant, isn't it? This is so good. Alright, you can't criticize the failings of this scene without acknowledging how great it is when they give you a bit on the other side there. That's such a good line there. I love that. Bickering idiots panicking about something they shouldn't be panicking about. And Isgarin knows it, and he says, Jesus, you should see some of the other shit we've got. Alright, let's just worry about the scepter for now.
I don't disagree with caution. The risk is critical in dire moments. But I will abide by their decision. Historically, if the ward needed to take action, we simply took it. I must wait now. I don't want to regret this.
Well, I assume they voted among their own cabinets. Emily's got a really good point there. I really don't like that the Abaddon-Shiro relationship is just common knowledge. That's super obscure wiki stuff that should have been lost to time. Nobody ever learned of that except the Nightfall hero. That's an interesting thought. I mean, maybe you're right about that. But also, can't we assume that the Nightfall hero would have conversations after that story's over and, you know, illuminate people of what they've learned? Distribute that info? You're right. Within the context of Guild Wars 1, it's pretty obscure stuff, but I don't know. I can see a world where it ends up becoming history. Remembered history. Maybe there's other evidence about the fortune teller that we have to imagine as well, you know. And the fact that she was Abaddon influenced.
The last delegate has returned to their podium. It is time. All in favor of utilizing the Scepter of Ore to combat the Titan threat, say yay. And those who oppose, preferring the commander return to Janthir to conduct further research, nay.
We're all so shy. I'll start. Nay.
Should have been more of a gap before that.
Yay.
Yay. A firm nay.
Yeah, alright.
Nay.
Just say the fucking three letters.
Yay.
That's a good moment. Kreisha dramatically saying something unexpected there, I think is good. Sorry, TeroXGL says it's just like real politics, isn't it, WP? No, it's not. It's not, because in the real world, when there are real difficult debates and hard topics, it's because there are actual reasons to advocate for each side. There's no reason to advocate for Jenna's side out of the most wanky, like, fucking airy nothing of an idea, alright? Just the general gist that caution is okay. Like, come on, man. You've got... If you're going to take the threat seriously enough to get all these world leaders spending their time talking about it, then we have to... And a solution has been tabled, and you haven't got any tangible reason why it's actually bad. That's not real-world politics. That's just horse shit. It's just... It's badly made in that way. I think if they just did a little bit more to justify her side of the argument, I would be 100% about this. I've loved the scene regardless, but you know. Anyway, okay, so we can't afford hesitation. Let's use the scepter, or it's no time for rash choices. Now, last time we played, I said it's no time. I said let's use the scepter, but I'm going to give you guys the other vote this time, so we see the other side of the conversation. So, despite every gene in my body, every bone in my body not wanting me to click this, I'm going to say it's not time for rash choices. Nay.
Nay. And we will not be using the scepter. More research is critical before we make such a call.
And when we do need the scepter, are we voting again?
We very well
yes,
might,
I hope so, Ludo.
For now, we are investigating the threat. If more action is needed, we will approach that. Imperator Malice, Kaith, and the Commander will return to Janthir with Stoic Alder immediately. Learn all you're able.
Stoic Alder, do your people have a secure route into the Isles? If Isgarin is correct...
And I
am. Then we should expect the worst. At least one Titan has returned to Tyria.
I've sent scouts
Isgarin said
to map
6,
the
possibly.
Before. We can approach from the south, take the river inland, and establish camps. These things threaten my home, my son. My spear will aid this alliance.
Even though they just voted against your interests for no reason. Yeah, BR Spees, I didn't fully put a point on this, but he did. It's annoying that the choice here is just use the scepter or not, when it should be use the scepter now or run a bunch of tests with it in a lab somewhere. More research, which we're not even going to do. Yeah, like, and again, it's just because there's no drama in that, right? The rational middle course is obviously that. Everyone would obviously vote. There is no scene. If it's, well, let's just run some tests. If it's yes after we've ran some tests, I mean, who the fuck's going to vote against that? And now we're into the specific discussion of how long we wait before we use it. And that's probably too... it's too lost in the weeds for the kind of storytelling we've got here, right? Like, what does a bad answer to that look like? What does a good answer to that look like from the perspective of a player? We don't really know, right? What are we going to do? Fucking open our world maps and calculate how long a Titan might take to walk from that bit of the island to where the nearest settlement might be. I mean, it's too... The game's too abstract for those kinds of details to have any kind of emotional resonance. So that whole idea is just dead. So look, I agree with the whole idea. I think the writers were onto something. Two ideas like this, the vote yes or no, let the player go for it, all that shit. It's just justifying Jenna's side of it. For real, justify it. Don't just waft that at me and act like it was an argument.
What was it like? Horrifying. We've faced many threats, big ones, but this time felt different. I don't want to catastrophize and call it an omen, but this creature escaping or entering from the mists is a scary concept.
You're not catastrophizing. Things that used to be rare suddenly feel like a routine season.
Indeed, indeed.
Imperator, I would watch your tone. Anyone but me might disapprove. My tone? My tone is fine. It's your logic that isn't. This is a Titan we're dealing with. What they did to our people. Awful. And the things they made us do were worse. But that doesn't mean we should turn to some cursed wand.
This is good.
I hear your opinion.
This is the only side of it I think's well...
But you're Ash. Collecting data and understanding every corner is how
this
you
is
rose
excellent.
to Imperator. So, Are you level-headed enough to return to the field? Yes.
There they...
Are you sure? Yes.
I don't like that, are you sure? Like, come on, she's a fucking char. You don't have to be so delicate. But yeah, generally, they creak open the door of research, information gathering there. And this idea that the char distrust it because they distrust magic so much at this point. Brilliant. Brilliant. So good. I'll tell you what would be better if it was Ephraim standing here and they had a real back and forth about it, because Ephraim is not distrustful of magic. But we had Malice. But anyway, it's alright. It's good.
Any strong feelings about the vote, you two?
I'm happy with the result. When we're dealing with gods, or creatures that pretend to be gods, caution must be observed. Maybe they want us to make the obvious choice. There's no way to know until we do our research.
It's certainly not my place. I'm just the royal messenger to the Dominion's great house, after all.
Just the royal messenger. She is very modest.
She best be.
But I can see both sides. I see the want to dissolve the problem swiftly, and I also see the need to be patient.
Politics can be very delicate indeed. And knowing the song behind your opposition's march is critical in informing your own.
Sure don't envy you two. I just hope this gets cleaned up before anyone else gets hurt.
It's a shame. I like Calidris. I like Calidris. I really do. But just not as a Dominion of... the only representative of the Dominion of Winds? Come on!
Foolish. What a silly decision. One more bad report for the Arcane Council.
She's great. This is so good.
I'll be fine. Just fuming. Move along.
And my version of the scene that I'm advocating for, where Jenna has a stronger argument with tangible examples and all that. All this stuff, it works. All this drama's still here. The player still gets to make a choice and be overruled and stuff.
Well, I can't argue with the majority. Their suspicions must be warranted. I just don't want more destruction.
Neither do I, brother.
No, he didn't sink all with the scepter. No. The Guild Wars 2 wants you to think that happened, which again is it's very insincerely written. This scene. I mean, there's a tiny part. I didn't want to say this out loud. There's a little part of me that wonders if Arenanet thought that was the case, and that's where all this comes from. Maybe like they didn't know. I don't want to believe that though. I think they've done really well with knowing their own story and their past lore. I really do. That's one of the things I think they've done very, very, very well with in these recent expansions. And I don't want to be doubting that and taking that away from them. I really don't.
I wouldn't have advised that call, my queen. I think there's a better option. A smarter option.
It's good you're not her advisor, then.
This is why I don't keep both of you on my shoulder at the same time. Agree to disagree, Lady Livia.
Oh,
you are welcome to express your opinion, but I do not share it.
What does that mean? How are you doing, Isgarin?
Isgarin, must I remind you that we are trying to prove a point in our participation here?
And if we weren't in this alliance, the Titans would be taken care of.
That the Astral Ward does not make quick decisions. We think things through. And you don't know that. We have so few members now. The Spire may be irreparable. And you are tired,
This is excellent. Frode's got a big dick in this scene.
We all need each other. Tyria isn't safe from the mists anymore.
Really good. And I like that little comment about the Spire, because that's what's on their mind. The Spire's damaged. I think that's the only mention of it that I've experienced in this entire expansion so far. I don't know about in Absolution. Is the damaged Spire mentioned in Absolution? Anyway, really good. Again, that's another one of those little coherency beats that I like. So Stoic Order, these people have voted against you based on nothing. You alright?
Welcome to Tyrian politics.
I don't envy your status, Wayfinder. My mate was the Globetrotter. I
wonder if anyone else met her then.
Politics of the village council. The Isles should make us nervous. The lowlands are familiar, but we never stay long. If you haven't heard my warnings yet.
Starting to get a good idea.
Remain honest, and we'll wash our paws of this. We meet in Janthir.
So there you go. And can you blame me if through all of this excitement, thrill and drama, I forgot who Fading Aurora was. I think I took a break after this as well. So there you go, travel to Harvest End. So guys, this is the end of the episode. This is the end of part 1 of my Janthir Wilds revision sesh. Let's speak with Poised Arrow. I think he's going to take us over to the boat. He's going to tell us that Fading Aurora has gone missing.
You're back. We need to reach the northern shore. Yesterday. No time to pack.
Calm down. Walk me through it.
Fading Aurora. She left the village. We have to go after her. She won't survive a day on the Isles by herself.
She went to the Isles. Why?
I don't know. She didn't say exactly. When Pa returned, he told the council about your meeting. The Titans.
Did he go with her?
No. He's with the council now. She left on her own. I'll bet you my best skipping stone that she went after the stranger. I'm going after her too.
We should tell your father. See if we can rally a few spears.
I'm not asking for his permission, and I don't need you to lead the way. I'm heading to the North Shore. I'll take a boat into the Isles and see if I can catch up to her. You're not obligated to join me, but I won't turn you away.
Don't make me regret this.
So there we go. Pursue Fading Aurora into Janthir Sintry. I guess I'll run over to the entrance. So there was a patch. We've had these yellow notices coming up this entire episode. It's going to kick me out now in 3 minutes. So the timing here is kind of perfect, actually. That we get done just before I have to reboot the client. It's weird. When I was setting this stream up, you know, I started in Queensdale today. I went AFK for like just a couple of minutes, and the game was already trying to kick me out of the map due to inactivity. Because it was Queensdale, I guess, and they're very strict about player population in early maps or something. I don't know. I never realised that. But yeah, I'm no stranger to seeing these yellow messages. They've been going up all day. Sadly, we don't sail to the Isle. Nothing the EOD style, which, you know, could have happened. I mean, they have skiff rental, right? Rent a skiff and go out there. But yeah, so I will see you guys for Strangers Among Lands. Remember, there's 10 chapters. We're on chapter 5. So we're halfway. In the next part, we will do all the Janthir Sintry stuff, minus, you know, the really cool side events with the White Mantle and whatever. But join me. We'll meet Decima. We'll find the Waiting Sorrow reveal. And we'll just do a bit of running around, really, don't you? And then kill the 2 Titans, and that's it. I mean, and then the final scene. It's funny so far. Can you see this? They've done nothing offensive to me. I don't like that phrasing. I love Isgarin the whole way through all of this. His characterization, the way that people react to him. The first half of the released expansion has been fine, but they get really wobbly with Isgarin going forward too. So lots more to talk about, lots more to rant about. Listen, guys, thank you so much for those of you who have been here in chat, kept me company. I'll be back tomorrow. These will be daily. There will be no breaks. I'll be back tomorrow. Love to see you there. And yeah, thanks to everyone in the live chat. Give me your comments as well. Obviously, there's lots of polemic chat in this one. If you've got thoughts, feelings about any of these topics, I'd love to read them. We might... if you guys have got cool comments, I'll put them on the next screen as well. We might do a mini Q&A type thing at the start. Yeah, so that's it. I'll see you guys next time for the replay. One step closer to Absolution. Thank you all. Hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you next time. Take care, guys. Bye-bye. Oh, why is it broken? The outro broke. Hold on. This is the new outro, by the way. Those not watching Oblivion won't have heard this yet. Check this out.